Live, ladies and gentlemen. Whoop, whoop. See, that person got it right. See, they said green tea, coffee. That's exactly what's going on. Electrolytes right there. That's what's going on. And you know what I was doing? I was looking for my shirt. I'm like, where's my shirt? I go into the room. Honey, where's my shirt? I need the shirt. I find it. Really? It was right here. Because I have multiple of these shirts. It was right here. It was sitting here the whole time. And I just had no idea. And I'm scrambling around the house looking for a shirt. And it's right behind me. Anyway, what's going on, guys? How's everybody doing? Whew, there's a lot of tabs. The master of tabs is in the house. Master of tabs has been working overtime right now. There's so many. All right, so we got like 40 over here. Okay. But then we got another 15 or so over here. We got Ben Shapiro's mug all over the screen. All right, here. So I'll take this. Somebody, I'm going to start. Come on. Show me my stuff. I'm going to start getting into the super chats live as we go from time to time. We'll see. But obviously there's going to be like a space for them. But somebody, I won't go through the super chat, but somebody brought up Andrew Colvette's weird, just his overall weirdness on TikTok. A lot of people commented on it. Candace commented on it. So I'm like, you know what? Let's touch on that because it was really odd. It was an odd thing that we got to see here. But first, it's already linked. Okay. I already handled business. You guys know I do. buymeacoffee.com/Coach Colin. It's already linked and it's always in the description. It's always there every single time. I promise you. We will not fail on that. And also we're on Spotify. Guys, thank you so much. 1,000 reviews. We're at a 4.5 in the rating system because of you guys. We're at like 9,300 people following. We really do appreciate that. It helps the channel tremendously because just in case, you know what I mean? Just in case, you never know. It's a just in case type of thing. So anyways, guys, let's get into this whole thing. Now, I am going to bring you, Candace was doing, you know what? We'll get into the Andrew stuff after because Candace did go off a little bit, just a little bit. She was up early in the morning. She was definitely up earlier than me. That's for sure. So we're going to get into the Candace stuff right now. Okay. And then we'll get into the Andrew stuff after. All right. So let's jump in here first. First things first, we jump into the Candace stuff right here. So she was up at what? When was this? 6:06 a.m. 6:06 a.m. and you give you guys a little breakdown. We're gonna go through some Candace stuff, the new stuff that happened in the morning. We'll have to keep an eye on it as we go through. Then we're gonna get into her whole back and forth with Jeremy Boring because, as you guys know, as I was streaming, that was still going on. Then we're gonna get into some other stuff. Then we're gonna touch on something that Andrew Colvette brought up about why Charlie was upset with an interview that was brought forth. And Andrew is rewriting history again. We're going to go through both of those interviews and see if he's actually telling the truth. Then we're going to jump over to day 3. You guys already know. Day 3 of the whole case. Officer Tatum's going to speak a bunch. All the people, Barron a little bit. And in fact, right now, I am going to make sure that I click on Barron's video just so I can make sure that I check it out. Even Ian Carroll was like, listen, if you guys don't watch Barron, he goes, this would be the one to watch, you know? Ian Carroll is very, very open about that. So we got it right here. We'll touch on that very soon, but let's touch on the Candace stuff first. Let's jump right in. What's going on? Boom. Bring it up, Candace. There it is. Zoom it in. Put your reading glasses away. Don't even worry about it. I got you. Let's jump right in. So Candace ends up laughing at Andrew Colvette. Oh, is this the first thing? Is this the 6:06? 5:45 a.m. Okay, so I guess we're going to talk about this first because she is commenting on Andrew Colvette. Oh my gosh. So I'll bring up all of the people who had something to say about Andrew. We'll do that one by one. We'll start with Candace, then we'll move on to Baron. So let's just watch what Andrew had to say first, okay? Because this is weird. This is very weird. Someone named Bella. I don't know this person. Oh, they follow. Oh, okay, cool. So Bella is responsible for bringing this to everybody. Everybody found out about this because of Bella.
I feel like I've been dealing with so many crazy accusations, either leveled at Erica or myself or the organization or whatever, anything except for Tyler Robinson in this process, that I haven't gotten a chance to articulate clearly what questions I still have outstanding that I want answers to.
Oh man, no one cares. Oh geez, how about that?
So here we go. Who knew what when? That's right. There is a lot of indication online that other people knew something was going to happen that day on September 10th. They posted on social media about it in really, really creepy ways. And none of those people have been held accountable. And I want to know why and what did they know and when. Another question.
Is the next question going to be about Joe Kent getting blocked from looking into, is it, I know, don't worry, I got the comments. The comments are right beside it, Daisy. Don't worry. I saw the comments. I mean, it's very much like his comments on X, Blake's comments on X. I mean, they just get ripped apart like right away. It's ridiculous. But I'll look. Trust me, I'm gonna look. But I wonder if the next question is gonna be about the foreign ties, right? Is it gonna be about Romania? Is it gonna what is it? Is it gonna be about the second shell casing bullet that they found on another building? Is it gonna be about any of that? Is it going to be about the height discrepancies? Is it going to be about any of that? I don't know. Well, we'll see. Let's see.
I want to know the answer to is, was Lance Twiggs more involved than we currently know, right? We know that he's been given limited immunity for his testimony. It's going to be video testimony in the preliminary hearing. But how much did he know? And how much did he radicalize Tyler Robinson?
Oh.
It seems, and I encourage everybody to go check it out, there's a Turkey Tom YouTube video where one of their friends that would hang out with them in their apartment seems to indicate that it was a really manic, disassociative, sort of morally corrupt, bankrupt environment that.
Now, what he's talking about, Turkey Tom, this video is like from, I don't know, 7 months ago. So he's bringing up 7 months ago. Here's the thing about that. I heard Baron talk about, I'm pretty sure, Daisy, you're here. Didn't Baron talk about that person who gave that information being like kind of fetish, not fetish, but fed-ish. You know what I mean? I feel like I heard Baron say something about that person who was relaying that information. Now, I didn't know at all. Yeah, see, Daisy says slop. Okay. So she's saying slop. I was on the fence. When I heard Baron say it, I'm like, okay, they probably looked into it. Okay. Now that I hear Andrew talking about it 7 months later, saying we all need to go and look at that video, it's confirmed. Thanks so much, Andrew. Andrew working hard on the investigation, letting us know what is real and what is not. Thank you very much, Andrew. Not in the way he intended, that's for sure. But thank you so much for giving us that indication that is a video that we need not partake in. Thank you so much, Andrew. Thank you for your service. Keep on going there, Twinkie.
Tyler Robinson was living in, and Lance Twiggs seems to be the source for a lot of that. So did Tyler Robinson just do this crazy thing all on his own, or did Lance Twiggs put him up to it? Was he a co-conspirator? I want to know that, because if it comes out that he was a co-conspirator, I would love to see him held accountable for that and not be granted any immunity whatsoever. Another question I have is, where did Tyler Robinson go immediately after taking the shot, running off the rooftop and tossing the gun into the forest? Where did he go? We know that the state has evidence that he was back on campus that night into the wee hours of September 11th, but where did he go immediately after? That's a big question. One of the questions that is really tough for me is, why were those darn rooftops so accessible? First of all, why set up a building where you can just like go over a railing and get on a rooftop? That's one question. Why were there not cops planted out there?
This is so interesting that he's doing this. You know why? He's doing it late. He's doing it at a point where people have really gravitated towards the microphone theory, right? They've done a lot of work into it. Now Tyler is actually, there's a preliminary hearing going on, and now he's bringing up all these things. Why couldn't he just agree with Candace when Candace was talking about this stuff? When we were all talking about this stuff, we were talking about the rooftop and this and that. Wouldn't that have made perfect sense for him to be like, that's a question I have too, Candace, instead of doing all this rigmarole around Candace, lying about her, getting together with Erica, devising little plans, allegedly. It's like, it's just so dumb. It's almost like, it's like that meme. I'm going to find it. While I listen to this. Hold on a second.
It's another question. And why were there not people spotting those rooftops? Now, you might say, well, gee, Andrew, Turning Point had its own security. Well, guess what? The way you work with campuses is you only get to have immediate vicinity jurisdiction around the person that you're protecting. So I don't know what the exact distance was, but it's essentially like, let's say 30 feet around Charlie's perimeter was what our personal private security was able to take care of. So we were relying on campus PD to monitor the ingress, egress to the area and the rooftops. I want to know, why were they so accessible? And I know that I take a bunch of crap for this, but I want to know more about the rounds, the ammunition, the 30-06 rounds. I know that the comments are going to be filled with, it was not a 30-06, blah, blah, blah. Well, the ATF report confirms it. The medical examiner confirms that it was. So I know that won't be enough for anybody, or at least a lot of people, but bear with me. Let's assume it was a 30-06. That is a powerful round. How old were the rounds? Were they hollow tip? Were they full metal jacket?
Just like this. This is what I'm hearing right now. This is what I'm hearing. How do you do, my fellow patriots? I too am skeptical of investigation. I too am skeptical of investigation. Why? I have questions too. I'm here with all of you. I have many questions that I've needed to ask on my platform. I'm glad we can do this all together as patriots. Come together. Yes. We can all come together and really solve this thing. Yes, because a lot of unanswered questions. Wouldn't you all agree? Get out of here, man. What are you talking about? Nobody believes you. This is crazy. What are you talking about? I have a lot of questions as well. Hey, man, you're too close to the camera. How about that?
I want to know everything. The point is that they broke into a bunch of different pieces inside Charlie, and that's partly the explanation, but I would love to know more information about that myself. And finally, was there a larger network?
Hold on. He's talking about the bullet and the fragments. Didn't he say didn't him and Erica say they talked to the person and he gave a breakdown and said Charlie was a man of steel and all that wild stuff? Didn't you already have the opportunity to ask that question? Didn't you have the opportunity to ask that question in a way that none of us have been able to ask that question? Doesn't he still have the ability to go and ask those questions? What are you talking about? What is he talking about? You were right in front of the guy, or you were on the phone with the guy. Couldn't you have just asked all your questions? What happened? I don't understand. Now he has these questions. Hey, man, did you work for an organization that had the head of Philadelphia intelligence? What did we decide to call it? The facade, MI666? Didn't you work with someone who is the former head of that association in a different organization? Isn't that what you did? I don't know. I haven't had my coffee yet. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure. Anyway, this guy seems more devious by the day. We
hear about, armed queers of SLC. They took down a bunch of their social media immediately after. I want to know, was there money? Was there outside sources? Were there more people that were involved in planning this? Still have a lot of questions. Thankfully, we're getting a lot of answers too in the preliminary hearing, and I hope more come out.
Wow, look at Andrew, huh? Check out these comments. Whoever did who did that? I don't know who Maddie is, but Maddie passes the vibe check right away. First picture, just yeah. That's how everybody feels. Everybody. Someone else. Now you asking questions? I'm confused. Why are you just now asking questions? Bro, Candace has a lot of myself as well, a lot of women who watch. Women don't fall for this stuff. You can't walk up to a lady and be like, "Hi, I've had questions for a long time." The women are gonna suss that out right away. It's gonna be like in seconds. I don't know what they do. They look at our eyes and our face, and we're talking, and that's it. They just know. You can't be this close to the camera. You can't be that close and think that a bunch of ladies are gonna suss you out. They're called mom sleuths. You laughed at them before, but they have your number already, man. Are you crazy? Come on. I have it on good authority that Andrew is indeed a reptilian. He's yeah. I think. Listen, don't make me get into the reptilian talk. Don't make me do it. They're gonna put a little warning at the bottom of this video. Don't make me get into it. Don't make me. Why did the Mikey McCoy walk away? Yeah, Andrew doesn't have that question. I wonder if he does. Hey, Mikey, I know I made up a lot of lies about you and everything, but why did you walk away? That was weird. You walked away so quickly. I don't think he has that question. And Mikey McCoy's like, well, I told that girl to look into you. How about that? And Blake's just like, calm down, guys. This is getting way too sassy. Stop. Erica barges in. The hell's going on in here? You bunch of sissies. Huh? You guys good? Listen, we're not trying to be morbid here, but he's dead. Get to work. All of you guys. Stop pansying around in here. Whatever the hell you guys are doing. Get the pyrotechnics ready. Erica's the man. That's why she wears the pantsuits. She wears the pantsuits in that company. Anyway. Andrew, you knew. Oh, that's hilarious. Now you have questions now. You know the answers to all those questions. Oh, I just got nauseous. Wow. Why was the soil removed and the pavers installed? That would be a good question to have. Andrew's a little behind. He thought he could just step into this whole thing and be like, hey, me too, guys. Me too. And you know what else he thought? He thought Candace wouldn't find out about this. He thought I could just post this on TikTok. Candace, she doesn't really have a presence. I'll just go over there and I'll do the damage control over there, Now you're asking questions 10 months later. Crazy. First comment, you knew. I want to know more about Charlie's microphone. Who rigged the mic? You are absolutely Are you absolutely freaking serious right now? I'm telling you, a whole bunch of ladies probably within minutes wrote all these things. They just listened to 4 words that came out of his mouth and they were like, I know what to do here. I know exactly what to do here. I know exactly what's going on. As fast as they figured out Erica, they figured you out, man. You already know the answers to these questions. I thought the evidence was overwhelming. So just posted the dog. That's a lot of questions for someone who knows exactly what, where, who, and why. Did you order the new pavers? Wow. Randy Rocket over here. Now he's nervous. This is so telling. Are you kidding me right now? He's just now asking questions. Too little, too late. Man, that is so crazy. Our Jesus knows. We know. I have nothing nice to say. That's nice. That's very nice of you. Andrew, please. That's the whole investigation community. Andrew, please. That's enough. Take this video down, please, sir. Why was Charlie's mic shattered? Do you want to know why? Or do you want to know that? Do you hear yourself? How much did you know? Where are the positive comments? Where are the positive comments? Where's the comments that are like, yeah, Andrew, yeah, man. Yeah, hey, hooray. Hurrah! Andrew's here. Where are all those comments? Oh my god. Well, you can tell at least he doesn't pay for comments. He should. Candace face. Oh my gosh. Wow. Now you have questions almost a year later. Right. Wow, this is crazy. God bless you, Andrew. Praying for there you go. There's a nice one. God bless you, Andrew. Praying for it's a tough ratio, man. That's one comment. Was just there. I felt the betrayal from you all when I was there. Wow. Jeez. People are just laying in right now. You should be asking these questions. You should have been asking these questions a long time ago, man. Oh, the Barbie face. Barbie face just stressed out. No one supports Turning Point anymore. Andrew, America knows. Repent while you have grace. Wow. There's another one, Maggie. I stand with you, Erica, and Turning Point. We started the first faith group in Mississippi and are so honored to be a part of this organization. There you go. That's a nice one. Good for Maggie. Good for Maggie. The truth will set you free, Andrew. Bro, stop. It's not working. Jeez. Oh my gosh. How long is this? I didn't even check how long this was. It's a minute. Wow. That felt longer than a minute. That felt way longer than a minute. That was crazy. Jeez, Andrew. Well, shout out to Bella. Thank you for finding this. We all definitely felt this type of vibe going through this. And Candace caught it. Did she catch it from Bella? Oh, what just happened? Oh, no. Where? Oh my gosh, is it gone? No. Come on. Oh, wait. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. Candace had this to say. Share that for you guys. Candace said, laughing my A off after months of promoting influencers who effectively dismissed everyone who brought up the obvious holes in the narrative as conspiracy theorists. Andrew Colvett, trying to rebrand himself as rational and open to alternative perspectives. Sorry, Andrew, but the world has you and Bleg. Stop putting the two words together and say the two words separately. Okay, that's how English works. Blake pegged. There you go. Perfect. The world has you and Blake pegged as liars and traitors. You know, there's so many jokes I can come up with Andrew and Blake and pegged. There's a lot of jokes. I won't do it. There is no going back from it now. Despite the full force of corrupt federal government, celebrity influencers, unlimited funds, and mainstream news networks, you guys lost the PR war to common sense. Spend the 30 pieces of silver and delete your accounts while the rest of us keep fighting for Charlie. Wow, just right away. Oh, did Lionel say something? Oh gosh, am I even going to be able to read? There's three words I've never seen here before. I've never seen them written down before. This is just from Lionel's, just a few things that Lionel has to say. Anyway, Lionel there. Nice try, kid. That's the part I'll read that Lionel said. Nice try, kid. All right, let's keep going. There's a bunch of reactions to this. I'll jump in. I'll jump into the reactions. We'll go to Baron next. We got Baron over here. Baron Coleman. Daisy, did I see like what was it? Like 44,000 people watching live yesterday? It was crazy. Yeah, that was nuts. Shout out to you guys. Good job, man. It was nuts. I couldn't believe it. I mean, come on. That was nuts. I don't know if you guys saw it. It was crazy. It was like 10 times what we have right now. It was nuts. I couldn't believe it. I was like, how is he not saying something about this? I was like, how is he not saying something? He kept his composure. He kept his cool. So did Daisy. Good job, guys. So Baron also had something to say about this. He said his number one question should have been whether Mikey McCoy really reached out to Candace Owens to tell her to look hard at Andrew Colvett? That would have been one of the questions. I don't know if Andrew's going to say that, on record. I don't know if he's going to go on camera and say that, but that should have been definitely one of the things that he asked. He probably should have said that, right? But he probably asked that behind closed doors. He's probably like, Mikey, what's up? What's up? And Mikey's like, I don't know, bro. Did you murder my friend? And Blake's just like, stop. We all murdered him in some way. I'm kidding. They didn't even do anything wrong. Come on. They can't be dumb and masterminds, guys. They can't be both. They're just acting weird. That's all it really is. They're acting really, really, really weird. That's it. They're doing weird spaces. Andrew's doing weird posts on TikTok. Like, it's all just very odd, the things they're doing. I never have thought to act like this when someone around me dies. Never. You think even if you were a suspect, you just go quiet. You wouldn't be like, oh, I got to say this and say that, and let me just address this and address that. You say, what? I'd be like, screw you guys. My friend's dead. I'm not talking to you guys. Shut up. I don't need you. I don't need you guys. I don't need to talk to any of you guys. Would you say Blake? The Blake plague is our next black plague. How dare you, Daisy? Compose yourself. You're representing the high IQ outfit right now. Anyway. Anna Escobar also said, this video actually feels demonic. The person the most in danger right now would be Lance Twiggs. The next scapegoat seems to be Campus PD. That they're looking for scapegoats. That's for dang sure. They got Candace on the back burner. Candace is definitely on the back burner of people to blame. Leophile said, if anyone listened to this dummy, yeah, but he has 12,000 followers on TikTok and is getting torn apart in the comments. He doesn't stand a chance on that platform. They don't play. Yeah, they really don't play. I didn't know that about TikTok. I don't go on TikTok, so that was nuts. I thought they were way nicer on TikTok. I guess they don't have that patience. In TikTok, they don't have that patience. They're like, this has been 8 seconds of BS. I'm done with this guy. I guess that's how it goes over there. I don't know. They might tear me apart too. I'm not going over there. It's crazy. Diligent Dennison also saw the post. So many people. America said last night Blake Neff was doing X spaces for PR damage control and to fish for what people are talking about, because this week has been really bad for the Fed slop. And here's Andrew Colvett using every single talking point people brought up. Now he has questions. That's interesting. That's very interesting. I did not pick up on that. I didn't listen to that entire spaces. I listened to like maybe 2 hours of it. But, that's interesting. I don't think Blake went into those spaces just for the sake of figuring out what people were asking questions about, just so they could ask those same questions. That could be part of it, but I really do think they were trying to line people up and get them to say things outright, get them to say their theories about Blake and Andrew and Erica. And, like if someone thought that Erica, offed her husband, like he wanted them to say that. He wanted this person, this account that leads to this person to say that. That's what they were looking for. Him and Myron together, Let's go here. Anyway, what else we got here? Oh, and then Daisy. I forgot I had Daisy's reaction to this. We got it live anyway. No way. Oh my God. They're going down so bad right now. Yeah, it's wild. It's wild. I don't know, man. This is an odd thing to do. A very odd thing to do. I mean, it's getting sassier by the day, guys. I mean, by the day, it's getting sassier and sassier. I don't know why. I couldn't explain it to you. And there's so many more tabs. Don't let me forget about the more tabs, because there's more. There is more, just so you know. There's way, way more tabs. I just didn't have time to pull them all out, but they're in my bookmarks. I got the bookmarks set up over here, and I am gonna have to close them. You know, everything is crapping out on me right now. I turned on this light. This light started flickering. I'm like, oh no, the light's gonna go out. So it might go out. Like, we might do like a 5-hour stream here, and it might go out while we're live. It just might happen. And we'll keep going. We'll keep going. I'll turn on the disgusting room lights. I will. We'll get through it together, but man, there's a lot going on here. Anyway, that is Andrew's weirdness, Thanks so much, Andrew, for that. And we hope you're doing all right. I don't think Baron does. I think Baron's still upset with you. I think Baron's still very, very upset with you, but I'm sure you guys will work it out eventually, when you turn yourself in. I'm kidding, guys. Come on. Could you imagine, though? Like, I'm kidding, but could you imagine 6 months from now? They're like, well, Turning Point executive, Turning Point inner circle, all being taken into custody right now. Could you imagine how mind-blowing that would be? I'd be like, what's happening? What's happening? I'd be shocked. I don't care how much stuff we talk about now. I'd be stunned. I'd be like, what? We were just having a ball. We were just wearing tinfoil hats, having a ball, looking into stuff. This is what we do. And now they're in custody? I'd be shocked. I'd be happy, but I'd be shocked, Anyway. And shout out to Andrew Colvette, friend of the show. I don't know if I ever told you guys that. I should put this right here. Let me put this right here. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll put that right over there. There's been another development. More money offered to Candace Owens. They're offering her more money now for debates with losers. Would you believe it? Anyway, let's go into the stuff that Candace said early morning. Please show Don Jr.'s post with comments. What did Don Jr. say? Hold on a second. What did Don Jr. say? Where? On X? There's no way that guy's on TikTok. Is he? He probably is. Yeah, they want money any way they can. Don Jr. What did Don Jr. say? Someone tell me what Don Jr. said. Right away, someone tell me what Don Jr. said. On Fox News? Hold on. Let me see here. Don Jr. Don Jr. Instagram. Junior Slop. Junior Slop. Don Jr. Erica is doing well under the circumstances. Fox News. Okay, I think I found it. Is this it? Here. Is that it? Is this what you're talking about? Let's look into this really quick. Well, what's going on? It's just like a minute. What did he say? Oh, with the comments too. Oh, I'd have to go onto Instagram, right? Because the X comments are going to be like, half and half. Because he kind of, not going to say they control Instagram, but, I'm not going to correct what I just said. Yeah. Or I'm not going to say they control X, I should say. Let me see here. On Top Benny. Okay, has Don Jr. just been all over the world and back again? What's going on? Everybody, Don Jr. on Instagram. Let me see. What comments did he make on Instagram? Real quick. Is it this? No. What's this? Don Jr. Okay, 7:30. This is 15 hours ago. Oh, and this has to be it. This has to be it because I see Candace and she's like, comments past the vibe check. Okay, let's check out what this guy had to say. What did he say?
What's happening, guys? Hope you're doing well. Don Jr. here. I'll probably let it build up a little bit, but we're going live tonight for my Triggered podcast on Rumble. We're going to do it at 7:30. Okay, normally I do it on Mondays and 6 for those of you guys who follow, but spent the last 2 days out in Utah at the Charlie Kirk murder pretrial case. We're going to go through all of that. I was out there for 2 days with Jack Posobiec, Graham Allen, obviously Erica Kirk, Charlie's parents, Brandon Tatum. I think those guys are going to join in. Jack certainly is. And I think the other guys, if they're out of court because they're 2 hours behind, they just got out of court probably 10 minutes ago. So if they can get over to where they have a studio, we're going to talk about all the latest. We're going to also spend some time getting into like fact versus fiction. Again, I've been following sort of everything for the last few months, but I've been pretty quiet because I just don't know what's real, what's not, what the evidence is, what other people are sort of making up. And so we're going to get into all of the details of what I actually witnessed with my own 2 eyes. I think there's a big difference, perhaps between what I've seen out there. This thing is certainly, to me at least, much more cut and dry than I thought it was going to be. But again, I think we do have to take some time to separate out the noise from reality. And when I saw reality with all these things I had never seen before, video I had not seen before, other evidence that really hasn't been out there in the public domain for obvious reasons, I think it's going to be a really big deal. So tune in. We're going to go live at 7:30 Eastern. So go to Rumble, check out My Triggered podcast. Jack's going to join in. I think Graham and or Brandon is going to join in possibly as well. So we'll try to get all that stuff going for you in about, let's call it 15 minutes from now. Check it out. Maybe I'll post the link live up here next slide. But hope you guys are well. I'll see you in about 15 minutes if you want to hear what's going on. And again, just separate out the reality from the noise. So talk to you in a little bit. You guys be well.
You guys be well. Okay. I know I say but his ahs seem very, very distinct. You know what I mean? Like we're going to be hearing those for a long time in politics. Let me see what these comments look like. Candace said comments past the vibe check. Suspicious. We all feel it. Tried to trick us. Vid. Now we're prepared. Yep. Tell us the truth. Do you actually believe Charlie was shot with a 30-06 as a hunter? Tell us with your whole chest you believe that. All BS. Candace is right. Charlie was offed by Philadelphia. Device in the mic. Tell the truth if you want respect of the people. Yeah, this guy's not going to be running. I thought this guy would run eventually. I don't think you're going to be able to run with this type of stuff going on, man. You know, I think you got a few chances to just keep it clean, keep quiet. And, I think he blew it out of all the brothers that there are. I think he blew it the most. I used to laugh at your hilarious memes. Read your book. Was a huge supporter up until Charlie passed away. I'm just so damn disappointed in this entire CK investigation how it has gone. Not to mention the Einstein nightmare. Many others feel the same. I have to assume your family has been massively threatened. It's the only thing that makes sense in not doing the right thing. Justice for Charlie. Can you please explain on live how a 30-06 doesn't leave an exit wound? Well, he's just going to make it up. He's going to be like, one time when nobody was around and it was just me and I think Andrew Colvett was there, I actually caught a deer. I caught him, I hit him, bang. And when we went over there was no exit wound and it was just all inside of him. And we sat right there and we grilled them up and we ate them. And that's a thing that only me and Andrew Colvett know. That's probably what he would say. Paraphrasing. Pleased with the comment section. Better read Don Jr. Better read your comments. As a 3-time Trump voter, I'm sickened by the betrayal you have shown to Charlie and our country. We the people are done buying the blatant lies. Charlie deserves so much better. We love you, Candace, for always pursuing the inconvenient truth. And it just goes on and on and on and on. It's wild. How many comments are there? It should say. There's just thousands of comments. This is nuts. Look, someone just posted Pinocchio with the nose growing. They just cemented over everything. These comments give me hope in mankind. Candace is 100% correct. The new trust me, bro science. Yeah, that's really a lot of this. A lot of it is just like, oh, well, a lot of people are making things up. And guess what? We're not making things up. And I saw it all. Officer Tatum, I just played it yesterday. Officer Tatum's like, and they have video of him taking the shot. They have the video of him taking that shot. And then all of a sudden in the courtroom, they're like, do you have video of him taking the shot? They're like, we do not. We do not. What was he doing? What was he doing when they were announcing that made him go into his car and make a car video saying the exact opposite of what they said in court? He was just like on his phone, like, all right, I'm just going to look into this right here. What's this? Okay. Oh, man, I love this. Is this BB? That BB. Let me message mama. Mama, BB sending me messages of his thing. He's sending me message of his thing. Mama, I'm not into no type of thing like that. You already know, but it's BB. So I think I might go ahead and do it. But I think I might go ahead and do it, mama. That was uncalled for. I didn't have to say that. Anyway, oh, baby, you gonna become a booty butt bandit for them people in the Middle East, baby. You know they don't like you like that, baby. BB showing me pictures of thing. I ain't never gone down on no man. I never will. But when BB showed me his thing, mama, it was glorious. Just uncalled for. I didn't have to do that. I don't have to keep going back to that. I don't have to keep talking about it. I don't have to do that. I don't have to do that. We're better than this. We're better. Oh my gosh. Anyway. Yeah, they laid into Don Jr. here. As they should. Man. I mean, Don Jr., I said it just the other day. Charlie and Don Jr. knew each other for a long time. A very long time. I want to say just as Turning Point was starting, or maybe even before, he was a bag boy for him. Like they were close. They knew each other really well. So for you to just do that, I mean, it makes sense though, right? I mean, with Butler, they're not looking into Butler. Why would they look into Charlie? Yeah. I mean, think about that. The guy's own dad shut down his own investigation when he can find out who did it and probably knows and is not going to tell the public and is not going through with an investigation and bringing those people to justice that have the power to threaten the president. So what do you think they're going to do with Charlie? Like, let's be honest, man. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. But anyway, thank you for showing me Don Jr. there. All right. Do appreciate that. Yeah, they have to get into that. Don Jr. has to do a podcast on that. You think Don Jr. would be like, hey, I'm going to do a podcast on my dad bombing Iran right now for 2 days straight. Oil prices are rising because of my father. You think he would do that podcast, but no, he's not doing that. You would think that would be the podcast topic that he. I know the Charlie Kirk case, the preliminary. I know that's pretty important, but also you would think that would be massively important as well, right? Anyway, what do I know? I wasn't born with a silver spoon in my mouth or whatever they get inside their mouths when they're kids and they're rich. I don't know. We've all seen the documents, right? Anyway, Candace Owens. Let's get into Candace Owens. Welcome in. As they say, Can I take that from Baron? I'm gonna take that from Baron. I'm gonna take it from Baron. Welcome in. That's my thing now. I'm taking that. I'm kidding. That's too white. Welcome in. Come on in, y'all. Come on in. Get sit on down, y'all. That's what I'll do instead. Sit on down, y'all. I'll do that instead. That's more my speed, I think. I'm kidding. Anyway, Let's jump in here. Candace Owens saying no Blake, and she writes a whole dissertation, but we're not going to put Candace in the app. We're not going to do that with Candace unless there's a Candace voice. I should look into that. Blake Neff, let's just see what she was responding to first. So she responds to Blake Neff, and it's based on this. Blake, and it's based on this. Let's go a little deeper. Okay. So what we're seeing right now is Diligent Dennison showing why do we never clearly see Tyler Robinson's face. Okay, let's go. Let's just see this video really quick. I'll make it a little bigger for you guys.
And Agent Davis, who are we seeing here?
That's Tyler Robinson.
And although we are watching it on video, what is he wearing at this time?
He's working a dark colored baseball cap with maybe the Hurdy symbol on it, like a white symbol on front. It's a burgundy short sleeve shirt.
And Agent Davis, who are we seeing here?
That's Tyler Robinson.
Let me see that again. Let me see the turn. Let me see the turn.
And Agent Davis, who are we seeing here?
That's Tyler Robinson.
And although we are watching it on video.
That's interesting. That's interesting. Huh. I don't get that. I really don't get that. Why don't they show his face? Wouldn't they make sure to? I mean, whatever. I know everybody, we're all in the kind of line of thinking that this is a bunch of BS and oddness, but this is weird. You'd never actually see his face. So who could they be bringing in? And I'm not saying Lance is, but if he was some kind of asset and he did do this whole thing, or he contributed in some way, if he was brought in, they would never show that. If he, they would never show anything to do with him. Oh, geez, sorry. They would never show anything to do with him. But sometimes I feel like this is Lance. When I see the guy in the burgundy or the maroon, I feel like that guy's Lance. I don't know. It seems like there's multiple people. I didn't get a chance to listen to Barron's episode, but he was talking about, feeling like there was more than one person involved. And when I say involved, looking like Tyler Robinson, like more than one, maybe even more than three. I kind of catch that vibe. Anyway, let's go. Candace Owens, ladies and gentlemen, this is what she had to say to that video. She said, because as I demonstrated on my show, there are many young men, and listen, there's going to be some overlap, but I just want to give you guys the context to know what Blake is being all to. Okay. Many young men that all woke up and decided to wear maroon shirts the day Charlie passed away. The footage can be any of those young men. And in my opinion, likely multiple. If Tyler Robinson's defense would like to contact me, I'd be happy to supply them with the folder of the Maroon Boys that I began archiving. Wow. When I began archiving and noticed them, man, I wonder if they're going to actually do that. I said this before. I said this months ago. If they don't contact Barron or Candace, then what are we looking at? Like, I don't know. Do you trust them at that point? Do you trust that they're really working in that kid's best interest? I don't know. I have thus far ID'd 2 of them, but we'll focus on IDing the rest of them when I get back on air. Oh, that's crazy. So she's going to tell us who 2 of those people are. Oh my gosh. If they're related to Phil Lyman or one of those churchgoers, I mean, it's going to be wild. I have maintained that the feds had multiple decoy boys on the ground that day. Without a clear image, they certainly cannot declare it is Tyler Robinson, which is why all the Zio Ranger influencers are hoping they can simply hypnotize the public into trusting blurry images and videos. For such an open and shut case, they have thus far provided zero evidence of anything outside of criminal government conspiracy, the likes of which hasn't been seen since good old John passed away. Crazy. So Blake had this to say to that. Current situation, Candace is arguing that the footage of Tyler Robinson turning himself in at the Washington County Sheriff's Office is a body double. The Washington County, sorry, shouldn't it be county? He wrote country. Okay, anyway. The Washington County Sheriff's Office, as well as the Orem Police and Utah County prosecutors, are colluding with the Zio Ranger influencers to hide the truth. Yeah, that's not obscene. That's not crazy. Do people really think stuff like that's crazy? I feel like they do more covert things than that on a daily basis, like all around the world. Like, you think that's a nutty thing? I don't think that's a nutty thing. I think that's like kind of standard. You know? I don't know. I think it is. Anyway, who knows? Who knows? What do I know? I'm wearing a tinfoil hat under this bald cap that I have on. Then Candace replies, "No, Blake, you watch every single episode of my show, therefore no." You watch every single one of my episodes of my show and therefore know exactly what my stance is. So don't play obtuse, Blakey. I do not believe the footage of him turning himself in is a body double. I believe the footage on and around campus of the people in similar maroon shirts are all various decoys, and that is the reason that the footage is blurry. My podcast is too big for you to lie about my position, Blakey. I added Blakey there. I just felt like there should have been a Blakey there. I have always maintained that Tyler Robinson agreed to go into the police station despite maintaining his innocence, because the former undercover officer, Mike Mitchell, told him he had no choice and would otherwise risk SWAT breaking into his home to arrest him and potentially putting him and his family's lives at risk. I have never changed my position on this. Thus far, there has been zero evidence presented which has disproven me. Here is just one shot of 3 different young men, solo men on campus that day wearing maroon shirts. We also found young men bizarrely holding maroon shirts as though they were exchanging t-shirts. I believe we will eventually learn that some of these young men are a part of a military unit, because military units utilize the color of the day to organize in undercover operations that require them to wear plain clothes and pass off as citizens. That is interesting. That right there, 1, 2, 3, just all in one picture. That's kind of weird. Just a little bit. Because the color maroon sucks. I gotta say, listen, I shouldn't say that. On me, on my skin color, my skin color is fabulous. Okay. Sorry for the Blake hand gestures there. Okay. But on me, it looks great. It doesn't look great on anybody, on everybody. I'm just saying, it's an odd color to pick. I'm just saying. Planned op. Yeah, that's what it seems like. It seems like Candace already knows who a bunch of these people are. I can't wait to see who they're actually connected to and how that all plays out, because she for sure knows something, for sure. Just want to see if Blake said anything here. Let me see if Blake actually went into the quotes at all, or Andrew. They've been so sassy recently. I wouldn't put it past them. I got to check really quick. Just really quick. Nope. Oh, who's that? Deb? Anyway. All right. Let's move on to the next one here. So that was her commenting on Andrew's silly post. Let me move on to the next one here. Bang. This is the next one. Oh, quite literally. No. Oh, I have to show you the context for this. So this is Candace commenting on something, right? At 3 a.m. Oh, wow. That is hilarious. Oh my gosh. That is crazy. That is so crazy. 3 a.m. Okay, so I'll show you what she was replying to. And you know what? I'm glad she's replying at 3 a.m. I have to be honest, because Andrew and Blake always take the time to go at her at night. It's always at night when people are sleeping. Always. So Andrew did send this at pretty much 11 p.m. last night. Candace wasn't having it. She made sure. I'll give you the context. I know you guys already saw this because I showed it to you. But this is where she said, "Wake up. Wake up, Andrew Colvette. We need you to manufacture a lie so you can clear this up for us. Right? She was talking about her being texted at 2:40 p.m. Utah time. You told me you didn't know anything other than Charlie was shot. How did Ben Shapiro's team know? Why does Ben Shapiro's team know? She went into that whole thing. Andrew ended up saying this back. He goes, "Hey, Candace, quite literally, no one sent me this. So I'm just seeing it now. Bad sign for your future engagement." How? If this guy doesn't want to be seen as a liar, this is not the way to go about it. You're trying to tell me that this post here, that it has what are we at here? That has 1.1 million views. It's Candace Owens. It says, "Wake up, Andrew Colvette." You're tagged in it, which means you got notified about it. Like, come on, man. What are you doing? What are you making yourself look like here? Obviously, you knew about this. For sure, Blake told you about this. Of course, Tyler told you about this. Of course, random friends in your orbit were like, "Whoa, did you see the thing Candace said about you?" Are you crazy? Are you out of your mind? Come on, man. This is a bad sign for your future engagement. Oh, your posts aren't getting traction. Oh my gosh. This is his first day on X. Yes, we were grateful. Vice President Vance, Walsh, Knowles, Ben, Glenn. I love the first names. Okay, so Matt Walsh. Get back to work, Matt Walsh. Michael Knowles, boring as milk. Ben Shapiro, 2 feet tall. Glenn Beck, currently crying right now, probably looking at a blue and white flag. Megan Kelly, I like her. And Tucker Carlson, one of the GOATs, honored Charlie Kirk by being a part of the show all that week. All were Charlie's friends. Okay. Hold on. Wait a second. That's weird. All were Charlie's friends? Not Tucker, though. Hold on a second. Not Tucker. Blake, hold on. I have it on good authority from a very twinky, bald, odd man, creepy in some people's eyes. I have it on very good authority from him that Tucker is not friends with him at all. Tucker was not friends with Charlie. I don't understand. I don't get it. That's very weird. Very weird. Anyway, let's keep going. Let's keep going here. I'm just flabbergasted that Andrew's saying this. You know, Blake just told us last week that Tucker was not friends with Charlie Kirk. I thought, I don't know. I feel so disillusioned. I listen to Blake so intently. I believe everything he says is true. So I don't know where Andrew's going with this. Anyway, all were Charlie's friends. And if a donation from the Daily Wire after Charlie Kirk passed away, very kind gesture, by the way, is accepting 30 pieces of silver, then what does that make you? Well, you took, I think it's a little different, Andrew. I don't know. Anyway, how many pieces of silver does that mean you took from them? 120 per year, 150 more? I like how he's trying to quantify it in pieces of silver. You could just do money, man. Don't worry. Like, but you know what? You know why he's trying to do it in silver? Because he doesn't want to say how much money the Daily Wire gave them. Right before Ben took the stage first after Erica at AmFest. And it was $1 million. They took $1 million from the Daily Wire. And then the Daily Wire worked their way on to AmFest before Tucker Carlson, and Ben berated the crowd who didn't support his position, went after Megyn Kelly, went after Tucker Carlson, made the whole thing into basically just like a back and forth, almost like a screaming match. Andrew doesn't want to talk about that, but that's the silver. It was $1 million. But you got to remember, Charlie passed away under very odd circumstances, and then Ben jumped in. Candace worked for the Daily Wire and made money. Candace worked for the Daily Wire and made money. That's how that's supposed to work, you know? But, you know, oh man, oh gosh, you can't let me forget. I'm gonna write it down here. I'm gonna write Mark Meckler. Mark Meckler. Oh, I hope I don't forget, because there's a very weird story with this Mark Meckler dude. He tells this story about Candace. It's so weird, and it seems exactly what Ben Shapiro was doing to what Ben Shapiro Daily Wire were doing to Turning Point by offering them $1 million. This guy tried to do the same thing with Candace, and Candace flipped out. Don't let me forget that story. Do not let me forget that story. It was wild. Anyway, I'll end it off here. He says, enjoy your meltdown, Candace. You've earned every bit of your ensuing misery. Sounds like a threat. Anyway, I'm sure it's not, because he's soft as croissants, right? You're soft as croissants. You're not actually threatening anybody with anything. So, soft as croissants, right? I'm going to keep saying that. That's really funny to me. This guy's soft as croissants. That's insulting. Don't say that to a guy unless you want to get into a fight with him. I have no worry about that, because Andrew's soft as croissants. Anyway, let's keep going here. So that's what Andrew had to say to Candace about this. Okay. And then Candace said, guess Andrew doesn't want to answer any of my questions about Ben's security team receiving critical updates before him. But I'm glad. That's an odd thing. That should probably be one of Andrew's questions. Doesn't Andrew have a bunch of questions? That should probably be one of his questions. But I'm glad he said Ben was Charlie's friend. I, of course, have more text messages to share. Oh my gosh. I can't wait. For Charlie Kirk, a text message from Charlie Kirk calling Ben a J or worse. I can't wait for the Charlie Kirk text message where he's just making fun of the small hat. I can't wait to see these text messages from Charlie Kirk. You know it's going to be bad. You know it's going to be so bad. It's going to be crazy. Oh my gosh. Anyway, Charlie hated Ben Shapiro. Everyone in politics knew this, and Andrew Colvett is a real Judas for pretending otherwise. Now that Charlie is gone, Charlie was surrounded by traitors. There you go. I want to see, did Andrew respond at all? Nope. Just checking really quick. Sometimes it gets buried because he's not really super relevant. Oh, no. He didn't. Let me see here. Anybody? Nope. Anyway. All right, let's keep going here. Jump onto this last one. Okay, that one's done. Okay, let's get into the rest. So that was early in the morning. Candace was doing all that early in the morning. I always keep it on the chat here, but I have to also go to X. I have to. Was there more? Is there more that popped up? People keep tagging me on Owen Benjamin's stuff. Is he like I guess he was talking, he said something to me yesterday, but it was like a nice thing. I don't know. Whatever. Shout out to him. No, nothing from Candace yet. You have to stay on top of it. I don't know what's going on. Look, there's a thing. So I got to go to that now. There's another thing. I have to go to that. Holy geez. Okay. All right. Let's jump in, guys. With the audio and the video, can you tell me? I can see it. My voice is happening quicker than my mouth, right? That's what's happening. Someone tell me if that's correct. Let me go to here and pull up these tweets really quick. But somebody tell me if that is what is correct. Anyway, someone says it's fine. It's crazy how it's fine for some. Look, if Mike Riley says it's good, we're good. Sorry, guys. Mike Riley is the authority on most things for me. I might be your source of news. Mike Riley is my source of news inside of this chat. So I know it's a tough pill to swallow, but that's the way it is. That's the way it is. I trust him for some reason. I don't know. Seems like he's gone through grimy times. I respect people like that, you know. What up, Mike? Good morning. Anyway, it's let me see here. The ultimate throwback Thursday, one more fight. Oh, she just posted this from 2018. One more fight. See, she keeps saying that. One more fight. One more fight. Someone said, is this live? Yes, it is. You're on Kick right now. You just said, is this live? And it is live. You can trust me on that. It is live, happening right now. Go buy me a coffee. You'll see. I'll read it. Anyway, that is what she said right there. And then she posted this just minutes ago. She said, this is your daily reminder. Oh, no. Are these the text messages? Oh, gosh. Oh, timestamp that. Oh, timestamp that, my boy. Oh, let's get into this, ladies and gentlemen. There are text messages. Oh, goodness me. Let's jump into this right now. Charlie text. No, this is a timestamp. I must have this timestamp. Let's see what Candace just wrote. Oh, goodness. Let's jump in. Candace says, this is your daily reminder that Charlie Kirk always hated Ben Shapiro. He thought he was a Philadelphia first, Philadelphian supremacist. And for years, Andrew Colvett pretended to hate Ben too, until the moment Charlie passed away. Andrew encompasses the spirit of Judas. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Let's see what this is about. Okay, this is Charlie. We have pieces Ben will never have. That's why he is trying to destroy us. And Candace says, he's just not as smart as he thinks he is. Then Charlie says, that is the ultimate mistake. Hubris. Wow. Candace says, we already spoke about this coalition. LOL. Charlie says, he thinks he's the ultimate planner and genius. Yes. The most obvious thing in the world. It goes on to say, not proper planning happening there. Something rooted in a dark place. That's what Charlie said. Then he said, what did you say about Jesus? Hold on. What would that person say about Jesus? Buddy, get the F out of here. You got stuff to say about Jesus. Get out of here. Not proper planning happening there. Something rooted in a dark place. Let me see here. Let me get this out of here. Something rooted in a dark place. Ben has been having National Review write articles about me. Destruction, not creation. Burning, not growing. I feel the darkness in that pic on a spiritual level. Wow. How the intellectual dark web needs part ways with us. What? Yeah. How the intellectual dark web needs to part ways with us. Yes, I remember this. That intellectual dark web, man, that was really something. And it is. And Rogan was at the top of it. Very interesting what that thing was. How it was actually a machine to temperature check you and make sure that you were in line, and then you get to be an anti-establishment voice, as Barron put it. We will create on our own. Once you have your podcast and I launch mine, we will smash Ben. Wow, Charlie Kirk, let's go. One of the boys. I told you Charlie was one of the boys. Someone says Charlie was evolving. Look at what he said. We'll create our own. Once you have your podcast, this is way back in the day, and I launch mine, we will smash Ben. Whoa. And there's more. Charlie says, oh my God. And then the post is Ben Shapiro. It's from Twitter. If you wear your pants below your butt, don't bend the brim of your cap and have an EBT card, zero chance you will ever be a success in life. Charlie says it's real. from 2011, but real. Don't bend the brim of your cap. Famous effing last words. Wow. Maybe I'm overreacting, but if I tweeted something like that, I would be in sugar honey iced tea, and I don't believe it. Dude, he's racist. Whoa. This is crazy. Oh no, that picture. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my gosh. So this is them in front of a certain place. Charlie just says very strange. Candace says weird PR. Oh yeah, this is when Elon had to like go over there. He had to go over to a certain place in Europe. And he was escorted by Ben Shapiro, and the whole thing was really weird. Elon does not need Ben. Bad look, but he'll also be fine. Candace says, yeah, it's a really bad look for Elon, but he will be fine. Charlie says, hey, I have an update. Let me know if you have a few minutes to chat. Yep, I can speak now. Whoa. I gotta stay dialed into Candace because she might post more of those. she might post some more messages. We'll smash Ben. That's crazy. This is so weird. Oh, wait. No. Okay. Good. Yeah. Oh, that last one is Andrew. Okay. Sorry about that. The other one was Charlie. This one's so this is Andrew sending that to Candace. That's 2024. Wow. So weird. He must be under threat, man. He must be under some kind of threat. How do you know that this exists? You know that you've sent this before. Maybe he was so dumb that he was just like, if I delete the text message, then she'll never have it again. Ha ha ha. I figured it out. Maybe he thought that. I don't know. Anyway. So Andrew saying very strange and showing that picture. Wow. Huh. You know why he was doing that though? I listen, I think we're reading this wrong. You got to remember, it's because Charlie hated her so much and he just wanted to connect with her because that's what you do when you hate people. And that's what Andrew was doing as well. We have to really get this under the proper mindset here. Okay. That's what was really happening. They're trying to connect to her because they hate her and they don't want to talk to her anymore. Just don't forget that, guys. Come on. We got to remember that. Andrew's just playing. They're just playing 6D chess. You understand? You know about chess like this. Andrew plays it like that, and it goes under and then around, and then it's there. And you guys, you're not acquainted with that. Okay. I'm just saying, you got to remember who you're dealing with here. Okay. You're dealing with Andrew Croissant Colvette. Oh my gosh. Very interesting. Oh, I hope she has more. Oh, give us more tweets. I know she's not supposed to. Let's see what people have to say about it. I know she's not supposed to, but if she dropped all the messages, I'd be very happy. But she shouldn't. I know she shouldn't. This person said, yet Turning Point took the dirty checks from Ben and had him open the stage after Charlie passed away. Can you imagine dying and your widow, and employees called family, platform your enemy on stage because he donated money just to pretend he's best friends with Charlie, when in reality, he was just paying his way to be there. Then try and convince people that Charlie's true friends like Candace and Tucker weren't really their friends at all. True Judases. I pray every liar is exposed and justice is served for Charlie. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen. Solid post there, Carrie. Oh, I like this. Blake just commenting. Destruction, not creation. Burning, not growing. I feel darkness in that pic on a spiritual level. And Blake's like, how do I make this Charlie talking about Candace? I'm gonna try and figure that out. Oh, how do I? Don't post the picture yet, dummy. You gotta wait. You gotta wait till you figure it out. you can't just post that and be like, I'm thinking right now. How can I? Oh, what is this picture? Get in, loser. We're doing conspiracy. Oh my gosh. You see, I can't jump into this is your Blake's comments too. I can't jump into Blake's comments. You have no idea what people are gonna say. It's too much. It's too much. We gotta jump out of there. Let me see if anybody else had anything to say here. Anyone of note worthy, Let me see. Anybody else? Nope. Andrew, perhaps? Do we get an Andrew? Ben Shapiro sucks. Charlie hates him. Do we get Andrew talking about Andrew? Anything, Andrew? No? Oh, man. Would have thought he would have had questions about that, Mr. Croissant questions over here. Andrew Colvette, Wow. Yeah, Charlie really knew. This person's right. The foreshadowing. We will create on our own. Once you have your podcast and I launch mine, we will smash Ben. Whew. Solid. And we're going to be revisiting this interview within this live stream. We're going to be going back to this interview really quick because Andrew Colvette said something so weird about that interview. Anyway, sorry, guys. We definitely had to jump in there for a hot second. Geez, I have a feeling this is going to be one of those 5-hour live streams. I think so, guys. I think it's going to be so. Lock in, get a drink. I got mine. I got 3 things of water. I got the coffee here. I have lotion. Listen. Don't make any crazy jokes about my lotion, okay? Don't make any. It's running out. You know what you do when you run out of lotion. You don't throw it away. What do you do? You throw it away? Because you don't what? You throw it away because it's almost empty? Nah. I could keep it like this for another 2 weeks, 3 weeks even. You get a little bit on you. Unscented. If you have tattoos, that's the best one for you. Here, get that off the table. Anyway, I already lotioned my face. I'm good. That was one of the things I had to run and do. That's why I was a couple minutes late. Anyway, yeah, Candace Owens, Charlie Kirk. And it makes sense. I guess we'll jump into this now. I don't know. It makes sense that Charlie didn't like Ben. It does make sense. First off, Ben's not a likable person. You know what I mean? Like he's tolerable for sure, but he's not a likable guy. He's not like, oh man, you should have seen Ben. Oh, it was so fun being around Ben. There's no one that says that. There's nobody that says that. They say, oh, I saw Ben and it was like, okay, fine. That's what happens with Ben. But there's no way you're sitting around being like, oh my gosh, I had the wildest time with Ben Shapiro. It was the funnest of times, guys. I mean, I can't tell you enough how great it was being around Ben Shapiro. There's no way, right? No one's saying that. Anyway, let me jump over here. Since we're talking about Ben Shapiro, okay, we'll start right here, right there. Okay. Keep it right there. Let's go. Jump over here, guys. Because we're talking about Charlie Kirk not liking Ben Shapiro, right? That was something that we knew from Candace. That's something that we saw in the last interview that Charlie and Ben Shapiro did together. We saw something around, we saw something like that. It was weird. It was a weird energy. It wasn't even like they were just people who didn't know each other. It was like they were people who did not like each other. Ben couldn't smile. Charlie didn't want to smile. Charlie was being very aggressive with he was saying, and it was the day before he passed away. Okay. So Candace jumps on, and this is one of the ones that you guys haven't seen yet. Candace jumps on X. It's around 5-6 o'clock last night. She says, watch this video in timeline and tell me It doesn't chill you. Ben Shapiro was always too involved in the aftermath of what happened to Charlie for someone who hated Charlie, and Charlie explicitly and often communicated that he could not stand. His bizarre emotional investment is finally beginning to make sense. So this is what she's going to play for us here. Let me see if I can make this smaller. It's a little big here. Here, check this out.
Israel bombed Qatar, which houses a lot of Hamas officials. What happened here? And if I were to introduce just a skeptical question, will this potentially endanger America's own interests in the Middle East? So please, Ben, help me better understand the situation.
If you don't mind, can you just say something?
So that right there, we're going to revisit that interview, but just go through this little compilation she put together.
About what the day itself was like for you?
Yeah. Well,
it can be brief.
Yeah, I know. It's so the day before, actually, I had booked an interview for him that he was not super pleased that I booked for him, but there was a good reason for doing it. But he was like, you know what, I'm tired now, and I want to focus on the tour tomorrow. So you're gonna guest host the show tomorrow.
Charlie's voice is not silent. We're gonna pick up that bloodstained microphone.
Is someone saying it's muted? No. Is it? Hold on. Who can hear this? Who can't hear this? Let me see. Because that wouldn't make any sense. How on earth? Someone said I can hear. Listen, if you can't hear it, you got to reset your browser. Okay? Which means just hit that refresh button and you should be able to hear it. Doesn't make any sense that people wouldn't be able to hear. I usually get a notification when it's going to be muted.
Booked an interview for him that he was not super pleased that I booked for him, but there was a good reason for doing it. But he was like, you know what, I'm tired now, and I want to focus on the tour tomorrow. So you're gonna guest host the show tomorrow.
Charlie's voice is not silent. We're gonna pick up that bloodstained microphone where Charlie left it. You know, we couldn't be, frankly, more honored to join you guys as much as we can in the fight.
Thank you.
This is where he donated $1 million.
For that, and thank you for donating the Daily Wire $1 million. Breaking news on this show. Thank you guys for honoring Charlie so well today. God bless you.
For example, Candace Owens. I think that what Candace Owens is doing right now is evil. It is evil what she is doing right now. Okay, and I say that again.
But what?
Because
like I didn't opine on whether it's evil or not, but my position is it's really none of my business. And
why is it? But I have a question. Why is it none of your business? I mean, you comment on these things for a living.
I'm not mother of the internet.
No, but if this were on the left and somebody were accusing Charlie Kirk of his wife having murdered him, I assume that you would be talking about it.
Is that what Candace is accusing Erica of?
Yes. When Candace Owens says, "I don't know, but I know," that is retarded, and we are all more retarded for having heard it.
Follow a hive mind. Yes, queen. Underground. Communists. Mormons live in Utah. I watched The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. I know what's going on here.
After all, your personal business is our business, is our motto. Egyptian Air, wherever you travel, we will follow.
I need to take a breath here, because what I'm about to discuss is significantly more serious and truly troubling. Candace Owens, as you may have heard me refer at the top of the show, is an evil, twisted human being.
At the bottom of that lawsuit from Brian Harpole, it lists a Jacob William Roth, a partner of the firm, who also happens to be Ben Shapiro's brother-in-law.
I remember where I was when all this was happening. I was in Los Angeles. I had sort of a breakfast/lunch meeting with somebody. And I got the news that Charlie had been shot, and my security was on the phone with Charlie's security because nobody knew what the hell was going on. Well, Charlie was still in the back of the car, and we were sort of getting updates along the way. Second, there's visual timelines that show Charlie's body being carried to a vehicle within minutes of being shot. Apparently, he was still alive at the time. Again, I know that only because my security was talking to his security in the car.
In the car? Oh, man. I didn't catch that part. In the car, they were talking to him. Well, that's very different. If it was one of the guys that wasn't in the car, I'd be like, oh, okay. Well, that's just fine. You know, it was a guy in the car. You're out of your mind. You're crazy. What? Who? The driver? It was either the driver or the passenger. It couldn't have been Rick. Imagine it was Brian. Hey, what's going on, guys? Oh, man. Oh man, there's so many mints. There's just mints everywhere. Huh. Yeah, exactly. I'm just trying to. There's a whole bunch of stuff going on. You holding me, Rick? You holding me? The door's open. We're flying down. It's done. Yeah, it's done. I'm trying to pack this wound. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I'm just trying to pack this wound. Oh gosh, I'm trying to get in there. The mints just won't go in. It's just so crazy. Oh gosh. Oh gosh, darn it. Guys, I've been cramming mints in there. Oh, jeez. Oh, come on. Oh, somebody help me get the mints out. Oh, shoot. This happens all the time. Oh, man. Okay. We getting guys in there now. Don't worry, big guy. You're going to be okay. So he's there, and we're just going. Okay? We'll be there soon. Talk to you soon. Tell BB I love him. Tell BB, mwah, 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 mwah. Bye. Didn't really happen. Just I throw it in there. Could have happened. I don't know. I don't know who made the call. Couldn't have been Frank, because Frank had his phone in his pocket. Frank's a wild boy. Had his phone in his pocket. His pocket's still on. He's just a crazy guy, Seems like his breath smells like salami all the time. And then there are the two guys who were working on Charlie, right? And then there's the driver and the guy in the passenger. So it had to be one of them, obviously. Anyway. But of course, don't let me get detoured here. There is a reason that I showed this to you, because Andrew responded to what Candace said here. Okay. Andrew said, Hey, I saw what you posted. Now, this is Andrew trying to say back to Candace what Candace said. He's trying to be cool. So Candace is like, wake up, Andrew. And Andrew's like, hey, stay awake, Candace. Hey, stay awake, Candace. He says, once again, sorry, I'm just catching up. Literally not seeing your post. I mean, I don't know why he's doing this. It has 500,000. It has 500,000 views. Okay. It has 500,000 views. Stop acting like people from Turning Point weren't one of these views. Why are you even trying to do that? It's so weird. It's such a weird thing to try and pull off. But anyway, Andrew says this, okay, and this is about Charlie not liking Ben. He says the interview I'm referencing, he ignores everything inside of that clip. He just focuses on the interview, which is also telling. Because I thought Mr. Croissant had questions. I don't understand what happened. So the interview I'm referencing in this clip is not Ben on our show. It's Charlie's show, but okay. Something Charlie requested I book. Okay. Charlie wanted Ben on the show. It was Charlie Kirk going on Mark Halprin's show. Sorry, Mark, if you catch some strays here, my man. Oh my gosh. Charlie loved doing interviews with Mark on both our show and on his. We booked Charlie on Mark's show a ways out. Then we realized as we got closer that it was the day before the tour started. We did the interview to honor the commitment, but he would have preferred to go media dark and focus on prepping for the tour. This is why Charlie Kirk made me host the show the day that he passed away. He wanted to take the morning to focus. Each stop took a tremendous amount of energy and focus, so he told me that I would have to guest host on the show on the 10th, so he could prepare. Hope this helps with that chill. It's so, him trying to be a cool guy is so weird. It's so weird. How could you be less cool than Andrew Wilson and have Andrew Wilson working for you at the same time? It's crazy. It's crazy. I don't get it. It's nuts. But he's saying, no. Charlie did want Ben on the show. And I was like, did he? So I was like, let me go check out this Mark Harprin show. Harplin, whatever his name is. I've seen him on Tucker before. He's an interesting guy. Definitely interesting guy. I've made some videos covering him and Tucker talking together. So I went and covered it a little bit. I was like, let me look into this hour-long interview and see if I'm seeing what Andrew's seeing.
like this happen, and our inner cities are going to be chaotic places of crime where you don't know if you're going to be getting on a subway and if you'll get home or whether something's going to happen to you. There's a lot more to unpack here, Mark, but just to summarize, if we are to write a new book of rules, you must first upend the current one, which is dominant, which was ushered in post George Floyd. I want to see that gone, that new book of rules. Though I'm happy to have that conversation with anybody. I don't think Van Jones actually would agree, or whomever on the side, because they'll always say it's systemic. It's because they don't have money. It's a thing of poverty. We don't know why this thing did it. Van Jones, it is more important to say, or whomever, the question of what are we going to do when the people do this? And if you are more on the side of, well, we need to have compassion for the assailant, how about compassion for Irina Zarutska and the potential Irina Zarutska? That is why I, on the MAGA right, and this is where it plays in politically, and I think your audience will like it, we are becoming harsher and harder on crime. It's very popular with the American people. And we're kind of finally exorcising the demons of our libertarian past and getting back to our invited to speak at a event in Korea and Japan. I've never been to Asia, and I've always kind of made excuses for not being able to go to Asia. I'm too busy. There's an election. I said, you know what? No more excuses. So I had an opportunity to see both countries the first time. Incredibly clean, orderly, wonderful people, a different world in some ways, and Tokyo especially. I mean, I only spent a day in Tokyo, which just doesn't do it even close to service or justice. But amazing trip. Got back a couple days ago, and 3 days in Asia, and so
that was pretty good energy. Yeah, I'm not really reading what Andrew's saying, right? But then when you look at the Ben Shapiro interview, which I will say was not easy to find. Right, Ben Shapiro's video comes up before, and this is the video where, first off, look at the thumbnail. It's right at the top here. It goes away when I hover, so I'm not going to hover, but it's right here, right at this one. It's two pictures. It's two pictures that are both I cropped out and put together. But Ben has never smiled at Charlie like this, and Charlie has never smiled at Ben like this. Just hasn't happened at all. So I found that very interesting. But I didn't watch that video because it's a Ben Shapiro video. And I only watch Ben Shapiro if I have to, right? And I try to stop that from happening quite a bit. So I was trying to find the interview that they did. From what I remember, it was a little longer, the interview. I couldn't really find it. I did find this. It seems like it's a clip, but it could be the full interview, and I just don't realize it. But I did find it, so it's here. But it took a little bit of navigating. It's really weird. Really weird how this works. So I found it. I actually had to go into Charlie's YouTube channel, and then I had to actually search the YouTube channel. I ended up finding this, but I always thought there was a different title to this interview. It's almost like they changed the interview. I'm not 100% sure though. So let's jump over here and just see the energy contrast from Charlie and Mark to Charlie and Ben here.
Accused of being a pro-Israel outlet. It'd be very difficult to make the accusation that the Associated Press, which has worked hand in glove with Hamas for years, or Reuters, that these are wild Israel outlets. When it comes to the reporting, it seems to be sort of the opposite.
Ben,
so the
Ben,
perception, the legacy media is like owned by the Jews.
Hey Ben, come
pro-Israel.
on, you Jews media, Ben. So I mean, come on. As you could tell by all the wonderful headlines you guys get.
Well, I mean, dude,
so it's like a lot. Like it's just a very different energy that they have together. I saw it as soon as I feel like there was a longer video. I could be wrong though. But I saw it right away. I was like, this is not like a similar energy to what we see from Charlie.
They said, we're done. And they laid down their arms, obviously, after the 2 atomic bombs. Very controversial. People have mixed opinions on it. I certainly do. But that it is unconditional surrender. Is that what Israel is aiming for? I suppose that is a question that I get a lot on campus. What does success look like? Because I think we could all agree a long war is not good for Israel, a long, drawn-out war. And we're coming towards 2 years in about a month. So it's been about 23 months. So what does ultimate success look like in the Gaza Strip?
So my main critique of the Netanyahu administration and Israel Netanyahu government is they didn't move faster. I think this should have been a much more accelerated process. Israel said include.
I think there should have been more limbs. I mean, I think I think there should have been more limbs everywhere. I think it should have happened much faster. I think we should have saw younger limbs. We're seeing a lot of older limbs, and I know there's a lot of kids in that region. I just don't understand why we weren't seeing more. Time after time, I would tell BB when we would go out together and have fun. I mean, we're actually having lunch tomorrow. I mean, today is the 9th. On the 10th, we're going to be having lunch tomorrow in LA. Time after time, I keep telling him. Anyway, let me see here. I just want to see if there's more of Charlie.
Weeks now, Hamas has been stopping.
Let me just see here. Yeah, here.
By Hamas. So that's the current situation on the ground.
What other feedback or criticism would you have about this situation? I know that it's impossible for anyone to listen to everything that you ever say, but looking at this from an American perspective, what else would you?
Wow. That was like a little jab. I know it's impossible for people to listen to everything that you say because, you're Ben Shapiro, but, what would you say for the people who can listen to you for like 30 seconds at a time? What would you have to say? Contentious. Yes, that is the perfect word. Very contentious.
Say things could have been handled differently, maybe on the PR front, maybe also just on a conduct front. Where would you say, as an outsider, things that could have been handled better, more efficiently, or with more precision?
So number one, there's no such thing as a perfect war. So obviously in any war, there are going to be things that happen that are ugly and that are terrible. And that is why war is a terrible thing. As far as a sort of operation. So
I'm just trying to go through Charlie's parts. I don't really care what Ben has to say. Listen, I'm not gonna drag you guys through. I'm not gonna hold you over the coals over some Ben Shapiro, okay, guys? I'm not gonna do that to you guys. You guys know that. You guys know I love you guys.
Okay. Charlie, we've pushed back against the media on COVID lockdowns, Ukraine, on the border. It's like, maybe we should also ask a question. Is the media totally presenting the truth when it comes to Israel? Question, that maybe we shouldn't believe everything the media says, because I know I've been conditioned to ask a lot more critical questions over the last couple of years. So
it's interesting. Very interesting. Very contentious, as that person said. That person who clearly watches Lionel quite a bit. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like Andrew's telling the truth here. To say that he was really upset about being on Mark's podcast, when then you see him on Mark's podcast, his energy is pretty good. And then you see him on Ben's podcast, you see Ben on his show, and his energy is not quite there. It does get contentious between him and Mark, who actually don't see eye to eye on many things. Him and Mark don't see eye to eye on many, many things. He had a much brighter energy. And there was more of a friendly banter. There was more of a friendly talk. When it came to Ben and Charlie, it seemed like they were just getting straight to business. It was like Charlie just wanted to get through this. He just wanted to get through this. I don't know. Someone says I have to look into. Oh, you think I have to look into that? Oh, I'm from Crown Heights. I know all about that. I'm not even going to show that person's comment, but I know all about that. But that is just what I wanted to show you guys in that regard. Candace shows those text messages. We did not plan on seeing those text messages. Andrew is saying no. It's actually what's happening is that Charlie was upset about being on Mark's podcast. And that's from an hour ago. Oh, okay. All right. So we have another Andrew Colvette comment here. I'll pull that up. Oh yeah, we have some Ben Shapiro stuff too. Yeah, here we go. You have a bunch of stuff. There's just too much. There's too much. I'll keep it focused on Candace, Andrew, Ben. We deserve better psyops. You really do. You really do. Yeah, I'm sure Mr. Wachuka agrees. Mr. Wachuka's like, the people have been requesting better psyops. What is this? Someone get Graham in here. Get Gary in here. What have you guys been doing? I've just been telling people where I work, and I've just been telling people who I work with. I told someone how much money I make. I told someone about you, Mr. Wachuka. I told them that I work with you, Mr. Wachuka. Mr. Wachuka's is losing his mind. Losing his mind, I'm telling you. Anyway, let's end that off and jump into more of Candace talking with Andrew, or Andrew talking with Candace. It's interesting. I don't know how Andrew even saw her posts, her engagement's not going really well, right? You guys know that, right? Anyway, this is really bad for your engagement. I haven't been seeing your posts. It's like, what are you talking about? You game plan with everyone in your company as soon as she says anything. Like, come on. Why are you trying to trick us? You don't have to trick us, Andrew. It's fine. We get it. We know you see everything she writes. We get it. You guys have beef. It's on site. We understand. Nobody's going to fault you. Nobody's going to fault you for having beef with Candace, Anyway, Andrew actually said this in response to Candace talking about after months and influencers and commenting on his weird posts here. Andrew actually says this in response. Whole dissertation here. I know I have that app. You know what I mean? I know I have the app. You know what? I have the app, and also just in the spirit of the show, I'll have it read in a woman's voice because I feel like that's what he deserves. There you go. How about that, guys? Here, I'll share this. Here, we come over here and we'll hear Andrew through a woman's voice as intended, as God intended, Unless there's like a zesty dude I can get to read it. Is there a zesty voice, you think? Nah, there's not a zesty voice.
Your big problem is that this entire thing is not about you, Candace. It's about Charlie. It's about Erica. It's about his kids and his legacy. But time and time again, you've hijacked Charlie's story by smearing and slandering his wife, his org, and his friends. Now you're even crashing out with the I'm idle nonsense. It's not about you, Candace. And yes, I have questions. I've always had them. I've voiced them publicly before. But unlike you, I choose not to recklessly smear innocent people, orgs, companies, and entire countries without actual proof of wrongdoing. You, by contrast, target innocent people, ruin their lives for sport, inspire a wave of harassment and death threats against them, before predictably moving on to your next harebrained theory when that one collapses. You literally manufacture content for your next show. It's truly one of the most vile, disgusting displays in the history of the internet. Record-breaking love, but unlike you.
In the history of the internet, has this guy never seen Faces of Death? Oh my gosh, this guy's never been on the internet. You haven't been on the internet since back in Napster days. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. Are you crazy? You can find photos of war and all sorts of stuff. Is he out of his mind? Oh my gosh, you have no idea how many things are out there. Oh, he just has no idea. You think this is the most vile thing the internet's ever seen? A pretty lady calling out pretty men? You think that's the worst thing the internet's ever seen? Oh, you're out of your mind. You're crazy. Somebody looking at someone else who's a widow and saying, hey, I don't believe your act. You think that's the worst thing? The worst thing that's been on the internet? Oh, man. Have you ever used a search engine before? Are you out of your mind? What are you talking about? This guy's crazy. You remember Faces of Death? Faces of Death was great. It was insane. It was insane, and it was real. Oh, my gosh. Two girls, one. Exactly. I mean, come on, man. Again, if you want to be believed, you gotta be real, man. Can't keep saying stuff like this. This is getting ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Anyway, let's get back to it.
But unlike you, I choose not to recklessly smear innocent people, orgs, companies, and entire countries without actual proof of wrongdoing. You, by contrast, target innocent people, ruin their lives for sport, inspire a wave of harassment and death threats against them, before predictably moving on to your next harebrained theory when that one collapses. You literally manufacture content for your next show. It's truly one of the most vile, disgusting displays in the history of the internet. Record-breaking levels of idiocy and wickedness combined in one person. You've attempted to appropriate everyone else's grief and honest searching and replaced it with Egyptian planes and exploding mics. What an awful trade for the country and the world. You're a record-breaking narcissist, Candace. But your credibility is also collapsing at record-breaking speed. Enjoy the crash out.
I don't think Andrew knows what a crash out is. I don't think he actually, I don't think he realizes he's crashing out. I don't think he realizes that. He definitely didn't see Frank Turk's video yesterday. I mean, he definitely didn't see that video because I mean, the crash outs are happening. I don't really think it's Candace that's having the crash outs. Now, I think Candace is responding, and I think it's fiery, and I would be shocked if she hasn't responded already to that. I would be shocked, but I don't think she understands I don't think he understands what a crash out actually is or what a crash out looks like. It looks like what he's doing when he's pretty much fighting for his life over here. Let me check if Candace actually responded. We can check the quotes. Check the quotes. Let me see here. Anybody? Just checking if Candace went at him. No, nothing. Okay. All right. Well, that's coming. That's coming in the next few minutes. I'm calling it right now. I'll tell you what. Someone said, you're right. It's not about her. It's about the truth, which is something you and Turning Point USA lack. Anna Escobar says, you spend days grifting off your quote unquote best friend's name and your nights attacking a pregnant mother who cares about solving what happened to Charlie Kirk. Save it. I mean, where do people come up with these pictures? Jeez, that is terrible. I'd be pissed if someone made a picture like that of me. I'd be like, that's not how my body's shaped. Listen, I don't have the best shaped body, but don't give me a body shaped like that. Dom ends up saying, that's a whole lot, Dom. You know what? I was going to read what Dom had to say. That's a whole lot, Dom. Someone said, do y'all remember LimeWire? Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, what are we talking about here? That's the worst thing you've ever seen on the internet? Big guy. Don't search X. Don't roam on X independently, guys. Make sure he doesn't, because he's going to be shocked. There's going to be a shock running through his body if he goes and checks out what is happening on if he checks out what's happening on X, just X alone. Oh my gosh. Jeez. Yeah. Anyway, let's run through this stuff here because there's more. There is more. Let's get into the security debacle. And it's funny. He's like, oh, I've always had questions. I've always had these questions. I just never got a chance to ask them. Oh, I just never had a chance. Like we already went through this when I listened to his odd video. Of course he had a chance to ask these questions. He could have literally been like, guess what, guys? I have a lot of questions, and we have someone on the show today who also has a lot of questions about what happened to Charlie. Candace Owens, here she is, one of Charlie's friends, and they could have sat down and talked about this, and it would have been the perfect damage control because Candace would have been like, well, they're asking questions as well, so we're doing this investigation together. They could have easily done that. Instead, he waits till 10 months after, when it seems like the walls are coming down on them, after they reveal that there is no footage. There's no footage of Tyler Robinson taking that shot. It just seems like pure damage control. Like I said in the thumbnail, the damage control is out of control. It's getting too much now. But let's get into the security stuff, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into this really quick. Right here. I'll say, let's end it off there. 149. Let's end it right there. This is like Candace goes to war, but then we extend it here. Okay, we got this. Check out this. Bang. Boom. I love this. This is from Shane Cashman. Shout out to Shane Cashman. Always coming with funny stuff. Kirk Security talking to Ben Shapiro Security. Very fitting. Very smart. I like this a lot. That is exactly what it's like. Shout out to Shane Cashman. If you don't know, really funny guy. Really, really funny guy. Okay. Zach Costello. Let's jump in. Zach Costello says, being called, oh yeah, because this is Ben Shapiro. Ben Shapiro going at all of us right now. All of us. I don't know if you guys have heard. Being called low IQ and R-worded by Ben Shapiro. This could get vile. I got to be careful with this. Who's responsible for making her a national figure in the first place? Mr. Shapiro? That's funny. You know, it was all good. It was all good when you were making money off of her. It's always like that, right? Ben Shapiro is an IQ test. If you still listen to him in 2026, you're R-worded. Oh my gosh. Someone said, F you, Ben, and the little horse you rode in on. Oh, God, that's cute. That's cute. He should dress like that. I think people would like him more if he dressed like that. Can you imagine? He came in dressed like that, did his podcast. I would listen to him more. I don't know about you guys. Someone said, don't be R-worded. Oh, my God. Okay. That's enough. That's enough. You can't go into Ben's stuff. It's just too much. It's too much. People don't like him. People do not like him. Anyway. That's what Ben had to say. Now let's get into the whole security thing, because more developed on that, because it went from Ben Shapiro arguing with Candace about this whole thing to Jeremy Boring arguing with Candace. So actually, I should actually find that. I got to find that there was a little blip in the live stream there. Something crazy popped up. Let me just make sure. I gotta find that word. Gotta blur that word out. Jeez. Anyway, Ben Shapiro is now being defended by Jeremy Boring. Now, you know, Candace had all this to say when Ben Shapiro revealed that his security was talking with Charlie Kirk's security.
I remember where I was when all this was happening. I was in Los Angeles. I had sort of a breakfast/lunch meeting with somebody. And I got the news that Charlie had been shot, and my security was on the phone with Charlie's security because nobody knew what the hell was going on. Well, Charlie was still in the back of the car, and we were sort of getting updates along the way.
There you go. Okay, so Candace had a whole lot to say about that. I knew it. And that's exactly how she would say it, too. Then Jeremy Boring started jumping in. He said, Candace, you had the same security as Ben. I know there's a little overlap from yesterday, but I just want to give you the context. You had the same security team as Ben at the time. Maybe you were in on it. Let me just see. Ben security. Let me just write that really quick. I've been trying to get good with the timestamps for my guy Jacob. Jacob's a rock star. He's killing it. Absolutely killing it. So that's what he had to say. Maybe you were in on it. Candace didn't say anything to that. Instead, Candace just loaded up and she decided to just here. Let me just go here because she saw this. She saw this reply. So he was talking to somebody. It's going to be muted again. As soon as I get into this, is this a touchy subject? Okay. How about you answer the actual question, Jeremy? Why were they on the call? Jeremy says they were Candace's security firm. Ask her. I would imagine it's because when something like this happens, there's a possibility it is not an isolated incident. The security teams all know each other and extend professional courtesy to one another. I wouldn't want that with my security team. What the hell? What? You called who? You have whose number? What do you mean you got whose? What? I don't want none of that. What are you, crazy? I don't even like that guy. Why? You have his number? Anyway. I wouldn't accept that at all. I'm not doing that. I would want my security team to be completely isolated. We lock down. We lock down by ourselves. We're not calling other people, checking things out. The hell? I want security guys that don't know anything. All they know is combat and protection. That's all they know. They don't know nothing about mints. They don't know anything about the middle. They don't know anything about Philadelphia. They don't know none of that stuff. They just know protection and darkness and weapons. That's all they know. That's what I want. Anyway, that's what Jeremy Boring had to say. He said, I would imagine it's not an isolated incident. Security teams all know each other. Then Candace jumps in. Oh, I should go back because I actually have it right here. Boom. Candace says to that. She says, you lying B. Ben's security team was not FRG. And I forget. I saw what that stands for. I think we'll find out as I go into the newer messages. He had his own security apparatus. Everyone at the Daily Wire knows this. Why are you claiming that Robin and Jake are the ones that called, that they worked with the Philadelphia Defense Force? Are you claiming that it was FRG that was on the phone with Ben? Answer clearly, yes or no. Because I spoke to Jake face to face when all this happened, and I take him, unlike you, to be an honorable man. He had no such claim. If you are now accusing him and his team of being in the know and on the phone at those crucial moments, make the statement now, Jeremy, or are you spinning another BA Jeremy Pendragon fantasy? Do you have insider knowledge or nah? Basically. So that's what she had to say there. Then we go back, or we go over here, I should say, because he actually responds to this. So this is what you guys didn't see yesterday. She said, or he says, sorry, Jeremy. Sorry about that. You're just soft as croissants. Mistake. Called you she by accident. Pure accident. I was responsible for Ben's security for a decade. FRG has provided that security for years. Ben does not have his own security apparatus. Wouldn't he? What are you talking about? What? I was sitting at lunch with Jake and Robin when Charlie got hit. Whoa, that's interesting. They were aware almost immediately, were in touch with Turning Point USA's team almost immediately, and they were almost immediately conferring with their own team to ensure their clients, including you, were safe. You're right that they're honorable men. They're good at their jobs too. I will say everyone at the Daily Wire knows is a fun use of closure, though. There's no one better at say that word. Say it. Rhetorical. I'm like looking at it. I'm like, I can't say the word. Rhetorical manipulation than you. That's interesting. So there was this. So he was with them when it happened. He was sitting with them. Ben was sitting with whoever Ben was sitting with. Ben was notified immediately. And in some way, Jeremy was also notified immediately. And these people of this security team or apparatus, whatever you want to call it, that's crazy. Someone just said Candace Owens' unborn baby is already bigger and stronger than Ben Shapiro. That's a wild thing to say. Whoever you are, whoever said that, that's absolutely wild. That is absolutely wild. Correct, but wild. That's interesting. So the whole security team, all these people who are not friends with Candace, who are not good with Candace, and weren't good with Charlie, were all notified at the same time. That's very interesting. I wonder if that's normal. I gotta say, I wouldn't want that for my security team. Because, like, what is the inference? Oh, it's like it happened to Charlie. Now it's gonna happen to Candace, and then this person, and then this person, and then that person. Like, it's gonna be 9 people, like, just out of nowhere. Come on, that's not happening. Gotta be better than that. Gotta think more than that. That's crazy. That is weird, though. Anyway, that's what Jeremy had to say to Candace. Did Candace answer? We'll find out in a moment. I shouldn't even roll through these. Oh, Candace did answer. It's right there. She said, "You are so good at creating legal headaches for companies. The reason why I know you were lying is because I did not find out from security that Charlie had been hit at all. So what you are telling me is legally tricky. You are claiming that someone I previously paid for security did not inform me of a security risk, but did for whatever reason inform you and Ben Shapiro within minutes. Would you like me to name the members on Ben's security team that are not FRG, or would you like me to double down on that lie as well? I enjoy your disorder. Don't want to say that whole term. You always say too much, Jeremy, because you need to insert yourself and build a stage." Wow, Candace already has him caught. Candace already has. Is he going to jail? Candace, don't put him in jail. Don't put him in jail. Okay, so now she says this. You are either lying through your teeth. Oh, she responded again. You are either lying through your teeth, which is common as you lie about your entire... which is common because you lie about your whole homosexual existence and beard of a wife, or are you intentionally not being clear? I am asking you to recap whether the security team eventually got in touch with Charlie's team on the 10th. It's simple. For her to say that just so casually and just keep going, it's a real talent she has. It's simple. It's a simple yes or no question. Was it Jake and or Robin of FRG that were on the phone with Charlie's security team in those crucial minutes that Charlie was hit and on the way to the hospital? Is it a yes or a no? Good gosh. Jeremy got himself in trouble with this. Oh, how I would not like to be this person. You know, I don't even want to scroll through this after what happened when I was scrolling through Ben Shapiro's, you know, people have all sorts of things to say about Ben Shapiro, you know. Hold on. Did he answer? Nope. Crazy, absolutely crazy. Someone said, stop self-censoring. Shut up and go pay one of the bills downstairs. Which one you got? You got electric? You got rent, or you got our phone bills or our car note? Which one you got? Stop self-censoring. Shut up. I despise when people do that. I despise when they do that. Despise it. Pick a bill. Which one you got? The baby needs a diaper change. You changing a diaper? You buying diapers? Shut your mouth. What are you talking about? That's my simple yes or no question. You paying bills or nah? Which bill you got down there? There's a whole bunch of them down there. Which one you got? You crazy? We're looking to invest. You got the investments? You got the investments for us? Huh? No? Shut up. The hell you talking about, man? I need hair insurance. Shut up. Coach about to sell me some hair insurance. Don't snap me out of that. I was gonna tell that person off. Don't snap me out of it. Anyway, you know, there's a whole bunch. Someone said I sound like a good fella. I know I've known good fellas. I'm not one of them. I've known a few. But you know, there's a whole bunch of things down there. Wife wants to get her hair done. You good? You got it? You got it for me? Huh? Person, shut up. Anyway. So crazy. People think they can control your speech. You know, it's crazy when people try to compel your speech both ways. I don't want you to say this, and I want you to say this. Both get kick rocks. Okay? Both get kick rocks. You don't get, you know what I mean? Anyway. And then Jeremy simply says this back. This is kind of funny when I saw this. He just says, "Oy vey." Someone said crash out. I'm not crashing out. I'm just, listen, you're not paying any bills here. Just shut up. Don't listen. I don't want to get too crazy. Okay. I'm just saying, you don't pay any bills here. You're not going to tell me how to talk. Okay. I'm going to say my Philadelphia. I'm going to say my Zio Ranger. I'm going to say the things the way I want to say it. You know what I mean? Anyway, don't worry about me. Believe me, you see me on the outside, and it's not going to happen. It's not the same thing. You know? On the outside, like we're stuck in here. Anyway, that's what Jeremy had to say to Candace. Oy vey, because he doesn't know what to say, because he doesn't want to answer the question. Because he can act like, oh my gosh, look at her crashing out. But she's asking a simple question. And you know it's leading to something. You know that it's leading to something. You just said something you should not have said. You should not have said that. You know? Someone said this. Those phrases are a part of my charm. They're part of the zeitgeist. I see people I don't even know on YouTube channels saying the same things. I'm like, how did he know? I'm like, does he watch the show? I saw Black Line Brief out of nowhere. Black Line Brief is like, and then the Philly. I'm like, he knows about Philly? Or is he talking about Philadelphia? What's he talking? He knows. I'm like, okay. You know? We create speech. Anyway, Candace had this to say to the oy vey. It's so funny. He says oy vey, and Candace was like, yeah, I bet. I got a bunch more to say. I don't care if you're just saying two words that aren't even really words. Candace says, yeah, Jeremy lied as expected. The Zio Ranger panic, trying to explain away Ben's security team, who are definitely Philadelphia Defense Force guys, speaking to Turning Point USA Security while Charlie was in trouble. Graham Allen says not to believe your own ears. Jeremy tells an irrelevant story about what other security guys did on that day to obfuscate. Bot accounts say, so what if Ben knew in a few minutes that Charlie got hit before the rest of the world? And then, like I said, this is an explosive admission, and it perfectly explains why the parasite worm so quickly attempted to rewrite history by showing up in Charlie's studio with $1 million to give. He did to Charlie exactly what Steve Bannon described he did to Andrew Breitbart. And Bannon, I don't know if you guys ever saw Bannon on stage, but he said he will try to take over Turning Point. He said he will, because he brought up the whole thing with Bannon. He brought up the whole thing with Andrew Breitbart. And he said exactly what he did there. He's like, you can ask the people who were mentoring him what he tried to do. And Bannon was like, he will try and take over Turning Point. You guys wait and see. He will try it. Little did Bannon know that Ben had already given Turning Point $1 million. He didn't know that when he said that, but he was very on point. Very, very on point. Anyway, let's keep it moving here. So Candace said that. And then it was just watch the time. Whoa. Then it was just watch the timeline. Okay. Demonstrated. Okay. I think that's it, guys. I mean, I could check her page. I mean, the fact that she released those text messages. She just released another thing, but that's about some stuff that we're going to go into anyway. She's just saying we are winning because she's showing the height discrepancy. I don't know if you guys saw that. We'll talk about it a little bit. There's been a little bit of a height discrepancy with Tyler Robinson. Diligent Dennison actually went to UVU. I believe he's there now. And what he did was he made sure to bring a measuring tape. Remember how I made that joke about Candace Owens bringing a measuring tape to UVU because she said she was already on it? So Diligent Dennison actually grabbed that measuring tape and said, let's figure out how high this is. Let's see what his height's at. And he figured out that there is a discrepancy between the height of Tyler Robinson and the height of someone who is walking around the campus that they claim was Tyler Robinson. A discrepancy in height of around, I think it was about 2 or 3 inches. So it is a different person, at least by Diligent Denison's research. And again, I can't say enough. I don't know the guy. I don't think we've even interacted. I don't think we've ever DM'd or anything, but he does great work. He does really great work. He's thorough about his work. He's very serious about his work. He's constantly doing spaces. He's constantly trying to bring people information. Again, don't even know that much about the guy, but I just see him doing things over and over and over again that show me that he is a very solid source. So let's jump over there. Let's check that out before we jump into like all the day 3 stuff. Let me try and find that stuff here. I want to find that. We got Officer Tatum here. Here, I'm just going to go to Diligent Denison's page and just show you that little that height difference. There was a few people that then I saw someone else do it as well. I'm not sure what his name is, but I saw another guy doing it as well. And let me see if I can find it in my notifications. The notifications are going crazy recently. I can't find anything. I mean, you guys, I just see, look, somebody's like, mountain of evidence, mama. It's constant. It's constant. It's all the time. Look, someone's like, mama, they trying to hide them mountain of evidence, mama. It's just all the time. I can't find all the stuff I'm looking for because of you guys. I love it though. Don't even worry about it. Don't change. Let's keep it going. You know, I love the comedy. I love the comedy above all else. So let me just try and find. I'm just gonna jump over to Diligent's page here. Let's just check it out. Let's go over to Diligent together. DIL. There he is. Let's jump on this page real quick. I don't know if I should do this. He might say something crazy. Let me see here. Let me find that video that he did. He just did this video. Hold on a second. Let me move to this because he might have something insane posted. I just want to make sure. No insult to him. There's one of them, but then there's another one where they're actually measuring things. Let me just see here. Here. We'll look at this really quick. No, I'm not saying Siri. I didn't say Siri. Go away. Go away off my phone. Thank you. So this is him showing individual in Tyler Robinson, Charlie Kirk case, surveillance video over 6 feet tall, despite Utah County Sheriff stating Tyler is 5'10". Brandy, and who is this? I don't know who this person is. Can't see. Tara, I think, helped me scale the comparison at UVU in the same spot. So they found the exact same spot. Let me guess. He's going to have some crazy, terrible music playing. Of course. He's known for that. Here, let's go a little bigger. So what we're seeing right now is he's sitting at about 5'11", right? Around the height that Tyler Robinson actually is. And if you can see there, I know, I wish it was closer too. Believe me, I really do. Here, let me try and zoom. No, nothing happens. Let me see if I can go like this. Nope, nothing. But get off. There you go. But if you look closely, he's 5'11" right here. This line on the wall is at his eye. It's eye level. If you look here, when Tyler Robinson comes in, he's higher than it. So he's not at eye level. He's much higher than it is. Let me see if they have any more. Just any more eclipse or anything. I'm going to find where they actually do the measurement. So it says right here, when they were bringing him in, Tyler Robinson, height 5'10", eyes hazel, for all the ladies out there, or the guys out there. Let me see here if we can find him actually doing the measurements. Jeez. And that's another thing. There it is. Beautiful, beautiful. Proof of work by Brandy. Brandy and Diligent. Beautiful. So they're actually measuring here. Oh yeah, I forgot. I completely forgot that they were going to mute it. I got a message saying that it was going to mute for some reason. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. Completely forgot about that. Sorry guys. Thank you for reminding me. Appreciate it. Here, we can go back. Check it out. I'll pull that back in. I will reset this and this should work just fine now. Let's go.
Should we get the bottom so people know we're going to rooms? This is 5'10".
5'10". Let me be sure.
All the way down at the bottom.
The measurement is 5'10".
Yep, I got it.
That is how tall Tyler Robinson is. That is his recorded height. But the person that they actually have walking past that exact point that they're measuring is actually much taller, around 6'1".
Okay, and we're gonna do the camera right in front of where that camera is so we can get exactly where Tyler Robinson was. All right, there you go. They'll be really happy about that.
Sorry, you.
Put the cameras
Light it up with the lens.
That's perfect.
Right
That's
there.
perfect. Yep. Okay, let me get the glasses.
And then Diligent is 5'11". He's probably 5'10", but you know how guys are. They'll say they're 5'11".
Okay.
Kidding.
Back here. Right? So right there.
I say back a little more. There.
Will you hold that for her so she can get her phone out?
Yeah.
Will you get the screenshot out?
Okay. You want to look at it?
No, I want you to look at it.
Okay. Come back here and look at it from this angle too.
I think that looks pretty
Like
close.
right behind me.
I think you need to be a little bit more forward because the backpack, okay, like right there. No, put your foot back again. Because this foot needs to be like this. So maybe that. It's hard to tell when you're not looking.
So get right behind me because that's where I have the lens.
Someone said this is the quality of camera you would expect on these campuses. Yeah, you would expect that. You would expect that, but no. They use potatoes. It's different. It's different.
I think the feet are a little bit closer. Yeah. And then the back, lean forward a little bit more. The backpack, soft, yeah, with the backpack right there. Head a little bit more elongated. I think that is pretty spot on. Even if you want to lift your back leg, just like your heel, and like kind of like you're walking.
Yeah, but you gotta back up now because the backpack is too. See, the backpack's at the corner.
Yeah,
Yeah, we're gonna hold on.
No, more forward. The backpack needs to be like more forward, more.
Slightly.
Your back left foot needs to be back a little bit more, and like towards the wall a little bit more.
That's not good.
No. Go back because your backpack
That's fine, as long as
has to
we're
line
sitting
up
in the
with the
same
corner.
spot.
Yeah, the backpack has to line up with the
Go
corner.
backward. No. Backward.
And then, yeah, this foot is kind of like lifted up a tad bit.
Nope. Yeah, your left foot.
Yeah.
Oh, like walk.
Yeah. But you're leaning too far. Go back.
Like, not too much, I think.
I don't think lean back. Just go back. A skosh. A skosh. Just a little.
Well, what are you guys doing? Get the camera on him. Someone said his roommate is testifying, but I have not seen that. But if I can see that, I will jump on that ASAP. But I just wanted to show you that because that is how Someone said they record like me. Yeah, they record like me too, you know. But that is how they got that image. That is how they figured that out. And that is the type of legwork that they're out there doing. So much appreciated to these guys for catching this. But there is a discrepancy there. There is a discrepancy of quite a bit in terms of the height. So who was that person? Someone said you need a mannequin. Yeah, that would be the thing. I don't know. I think UVU would be like, okay, that's enough. That's enough. They'd be like, huh? What? Huh? I just gotta bring this mannequin to the, just want to bring it to the stairwell area. No, that's enough. That's enough. There's too many there's mannequins now. Listen, measuring tape was one thing. Fine. I've seen 4 mannequins on campus today. No, we're not doing this anymore. You have to leave. You have to leave the campus. You can't be here with mannequins, okay? This is nuts. And you got a female mannequin and she's not dressed in anything. She's completely naked. We can't have this anymore, okay? You got to get this out of here. Oh, come on. Some guy rolls up with a blow-up doll. I couldn't afford a mannequin and I already had this at home. No, this is too much. Too much. Get out. Get out. No, this is too much. We're not covering anything up. This is just too much, guys. We can't do this. Oh my gosh. It's too much, just too much. But yeah, that is the height discrepancy right now, you know. So we'll see what comes of that. I'm sure it'll be denied away like so many things have been over and over and over again. But we'll see. Let me see here. I'm gonna actually, if anything does pop up, because it is day 4, I want to see if anything crazy happens, because I didn't see any roommate just testify, unless that person's just mad late or they're just lying. Anyway, let's keep going here. Just want to jump out of this. Wanted to just make sure you guys got to see that, but there is more. There's a whole bunch more that I have to make sure you guys see. In fact, I'm going to start taking away tabs. I got to start deleting tabs here so we can stay on track better. Right? Let's go. Oh no, that's Blake Neff. Sorry. Hold on. Hold please. Blake Neff. Blakey, as he's fondly known by so many. You know? How tall is Lance Twiggs? That's a good question. Yeah, it's hard to tell because as far as we know, was Lance taken in? If he was taken in, then you can find out how tall he was. But the thing about it is, and Candace has said, I think Barron was saying it as well, it doesn't even seem like it's just like Tyler and Lance were working this thing. It seems like there was more people. Some people are saying Lance has long hair. Lance has long hair now. He had short hair at the time. But again, there might be 4 different people. Candace showed one picture that had 3 guys wearing maroon shirts who kind of looked like Tyler Robinson. There's one guy when the shots went off that was running in the whole UVU place. He was running. And of course, there's an excuse. Shots went off. But there's a lot of these guys. So I think we're out of the place where people are just like, hey, it's just Tyler and Lance. I think we're in a place now where people are starting to accept that there could have been like 5 different guys helping this whole thing happen. There could have been 2 people taking a shot. But anyway, Candace had this to say. Blake had this to say. Sorry, I confuse him with a lady all the time. Candace got a few days of serious pushback. Now she is calling her critics deranged serial killers and perverted stalkers. This coming from the guy where Candace said, can you show me a video? And he was like, you're a crazy person wielding a weapon on a subway. Isn't this something? Candace said, show me the video, Blake. And Blake's like, no, you're a crazy person who's wielding some kind of weaponry on a subway. So I'm never going to show you the video. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that the pot calling the kettle slop. Isn't that interesting? As always, it's all projection with her. She spent the past 10 months gleefully stalking and harassing innocent people. Yeah, that's what she was doing. To paraphrase the anti-Philadelphia she likes so much, Candace cries out as she strikes you. Isn't that interesting? You know? Anyway. Let me just see if Candace said anything. Did Candace say anything? Nope. Would have been the top thing. But that's what Blake had to say. You can expect Candace to answer back to that sometime. Maybe I'll have it for you guys. I mean, maybe today. Probably not. Barron answered to this one. We've had half an hour of back and forth at this point, whether to redact huge amounts of Lance Twiggs' testimony from the hearing. Consistency. It has been the defense fighting to conceal and close off evidence from being shown to the public. Barron says, the state elected to not publish the testimony of Mike Mitchell. And then someone else said, dude, aren't you under a gag order? Dude, aren't you like not? Oh, wow. Don't ask questions. Just trust us. This is very nice. This is very, very nice. This is very nice. My kid has a dress like this. She loves it. This is very, very nice. Where did you get this? Is this a Oshkosh? Is this from Oshkosh? Very nice. Anyways, guys. Let me see here. What else we got? We're just rolling through the stuff right now. I'm going to keep on rolling through. So that's it for the war, quote unquote, that Candace has been going through. Oh, then we also have this. Let's get into this really, really quick. These debate guys, I got to say, you guys know I'm no fan of them. I'm not a fan of Candace or Barron debating these people. I don't think it's necessary, but they have upped the money. It was, they upped. This is interesting. So it was $50,000 that they were offering Candace, which is kind of insulting. It's pretty crazy, you know? Then they changed it to $60,000 for Candace to debate Andrew Wilson. Now it's at $70,000 for Candace to debate Andrew Wilson. Andrew Wilson, who works for Turning Point.
Too stupid to understand them.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you
you
lick sniz.
Under your religion.
You lick sniz.
What is that?
You're a fucking. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your mouth. It's
You could
because
go
I'm
for it.
better than you, Charlie.
No, it's because you're embarrassed and you know that the traditional values that you try to sell people
Okay.
on are bullshit because
Let's
you
go
are not
through
a
it.
traditional man.
Chuck.
That is what Candace can expect in this debate. Eventually, he will look directly in Candace's eyes and say, you lick schniz. How about that? I just don't think it's worth it. I don't think it's worth it to do. Yeah, exactly. If Candace is hungry and she has a jar of olives, he's not going to be able to open it. She's pregnant. She's going to want pickles. It always happens. Every pregnant lady goes through it at some point. She's going to want pickles. She's going to have a jar. He's not going to be able to open it. She's going to be stranded. None of them are going to be able to help her. So I don't think it's worth it for her to do. Just saying. That's just me. That's just me. That's just where I'm at with it right now. I'm sure. And on top of that, it's kind of like a side note. I mean, maybe it applies, maybe it doesn't. He's getting paid by Turning Point. You work for Turning Point. She has questions for Andrew. Why would she talk to you? She has questions for Blake. Why would she talk to you? She has questions for Erica. Why would she talk to you? You have to make sense of all that before you say that there should be some kind of debate going on. It's so crazy to me. Make sense of it first before you suggest the debate. Otherwise, what are you talking about? How is she supposed to just do this? She's just supposed to have a debate with you based on what? Who are you in this investigation? What? Oh my gosh. It's just so weird. They're not even trying to make it make sense. All they're really trying to do is get her to sit down with him or get Barron to sit down with him. And if they say no, they go, well, they're scared. They can't defend any of their points. They're grifters. That's the whole play. The whole play. It's preschool level. It's not even tinfoil hat. That's cardboard hat type stuff. Anyways, guys, let me know if Candace says anything. Okay. Just wanted to say that really quick. Really not a fan of that guy. So not a fan of guys who try to tell other guys like how to be men. I don't like it. Especially when they're like, they're not the best specimens of that. It gets to me. It really gets to me. It's going to be muted again. Okay, no problem. Hey, listen. We can deal with it. I will reset once again, just in case, because I don't want all these things to be muted that I'm about to play for everybody. So I'll stop sharing the screen. I will share it all over again. I will make sure to do this here, right? I will take this away as well, right? Don't worry. I got it. I don't know why they keep doing this to us, but we get through it nonetheless. Ladies and gentlemen. Let's get in there, add it to the things. Someone sent me this and tagged Officer Tatum and Barron. Mountain of evidence. Mountain of inconsistencies. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Where's the mountain of DNA? The mountain of DNA must be bigger than both of those things combined, right? I don't know. Yeah, I got court TV on. If Lance's testimony pops up, I'll switch over to it. I'll interrupt whatever I'm doing. We're getting into the case stuff anyway, so it kind of goes together. But that is the mountain of inconsistencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is vast. It is far and it is wide. The mountain of inconsistencies. Let's get into trial stuff. That's what I'll call this timestamp. Poor Jacob has to figure out what these things are. I just call them the dumbest things. He's a rock star. He's the best. Anyway, let's get into this. Who do we have first? Oh yeah, I got to start it right at the top. Let me tell you something. Okay. For this guy, the Officer Tatum says, my latest op-ed just dropped. Day 3 of the Tyler Robinson preliminary hearing was the most frustrating day yet. Hours of arguments, no new evidence. Defense team fighting to keep public from seeing admitted evidence. Let me tell you something. The main part I have with this, the problem I have, how dare Officer Tatum say my op-ed just dropped? Let me tell you something. He doesn't know what an op-ed is. Get out of here. Get out of here. You're trying to make us believe that you're some kind of writer? How dare you? How dare you put a bunch of points into ChatGPT and tell it to make an article and then tell the rest of us that it's an op-ed? How dare you? How dare you do that? You guys know I love Officer Tatum. But good gosh. This is crazy. Someone said they're taking out counts that are covering the trial. No, they're not. I just know how to do it. I know how to do it. Other people don't. You can't sit and just watch somebody else's live stream for hours. You can't do that. Eventually, they'll be like, this is nonsense. This is repetitive nonsense. But you can find a piece of it and put commentary on it. That's it. That's what you can do. Trust me, there's a lot of people out in the live stream video space that need to sit down with me and talk. You need to figure it out, right? I'm not just saying Philadelphia for fun. It ain't just for fun, guys. Let's go, Brandon, because we're talking about Officer Tatum. I never call him Brandon out of respect. I call him Officer Tatum, okay? But how dare you, man? So crazy. My op-ed, mama, I just gone and made an op-ed. I put it on the Substack. It's on the Substack, mama. You go see my op-ed I've been writing. Baby, you know you ain't written nothing since elementary school, baby. How dare you? What you talking about? Mama, I got the ChatGPT in the cloud, and I put the ChatGPT in the cloud. I say it into the text. and it turned my voice into words, and then I tell it, make it educated, and then it spit out op-ed. Baby, you need to go ahead and tell everybody you just using ChatGPT and saying stuff, baby. Come on. No, mama, I'm a writer. I'm an author. This gonna turn me into an author, mama. Baby, you's a moron. Come on now, baby. You know this. And you made it real far for being as slow as you is. You know that, baby. And I always love you no matter what. No matter how slow you are, how many people you let spit on you, no matter how much you get on your knees for that BB boy over there in that Middle East part there, you know I love you, baby. I want to be an author, mama. I'm an author. Someone said chat EBT. You're a jerk. Who said this? You're a jerk. How dare you say that? I didn't say anything even close to that. I didn't say that. You're a jerk, whoever said that. Chat EBT. That made me cry instantly. Chat EBT. I didn't say anything like that. Listen, you took it too far. Whoever that was, you pushed it a little too far. Listen, I had one problem with the man. You took it to a different place. You took it to a different place with that. I didn't say that. Chat EBT. Let's go. Let's go. That was actually good. Chat EBT. I'm gonna work that into a skit one time. You'll see. Don't worry. Oh my god. Oh, okay. We got Brendan Tatum coming in looking debonair. I don't know why is Barron talking about him like that? Why are you talking about this officer so wrong for? How dare you? I mean, he was fighting for his life not to yell mama right there. You know he wanted to. You know right there he wanted to just yell mama. We all do it. You know he wants to do it too, obviously. Come on. Anyway. You know what? I had a thought yesterday. Or maybe, yeah, it was yesterday. I had a thought yesterday. And I was like, I remembered that Zach made a video. Not Zach Costello. The other is Zach, the finance guy. Wolves, right? He made a video about Arizona politics, and he was talking about Tyler Boyer and Jake Hoffman and all these other people and the weird things that they were involved in and what was going on inside Arizona and how they were playing. I remember he said like political musical chairs. And I was like, man, I always remembered that because it was such a good video. And then I realized Officer Tatum moved to Arizona. I don't know how long he's going to stay there. I don't know what that's going to look like. But I have a good feeling that the reason he's staying with Turning Point and the reason he's taking the turn that he's taking is that eventually he is going to be a part of that political musical chairs that Wolves was talking about months ago. I think it was like 2, maybe 3 months ago. He's talking about this. I feel like he's going to start taking part in that because I feel like, and I've felt like this for a while, that he's going to make a play for politics in some way. I couldn't think of it because I was like, how's he going to do that? Someone said, I thought he was a cop in Phoenix. I thought, see, I didn't know that. I thought he was just Texas through and through. I thought he was always in Texas. So I thought, you know, in politics, he would have to eventually take Wesley's seat. If you don't know, Wesley Hunt is he's been a long time person and he always gets reelected. He's great. He's very funny, big black dude, always wearing cowboy boots, like very interesting guy. But I thought he would have to take his seat eventually. But in reality, he's in Arizona now. I guess he's going to stay there. And I guess he was a cop there. And I think he's going to become a part of that at some point. That was just a thought that came to my head, just out of nowhere. I was like, oh, that's how he's going to get into politics. That's why he's in Arizona. Those are the people who can actually help him gain position. Anyway, and right now he's doing their bidding. So just a thought that came to my mind about Mr. Tatum. Let's see a little bit of what he has to say here. Tyler Robinson deserves capital punishment for what he did to Charlie, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, let's play the clip.
Because if it was up to me, the person who killed Charlie Kirk should get the same treatment that Charlie Kirk got, and I would love to watch that happen. However, according to the law, according to the court, according to evidence that
you'd love to watch that happen. What a weird thing to say. See, this is a thing that, you know, I know people don't like Joe Rogan, but this is the thing Joe Rogan said back, a few months ago about ICE. He was like, you know, you don't want to become a monster while fighting monsters, right? And the main thing that everybody looked at as so disgusting when Charlie Kirk passed is the people that celebrated. And now that he's gone, you're sitting there saying, I would love to see that happen to another man. So you would do the same celebrating that you despised and found so disgusting just 9 months ago, 10 months ago. I mean, it just, that's why people are like, oh, he's a man of God. I don't think he is. I really don't think he is. I mean, there's some people, you know, I'm not gonna get into it too much. Like, there's some days where I think about just yesterday, actually. Very whatever. I sound like Ned Flanders right now. But I started tearing up because I was thinking about what I have accomplished, and I know it's not me. I know I'm not smart enough, and you know, I know that God did it. I know that he put it in place. There's some people who feel that and they'll tear up, and I don't want to put myself on that pedestal, but I'm just saying there's some people who go through those things, those feelings, those thoughts, right, as they go deeper into their faith. I don't think he's done that. I think he's just had it around him for a really long time, since he's like a kid, you know, he's a Southern boy. So, you know, his mama, you know, think mama's at church clapping and singing, right? So I think he's been around it for a long time. I think he's probably gotten baptized. I feel like those things have happened for him, but I don't think that real shift has ever taken place inside of him. I really don't. Really don't. I don't see it.
the person who killed Charlie Kirk should get the same treatment that Charlie Kirk got. And
someone said I have imposter syndrome. Oh, yes, definitely. Me and my coach talk about it all the time. I have major imposter syndrome. I don't feel like I'm as good as everybody else you see on YouTube and stuff, and it makes me overachieve and work really hard because of it. It's bad. Yeah. I'm getting over it.
I would love to watch that happen. However, according to the law, according to the court, according to evidence that's presented, I think he deserved capital punishment, which is the death penalty in this case, because he not only pre-planned that premeditated murder, he not only did it, he did it in front of a ton of victims. To be honest, everybody out there, 3,000 people were a victim of this crime as well. Discharging a firearm on campus is a crime. And you talk about all the people who were victimized, getting shot over, people that could have been shot and injured, all the people that the gun was pointed towards. I mean, he legitimately, all these people should be victims of a crime. You have him doing that, you have it being premeditated, and then you have the enhancement, which is he did it because he hated his political beliefs and his religious theology. And he tried to cover up the crime, and he, and all the other things that contributed to the lack of remorse. Therefore, I think he should get capital punishment. Here's the crazy thing that I found out the other day, and this is why they're literally milking the clock. The defense is
milking the what? What'd he say? I hope he said clock. I hope that's what he said just now.
Team is selected by the family but paid for by the state. So they give Tyler Robinson a defense budget. And I think it makes sense because this is a preliminary probable cause hearing. And so they have to, it's almost like having how you have a public defender, but they have allotted him, I think, $1 million or something like that in order to hire his own counsel to defend him in this preliminary hearing. And so it is somebody that was selected by the family, but it is paid for by, I believe the state is paying for it on his behalf.
Well, that's the real crazy thing. That's the real crazy thing. I like how he just gradually just like, I feel like he should be in front of a firing squad. I'd love that to happen. But the real crazy thing is, could you believe they gave him a budget in order to pay for his defender? It's like a public defender, but he get the money to pay for it. They supply it to him. I think that's really weird. I think we should just be stringing him up on a tree or something like that. But apparently Utah do it a little different. Just ridiculous. So ridiculous, man. So ridiculous. Anyway, keep on moving. Somebody said, give yourself some credit. You made the choice to take the opportunities. I didn't. I wish I could tell you I did. I didn't do it. I'm telling you, God came to me and said, you're going to do this. I'm telling you, I've explained it before. I've told the stories, but all God. God came to me one day and said, make videos. I promise you. God came to me, said, make videos. Didn't know what it meant. Went through my whole life, got a camera. I'm telling you. He said, you have time for the podcast. I want you to leave this job. In fact, I'm going to get you fired from this job. All God. Put me inside a warehouse where I hated working in the warehouse. And the person I was working with was selling all of their camera equipment. And for the first time, I was able to hold a job, and I bought all his camera equipment. Then my friend, who has no idea anything about crypto, randomly just decides to get into crypto, makes a bunch of money and says, hey, quit your job and I'll make sure you got enough money to float yourself through a year so you can try the video thing. I mean, it's all God, nothing to do with me. It was crazy. It's just crazy. Couldn't explain it to you. It's so weird. The whole thing's so weird. Then I get to the point where I'm down and out. I had to leave the film industry. I was staying in the film industry. I had to leave the film industry because it was 2020 and I wasn't going to do the thing. I'm doing Uber Eats. I get a job in an office. I have to pay rent. It's either do Uber or don't pay rent and work the job and wait until I get a later paycheck. And then I have to leave the job because I have to do Uber Eats because I can't do both. And I say, God, why would you do this to me? And I just hear a voice saying, now you'll have time for the podcast. The podcast is now, the channel has 168 subscribers. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? There is no podcast. Said you'll have time for the podcast. Started doing the podcast. 3 months later, get a video that does 1 million views. I go from 168 to 800 to 5,000 to 25,000 to 35,000 subscribers. And it's been my primary job ever since. I mean, I'm telling you, all God, had nothing to do with me. Nothing. It's crazy. I'm going to get choked up about it. All right, let's move on to the next thing with this clown, Officer Tatum. Let's listen to the next one here. Hold on. This is the same one. Hold on. This is the same one. A little overlap here. Okay, so now we have his day 3. Is this day 3 or is this day 2? I got these all from, this is the 8th. Okay, so this is the one. This is the one here.
Trying to get Lance Twiggs' testimony presented to the world because the judge is going to be able to hear the testimony. The judge is going to be able to make his decision based on Lance Twiggs' testimony. That's not an issue. I know it's confusing because it's not very clear, but it's not that the judge is redacting or striking any of the testimony from Lance Twiggs. The problem is, and they're battling the constitutionality of a fair trial for Tyler Robinson. And with that being said, they're trying not to put information out that could be prejudicial to him in the future. I mean, that's kind of what they're doing. So that's why it's back and forth and it's difficult to I guess, get to a conclusion on. It's disappointing because you would like to believe that if it's evidence that the judge is looking at, then the public should be able to see the same evidence, unless it's graphic in nature. And this is where the frustration comes today because it was a half day and nothing was accomplished. And one thing I would have liked the prosecution to do, and I would have loved to have asked them this question, is that why didn't they just finish articulating whether or not, what the parents had said that led to the arrest of Tyler Robinson? That's like one low-hanging fruit thing that they could have established and got out of the way. But, we only got 2 more days, and the defense is just lingering. There's just belaboring. I mean,
they're just belaboring. I love it's people are saying the accent goes away. The accent goes away for a second, and then he's like, I would have asked him this question. I just been belaboring right here. You know what I mean? I was just perusing through everybody just talking, too close to the camera, just this was so close to the camera. Just put it down, put it on your dashboard and just talk, but that was the one thing that he doesn't like. It's very it's interesting because I play Officer Tatum because we make fun of him and it's fun, but also I like to see how it's like different worlds, because you're hearing him say this just like yesterday. You hear him say they have this video of him taking the shot and jumping off the roof, and then in court they're like, we don't have that video. It's like, what is going on here? Are you just a liar? Or are you just not paying attention? Like, I don't get it. I try to be charitable, because if anybody needs charity, it's this guy. He needs charity. He needs it. He needs it profusely, right? So I try to, but I mean, it's like, are you really just like, you're just making stuff up? That's what it is. Like, that's your job there. That's why you're showing up, to just make content and make stuff up. I don't know, man. It's wild. It's wild. And then he has another update here. I got Tatum'd out, I get Tatum'd out. One of the developments. Let me see. Let me see. If I watch this, I don't have the Baron timestamps, but I have to watch Baron because we have to even this out. You know what I mean? We can't just watch Officer Tatum and not watch Baron. This is crazy. Let me see here, just real quick.
The defense is trying their best not to have Lance Twiggs' interview audio played to the world. And there's only one reason. Well, 2 reasons. I'm going to try to be fair. There's 2 reasons. One is because this could be devastating for their defense, and it could show Tyler Robinson in a very negative light, developing probable cause immediately. And I think that's something that they're trying to avoid. And that's something that the defense or the prosecution is trying to get out there so that the world can see what evidence is being presented. One thing that I thought was incredibly crucial, and it also flies in the face of all these conspiracy theorists, is that Tyler Robinson turned himself in with the assistance of his parents and a family friend. They didn't arrest him until they interviewed his mother and his father and their family friend. And after their interviews, they subsequently arrested Tyler Robinson for killing Charlie Kirk.
That's not true. I wish Daisy was still here. That's not true. That's not what happened. It's interesting. It's very interesting. I always get very interested if I'm looking at someone and I am watching them not tell the truth. It's a very interesting thing for me, It's like learning something about someone and they don't know you're learning it about them. It's very interesting to me. Like, what did he just say? He's like, yeah, they interviewed him. They arrested him for murdering Charlie Kirk. Is that what they did? Did he turn himself in? And you're saying that they interviewed the parents. So you're basically, what he's trying to do is lead us to believe that the parents gave such a crazy testimony of what Tyler did that they were like, well, we have to take this guy in. We have to take him in. When he turned himself in, we were unsure. We were like, I don't know if we should take this guy in. He's turning himself in. Maybe we should talk to the parents a little bit. That'll give us a bigger indicator. What the hell are you talking about? You think police need that? You can walk into a place right now and just say, I did XYZ. I'm turning myself in. They'd be like, okay. Hands behind your back. All right, let's go. They wouldn't be like, we have to interview a few people before we take you in here, bud. You say you killed a few people, but we'll be the judge of that. What? No, throw you in a cell. They don't care. They don't care. I'll toss you in. Toss you like Uncle Phil, tossing Jazzy Jeff. Toss you right into a cell. Land you right on a cot. Are you kidding me? Anyway, we should get into the Baron stuff. I want to get into more reactions, but I don't even have. Do I have the timestamps of Baron? I don't think we got to it. Me and Rosie didn't get to it. Unless I did. Unless I'm wrong. Here, let me see. I could be 100% wrong because I always do that. Hey, Jacob, can you make another community post real quick? Make sure to include the lemur hands in the image, period. In fact, only a picture of the lemur hands meme. I gotta, we gotta know who we are. You gotta know who you are in this whole thing. You understand? Oh, we did? Period. Thank you so much. Check which DMs. Let me see here. Okay, so I actually do have Baron timestamps. Okay. I can't check them on here, though. I got to check them. Put it in the info folder, and I'm going to go look at it right now. Unless it's already there, then just like put a red indicator on it because I'm a little slow. A little, just a little. So I do have Baron timestamps. Great. Perfect. So we got to balance it out, guys. We can't just watch Officer Tatum. We can't just watch Officer Tatum and just think everything's going to be okay. We can't do that. I can't do that to you guys. You got to even it out, right? Because if I don't even it out, your IQ is going to go down. So I got to bring it to the high IQ place. Okay. Got to bring it to the high IQ place just to keep you guys where you're at, You got to have respect for the audience. I don't want you guys to walk out of here like Officer Tatum. I want you to be yelling mama as a joke. I don't want you to actually become those people, Oh my gosh. All right. What do we got here? I'm like, give me some kind of red indicator. She says she has it for me. Where is it? Oh, Baron. Yes. She really gave me an indicator. She just wrote Baron right on it. Okay. All right. Do we have the timestamps though? All of them say 0. Oh, see, I don't think you realize. I did check the doc. All the timestamps say 0, period. So when I click on them, it just goes right to the beginning of the episode. Oh, I knew it. She says, oh no. If you remember any of them, just let me know as I'm going through it right now. I'm just going to check it out. She says, give her 5 minutes. Jacob's a she. No, I have Jacob and then I have Rosie. Jacob manages the channel and does all that stuff. Rosie does all the researching and everything. No, she's not getting demoted. She's great. She's absolutely great. Coming off surgery. She had surgery and then she's just like, hey, what do you want me to look through? I'm like, what? Huh? What are you talking? What? Huh? Jacob's sick right now. He's like, yeah, sure. Community post. Yep, no problem. Let's go. It's crazy. They're amazing. Absolutely amazing. Anyway, let's jump into Baron, guys. Jump in. Welcome in. I gotta have that first impression that he had on his face here. Let me see this. Let me get a hold of this real quick.
Well, I've never been more convinced than I am right now. This is a scam. The whole thing's a scam. Welcome in. If you like Fed slop, if you like alternating, changing testimony, if you like hidden stuff, you've come to the right place. And by that, I mean the People versus Tyler Robinson in Utah County Circuit Court, District Court, whatever they call it there in Utah County. It is bad, ladies and gentlemen. We have a long show lined up for you tonight, a very long show. It is so difficult when you're covering stuff in real time to filter out what is nonsense, what is noise from the signal, right? We need this. We need the signal. We got to filter the noise out. There was so much noise today, but we were able to filter it out for you. I think we have a really good show lined up for you yesterday. I will cover a couple of things from yesterday that a general correction I need to make that I got wrong on X. point out why I got it wrong, but I'm always the first to admit when I get something wrong. And then dive into today's testimony, which is, I think, pretty damning, not for Tyler Robinson, but for the state. It's bad. It looks bad. There's no reason whatsoever. There's no reason whatsoever that the state of Utah County, needs to be fiddling with evidence. It's just nonsense. It's nonsense. It goes directly in the face of absolutely everything we know about the American justice system. You know, when we think the American justice system, you think, well, I'm sure glad I live in the United States of America. Now, for you foreigners tuning in, I apologize. This is a little jingoistic here. You're going to have a jingoistic opening here. Sorry, guys. Don't take it personally. Maybe work with your home countries to get something more akin to what we strive to be here in these United States. But when we think about the American justice system, we like to believe that, you know, hey, I don't want to hang out in North Korea. Why? Because if I get picked up by the police, I'm not going to get a fair trial. They're going to get a show trial. We've seen these in the news over the years. We've seen there was a guy in North Korea. I can't remember his name. He ripped a poster down or something off a wall in a North Korean diner or something. I can't remember the exact, maybe a hotel room or something. He's going to keep it for himself. And they gave him a show trial. There's no fair process, manufactured evidence, and they absolutely destroyed this kid's life. It happened to a young man in Singapore years ago who.
No, I know that story. That's a crazy story. He didn't rip down the poster. They said he did. And they did things to him to make him admit that he actually did it. They coerced the confession out of him. Then they put him on the stand. Then they kept him. When they brought him back to America, he was comatose. He was just couldn't move, nothing. He was just in a stretcher. He had suffered incredible injuries, just incredible. And he ended up passing away. It was insane. It was insane. It was so sad. Such a sad story. Unless he's talking about another North Korean story. I don't know. But I know that story for sure. That story's insane. That guy was just, they did him over in such a crazy way. And then he passed away. At least he passed away in America with his family. But God, what they did to that guy. I mean, and just no consequences. Yeah, he was a vegetable. Yeah, it was no consequences whatsoever. All right, I want to jump in here. Let me see. Oh, we do have timestamps. Let me see here. All right, I'm gonna skip over the opening statement because that's his. If you want to see opening statements, you should always just go to Barron's channel. So I'm not going to take his opening statement, but correcting the record, I don't need him to correct the record, okay? Barron's perfect in my eyes. You don't need to correct yourself, sir. Not with me. Not here on this channel, sir. We don't even need you to do that. Don't even worry about it, okay? What does he say here? Bald guy in the Challenger, Blake Neff on X. Okay, so he talks about some stuff I already talked about. Tyler Robinson. Yeah, let's talk about
here is
some stuff here. Let's go. Yeah, this story was sad as F. You have no idea. Crazy story.
The arrival on campus. This is what it looked like in courtroom footage. This is the arrival on campus. Notice the timestamp up here in the top left, 8:29 a.m. 8:29 a.m.
Judge, thank you. Okay, what are we seeing here, Agent Hall?
That's the vehicle that is believed to belong to Mr. Robinson arriving in the parking garage on campus.
At what time in the morning? What time of the day?
It's approximately 8:30 in the morning on September 10th, 2025.
And what leads you to believe this particular vehicle belongs to Mr. Robinson?
Information that was provided regards to driver's license and Department of Motor Vehicle records. The vehicle fits the description of a vehicle owned by Mr. Robinson.
I remember talking about this yesterday. I don't know if Barron touches on this, but the fact that they say the license plate and then they say it fits the description, it's like, wouldn't you just focus on the license plate? You'd be like, well, he has this license plate and we found this license plate and it's registered to this car. Like, wouldn't that just be it? Wouldn't it just be a done deal from there?
Is there anything unique about that vehicle that stands out to you?
So I'm going to come back to this footage in a second, but I want to clarify something. The timestamp on this frame is very difficult to see. I employed help and was able to determine that this timestamp is consistent with that 8:30-ish a.m. arrival. So you had him pull in at 8:29. This right here is 8:30 something, 8:30, 8:31, something like that. He pulls into his parking spot there. I'm going to let it roll, and we're going to notice something about the timestamp.
The shape of the vehicle is very distinct, but predominantly the wheels were very distinctive on this version of the vehicle.
Now what do we see?
The driver of the vehicle exits the vehicle and then walks on foot to exit the parking garage. It's the individual in the red T-shirt and the shorts and the shoes.
And do you believe you recognize who that person is?
Yes.
Who is that?
That's the cleanest image I could get to stop there on whether or not that's Tyler Robinson. You'd have to zoom in and make that determination yourself. But there's something that's interesting about it, because now that he's walking down this, that time we believe says 9:24 a.m. 9:24 a.m. So if he pulls in the parking deck at 8:29 and he walks this way at 9:24, and I've got where he turns the corner here and heads to the stairwell, you can see the timestamp in the top left side of the screen here. If you've got good footage here, it also says 9:24. Raises an issue. What was he doing between 8:29 and 9:24? That's a nearly hour difference. That's 55 minutes that he's unaccounted for. That's 55 minutes that we cannot see him. We cannot see his car. We don't have a 55-minute video that's been released to see if anybody walked up to the car. Did he leave the car and go back to the... We have no idea what happened. But if he's there working alone, if Tyler Robinson solely planned and executed Charlie Kirk, and he's there working alone, why does he drive to the campus at 8:29 and roll into the parking deck if he's not going to walk down the stairs until 9:24?
Does he go from there?
Someone said Barron loves the timeline. Barron lives for a timeline. Barron creates the timelines.
He heads out of the parking garage on foot into the campus.
Notice he has his phone in his left hand. I want to back it up just a second, too. Notice which foot he steps off the stairs with.
He heads out of the parking garage on foot. And
he steps off the stair with his right foot. He holds his phone in his left hand.
To the campus. And actually goes to the quad.
And puts the phone in his left pocket.
Area of the campus. At that time, he makes contact with some representatives from TPUSA.
Now, I'm a right-handed American. I hold my phone with my right hand, or my left, as I'm looking at it. I hold it with the same hand every time. I also put my phone in my left pocket every time. It doesn't matter what pants I have on. If I have a swimsuit on, if I have athletic shorts, if I have jeans, if I have a suit, always the left pocket, every single time. I called all of my children, and I had them run to the top of the stairs and spin around in circles, walk down to the end of the hallway. And then I said, all right, come back downstairs. Every single one of them took the first step with their left foot.
He did. I love the leg work. Barron had everybody going up and down the stairs with the phones, even had the grandbaby. Everybody line up. They're like, why are we doing this? What is going on right now? Line up. It's for my show. Come on, let's go. We don't have much time. Let's go. Come on, everybody. Let's go. Now spin around. No, spin around the other way. Okay, now just walk. No, I'm not going to tell you which foot to use. Go ahead. Okay. The whole family looks at his wife. You getting on these damn stairs or what? Come on. Let's go. Everybody up these stairs. Barron is not playing around. Holy, that is so funny. I like the legwork. Man. He has a clipboard. He's just like, let's go. What was that? Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, it's fine. Okay. All right. Let's see. You go ahead. This is crazy. I have a baseball game, Dad. What do you come on? In this family, we investigate the Tyler Robinson case. We are investigators first in this family. I don't want to be an investigator. Everybody get their phones. In fact, never mind. Everybody has to use the same phone. Continuity. Oh my gosh, that's incredible. That's incredible, man. Good. Listen, that's what kids are for. Listen, back in the day, you were the remote, you were the antenna, you were the thing that opened the fridge and brought things into the, you know what I mean? That's what kids are for. That's what my kid does. If I'm laying down, I could get up, but I'll be like, hey, baby, you know where the phone is? And baby's like, huh? What? I know phones. And I'm like, you know phones? Where's Dada's phone? Baby be like, oh, I know where Dad's phone is. I'll be like, yeah, there you go. Let's go. Goes up on the counter and gets the phone. That's what kids are for. That's what they're supposed to do. As soon as they can walk. And they understand some stuff, you're going to do stuff for us. That was the purpose of having so many kids back in the day. You need people to work, Anyway. Quiet down. Baron's talking.
He took his first step with his right foot. And he puts his phone into his left pocket. Just log that away. Just log that away in the back of your mind as we continue looking through the evidence here.
Lance is on. Hold on. Hold, please. Court TV. Let me see here. Lance is on right now. Let me see. Come on. Show me. Let me see something. Come on.
And will you describe your relationship with Tyler when you first met him anyway?
When I first met him, I didn't know him super well. He was just a new roommate. So I knew he knew my friend group, and I knew he liked playing games, but that's about it when we first when he first moved in.
Okay.
Interesting. So they got Lance there. I'm gonna hold it there just because I know I have it. I'm gonna go back to Baron because again, it's a little iffy. It's a little iffy with showing this stuff, and it's a little iffy. I'm not sure if I should be putting it up there. I'm not 100% sure. Someone said dark voice for a furry. It's that's what happens. I don't know who this kid is, honestly. Let me see a little bit. Let's look.
You at the outset, was yours on your microphone? Okay, I'm going to repeat those admonitions just to make sure we got it recorded. Okay, so again, I placed you under oath. Just to make a record, I'm going to do it again. You do solemnly swear that the evidence you shall give in this issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
And again, I'm going to give you the false statement admonition.
Sorry, hold on. They're saying that it's echoing, so
I think this one's mic is on.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, you know I'll mute my mic. That's fine.
Okay.
Okay, so we should be good. All right.
This is not live. This is a pre-recorded thing. They recorded this a while ago.
Is that mic on?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
All right. Okay. Sorry about that interruption. All right. So you said when you first met, you were roommates?
Yeah.
Okay. And then at some point, your relationship progressed to something more than just roommates. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
When was that?
I think we started dating 2 or 3 months after he moved in.
Okay. And where did you live at that time?
St. George, in an apartment complex.
And is that apartment the same place you lived when on September 10th?
Yes.
When you lived there with Tyler, were you in the same room? Did you live in the same room or different rooms?
Separate rooms.
When exactly did he start blowing your back out? Was that a thing, or were you blowing his back out, or was it like a thing where you guys would trade off, or did you guys take a firm position in who was going to be top and bottom? When did that take place? We're just wondering here. All right. Let me switch back to Baron. Someone said, why do you say when you first met Matt? Did you catch that? No. Did you say when you first met Matt? He did? Anyway. I'm in a 2-man, 3-man situation. I got to switch back to Baron. I got to make sure that it's okay. I know nobody seems to be getting caught with that, showing that, but I know for a fact that it's not fully legal to be doing this, to be streaming other people's live streams. You're not supposed to be doing that. That's not a thing that you're supposed to do. If a channel wants to take you down, they can take you down real easy. If they see that you've made a bunch of revenue, then they can just take that revenue really easy. So I'm going to go where I'm safe because I know Baron's not going to do that to me. Plus, I want to actually hear what he has to say.
Left.
Not trying to do a 6-hour live stream here today, guys. Like 5 is tops.
Pocket. Holds left hand, left pocket. Yes. I have a left-handed person here helping me on the back end who says, first step right for me, back right pocket for phone. My right-handed children took their first step with their left foot, and your humble host, who's right-handed, took his first step down the stairs with his left foot. Now we have the footage of Tyler Robinson exiting the vehicle, entering the stairwell, leaves campus around 9:30. Then we have the 9:33 a.m. image of his car leaving the parking garage. Let me back that up just a smidge. There we go. I want you to notice something about the car as it leaves the parking garage. This is interesting little tidbit. This car leaves the parking garage. I'm going to pause it there. I'm going to roll it forward a little bit, pause it there. Roll it forward a little bit, pause it there. Roll it forward a little bit, pause it there. That car is leaving the parking garage, 9:33 a.m. He walked down the stairs at 9:24 to enter campus, according to the officer. Now he's back. Coming back down the stairs here. That time he went left-footed down. So he takes his first step with a different foot there. This is 10:09 a.m. Coming through the hallway here. I'm not convinced that's the same person. I'm not at all convinced that's the same person. Here he is coming up the stairs. Turns the corner here. And there he is at 10:10 walking out of the structure there.
It makes way more sense that it's multiple people and they're just dressed the same. It just seems like that's what you would do. Like, it just makes the most sense that you'd have a bunch of different people. If you're trying to pull something like this off, it would just make sense. There's a bunch of different people. I don't know. Like, yeah, decoys. I mean, it's not like, I talked about this before. It's not like there's no decoys. It's not like decoys are the craziest thing in the world that Candace or Baron or anybody's bringing up. There was George Zinn. He was a mental case. There was a USA guy. That guy was a decoy for sure. For sure. And who's to say that Tyler wasn't one of these decoys, that he ran off and that was what he was supposed to do? Maybe his job was just to jump off the roof and then run off and get out of Dodge as quick as possible. Who's to say that's not what was supposed to happen? And he was just supposed to be gone. They were supposed to go after him. The actual person, if there was even a shot taken, the actual person gets out of there. And who's to say there's not another? You know what I mean? It would make sense that you'd have multiple decoys.
So you have a guy who arrives on campus at 8:29, sits in his car, according to the cop, sits in his car till 9:24, walks out on campus, out there for a minute or two. How long can he be there? He has to get back to his car and drive away at 9:30. So how long could he have possibly been out in the campus area? And then he drives his car somewhere. We actually pick up a Dodge Challenger on a Ring camera somewhere else. And then we have him walking back in just a short period of time later. And that's when he went to eat Chick-fil-A on campus. And we believe that's when he made contact with somebody from TPUSA. Now, he comes back on campus later. It's 11:53 a.m. And we're told this should be.
I don't know if Barron gets deeper into the whole person that made contact with Tyler. I don't know if he gets deeper into that. You guys can tell me if he does. But the fact that he just kind of grazed over that really quickly, somebody knows who that person is. So whether it's Candace or it's Barron or it's both of them, someone knows who that person is. Someone knows. Someone knows. I can't wait to find out. I'm not even going to ask him personally. I could ask him personally. I'm not going to. I want to find out with everybody. I love it. But he did. You would think he would go hammer that a little harder home. But he was like, into the next thing. Okay. All right. You tell us when you tell us when you're ready, big guy. Okay. You tell us when you're ready.
Unedited.
And just to add one more thing, when it comes to Tyler Robinson and the decoys, he could have been the ultimate decoy. He could have been the one where they're like, listen, maybe there's multiple people, maybe there's a bunch of people involved. Listen, you're the one who's going to get caught. They're not really going to have a case against you. You're going to walk, and then it's just going to be a mystery. And maybe it was the microphone the whole time. I don't know. But yeah, you let us know who that person is when you're ready, Barron. You too, Daisy, if you're out there, you let us know when you're good and ready. It's okay. It's okay.
Footage. If it's edited, they should have told us. Luckily, the online sleuths picked up on it. Here is your footage. Notice the timestamp in the top left, 11:53:12. Don't watch Tyler Robinson on this first rundown. Look only at this shadow over here on the right. Don't watch anything else. We'll watch this a couple of times, so don't feel like you need to watch Tyler Robinson right now. Just watch the shadow. Just watch the shadow. Did you see it? Did you see the shadow jump all at once? Shadows don't do that. That's not how shadows move. So why does the shadow move? Why does the shadow move? Now notice this car. Now look only at this white car in the background. Just the white car. Watch it go. It goes. Oh, it disappears.
We were talking about this just yesterday. Someone says, so curious why Candace called mid-show. Did she call this show mid-show? Or is that another show? Yeah, Barron's the shadow expert. But the car is the big thing. That's the biggest thing. There's a cut. There's a cut because he gets on the phone. And if he gets on the phone, who is he calling? And if there's someone that he called, why haven't they talked about who he called? And if he did call somebody, who was it? And why are they cutting it out? That's the big thing with this whole thing. It's ridiculous.
It entered a wormhole, ladies and gentlemen. The white car entered a wormhole. It goes. Oh, it's gone. Now, only look at Tyler Robinson. What is Tyler Robinson doing while he's waiting here? And there's an obvious jump cut. We'll look at the timestamp in just a second. But just now, look only at Tyler Robinson. What is he doing? He's playing with his phone. With his right hand this time. Playing with his phone with his right hand this time. Now go to the timestamp in the upper left. It's 11:53 and 12 seconds. 11:53:14, 11:53:15, 16, 17. Oh, 11:54:33. Oh, we lost a minute 16. We lost a minute 16. Why? Why did we lose a minute 16? This guy's on trial for his life. We're trying to figure out if there's probable cause that he solely planned and executed Charlie Kirk, as we're told he did. Why are we clipping videos and putting them out and not telling everyone they're clipped? And why are we clipping them? If it's so important that we see him walk up to the stairs and walk down the stairs, it's only a minute 16, guys. Play the whole clip. What's on the clip? I feel a little like Brad Pitt. What's in the box? What's in the box?
Huh.
I can only think of two things that happened that they don't want us to see. One, he made a phone call. And they didn't want us to see he made a phone call.
100%.
Because that would be problematic. Who's he calling? He's entering campus to take a man's life. Who's he calling? Is he ordering a pizza? Is he making sure the Quick Quack is open so he can get his car shined up after the big event? Is he making reservations at the Penguin Steakhouse for later? Well, who's he calling? So that's option one. Option two.
Hi, Dairy Queen. I just want to make sure you guys are open. You guys are good? You guys are open until when? Because I couldn't find it online. So you guys will be open? Okay. Okay, I'm just going to shoot somebody. What'd you say? Nothing. I'll see you guys soon. Bye. Click. Is that what happened? I wonder. He seems to have massive balls, I have to say. This guy's a very ballsy guy, you know?
Two, is that a car roll us that Jeffrey E.P. Stein took his own life? And they're like, okay, fine. We'll release the footage. Fine. We'll show you the footage. We'll show you nobody entered that area. And then people are like, wait a minute. There's 3 minutes missing. 3 minutes missing from the footage. Where's the 3 minutes? Oh, that's just something that happens. No, that's not something that happens. A lot of us have security cameras. I think almost everybody has security cameras these days. That's not something that happens. That never happens. And if it did happen, you should tell us.
Very interesting stuff, man. Very interesting. I want to hear his perspective on some of the case as well. I knew he'd have those takes on that part. But I want to hear what he has to say about the case. Where are we at here? I want to hear that call as well. You guys are saying that there's a call happening right at the beginning. Where did that call come in? Let me see.
There's no reason whatsoever. There's no reason whatsoever.
Where'd that call come in?
That the state of Utah County, needs to be fiddling with evidence. It's just nonsense. It's nonsense. It goes directly in the face of absolutely everything we know about the American justice system. You know, when we think the American justice system, you think, well, I'm sure glad I live in the United States of America. Now, for you foreigners tuning in, I apologize. This is a little jingoistic here. You're going to have a jingoistic opening here. Sorry, guys.
Yeah. 13-minute mark. Thank you so much, Rosie. Appreciate you. 13-minute mark. You get the call. Let's see here. You know, I love watching body language and stuff. I love it
because that was clarified in court. What actually happened, I'll show you the footage of it. This happened yesterday, is Tyler Robinson's vehicle was spotted on campus around 12:30 p.m. Here is how that played out yesterday.
Would have been just off center on the top left side.
What do we see now?
This is the intersection of Campus Drive and 800 South. There's a vehicle attempting to turn right onto Campus Drive. That's the vehicle that's driven by Mr. Robinson.
And on the screen, where is that vehicle that you're referring to located? If you broke it into quadrants.
It's on the left side, on the upper side, the upper quadrant.
And then he goes forward. And the officer goes on to say that there was a contact. There's a purported alleged contact. Now, of course, it's hearsay. We did not hear from the officer who made contact with Tyler Robinson. This is coming in. It's being reported as the truth of the matter asserted, as if a police officer did, in fact, make contact with Tyler Robinson. Of course, we know, you guys should all know by now, in an actual courtroom, not a kangaroo court like what's going on in Utah right now, but in an actual courtroom, and at trial, they would not be able to introduce this evidence as evidence that Tyler Robinson made contact with a police officer at 12:30 p.m. But the reason I think it said 6:30 is if you'll notice the bottom of the screen there, it's at 6:36 Zulu time, standard time, not standard time, universal time. And if you go to Mountain Daylight Time, which is what they were on at the time, that's a 6-hour difference. So 06:36 Zulu time would be 12:36 Mountain Daylight Time. I'm sure that's the source of the confusion. But the source of the confusion made its way into a Fox News article. Now I question.
Okay, that's not it. That's not the timestamp. It's fine though. Happens during Barron's opening statement, mid-sentence. Okay. All right. Don't even worry about it. I'll find that call. It's on. Maybe I'll make a standalone episode about it. I want to go on to some of the other stuff that he's talking about here. I want to see this really quick. Testimony of Brian Davis. Many inconsistencies. Oh, Diligent Denison's reporting on the Heights. Well, I just reported on that, so I don't know if we need to.
Okay, now I want to get to the Brian Davis testimony.
Yes,
he was largely the only person that had anything to do today. First thing I want to point out is that through Brian Davis, they gave us the Mike Mitchell testimony. You guys remember Mike Mitchell? Mike Mitchell was the guy who was the family friend who helped turn Tyler Robinson in. Now, just before this testimony, maybe just after, can't remember which, Erica Kirk's lawyer, Nyman, Mr. Nyman gets up and he says, Judge, we want you to put in all the text messages, no redactions. We need everybody to see all the evidence so that everybody knows this is being done fair and they know who's responsible. But when it came to the testimony of Mike Mitchell, both the state and the defense said, we don't want to hear any of this Mike Mitchell business come out. Now, the defense has objected to everything being published. So it doesn't shock me that they would not want it published, but it did shock me that the prosecution didn't want it published.
Mike Mitchell is, I can't say he is, but from the information I got from an investigator, he is like a spook. He's like a spook. Yeah, that guy. He's the retired guy. They didn't want to be mentioned. That's who he is, right? He's a spook. He has like connections to agencies. From what I saw, from what the person showed me, they showed me who the guy was. They showed me where he worked. They showed me pictures of him, everything like that. He has connections to those people. Very interesting. Very interesting that guy's being talked about now because he's a big connection.
I got this from Sam Parker on X, based Sam Parker on X. It's an excellent clip of this problem.
And I believe you mentioned previously that law enforcement conducted an interview with Mr. Mitchell.
They did.
Remind us when that interview occurred.
So that was the early morning hours of September 12th.
So on September 12th, this is a recurring theme. On September 12th, they interview Mike Mitchell. They interviewed Lance Twiggs about the same time. They interviewed Tyler Robinson, or they tried to interview Tyler Robinson about the same time. They interviewed Tyler Robinson's parents about the same time. But those aren't the statements they're trying to introduce. In fact, they're not trying to introduce the statements from the parents at all, which cuts right against this mountain of evidence we've been promised we're going to see in the preliminary hearing. His parents turned him in. They told him he was guilty. He told him he confessed to his parents. Oh, yeah? Yeah? You know what would really cut towards probable cause? His parents saying that. His parents admitting the son confessed to them would really undercut all this probable cause hearing that we're having. We wouldn't have to worry about how many alleles were on the DNA. How long were they? We wouldn't have to worry about contribution percentages of the DNA on the towel versus on the screwdriver. We wouldn't have to worry about, well, can you see the grainy guy running across? Is it the same guy? We wouldn't have to worry about, well, can you identify his face? No, you would have mom and dad saying, he did it. He told us he did it. We were promised that evidence existed. We were told that existed. But we're not getting that. They're not putting that in. That's not on the witness list. That's not on the exhibit list. Instead, we're getting rehashed, recapped testimony from months after the fact, not the testimony from Lance Twiggs the next morning. No, no, no. We're getting testimony from Lance Twiggs in April. We're not getting testimony from Mike Mitchell that next morning. I mean, what did Mike Mitchell say the next morning that we can't hear?
Yeah.
No, we're getting testimony from Mike Mitchell from the end of March.
At the Washington County Sheriff's Department.
Are you aware if a second interaction or statement was collected from Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, it was.
When did that happen?
It was March 31st of this year.
Why did we need a second statement? Why wouldn't a statement that happened on September 12th be much fresher in his mind than what happened on March 31st? Wouldn't it be more spontaneous? Wouldn't it be more accurate? Wouldn't it have more detail? Wouldn't it be more believable when you're talking about probable cause? Why can't we see Mike Mitchell's September 12th testimony? What was or wasn't in there that the state doesn't want us to hear? Again, is this how we want to proceed with the judicial system in the United States?
How did this happen?
So all those individuals met with Mike Mitchell at it was the St. George courthouse there. They met and discussed briefly. Just going to kind of talk generally about the situation. From there, Mr. Mitchell was given a handwritten 1102 paper statement, and he left the room, went into a separate office by himself, was there for about an hour where he hand wrote a statement, filled the statement out. When that was complete, he came back into the room where the others were waiting and provided that 1102 statement to them.
You know what would be even more convincing? Mike Mitchell on the stand. Lance Twiggs on the stand.
Man, very, very interesting stuff. Very interesting stuff. I was this is the part that I actually wanted to see. That part where he was going over everything like that, and he's talking about what could be, what would be better, because I have no law experience or anything. Yeah, I tell you guys all the time, I'm not black like that. I haven't had any run-ins with the law, never touched handcuffs before. I don't know about any of that stuff. So when I look at it and I have this idea in my head, I'm like, shouldn't it just be this? And then when Barron actually verifies, like, yes, like that would be an easier thing. Like, am I dumb? Like, I think to myself, am I dumb because I think they should just put the parents on the stand and like put all this to rest, or they should just throw Lance Twiggs up there really quick, or they could just throw this guy up. Like, you could get all this done real quick. You know, I think that to myself, but I'm like, what do I know? What do I know? And then I hear Barron say it, and I hear Lionel say it. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then I hear Gary say something against it specifically, and I'm like, okay, I'm on point. I understand now. I'm on point. One more thing from Barron's little breakdown here. Never want to take too much. Try to be respectful to the man himself. And he seems to be doing what I'm doing. He's not streaming the thing live, because he could do that. He could do that and have 60,000 people watching him, but he's not doing that. I haven't talked to him about why he hasn't done that. I'll throw that out. Probably because it's boring. That's probably the reason, I would think. Diligent Dennison on height, what we learned today. I'm just going to go to what we learned today really quick. Let me see. Rosie had that queued up for me right around here. Let's see.
And his nipple area is down here. Well,
that's how we open it. That's how we're opening it, with his nipple area. Okay, all right, fine. I didn't realize. That's where we were starting. We're starting with the nipple. That's where the timestamp was. Right at the nipple. Okay, let's go.
Below where the other one was. I'll go back and let you see it again. They don't look like the same person to me. They look like different people. I've looked at their gait. You can only share so much on a given show. I don't want to overwhelm everybody. One of them walks more on the toes. One of them walks more on the heels. And if you know what a toe walker is, Jesse on Fire pointed me to this. If you know what a toe walker is, you'll know what I'm talking about. Somebody who's very heavy on the toes, soft on the heels, as opposed to somebody who leads with the heel and then goes with the toe. The gait is fundamentally different. Now you say, but Brandon had a rifle down the face. Okay, maybe. I got it. But I mean, just things we've been thinking about. But what did we learn today? What have we learned from the first 3 days of this? We've learned you can't put Tyler Robinson anywhere at all, ever. Because every single image of Tyler Robinson is grainy, blurry, turned to the side, no ability to distinguish the face. That's one thing we learned. The second thing we learned was these guys are deceptively editing the evidence. They're deceptively editing the evidence. They're deceptively clipping it. They're not telling you when 55 minutes have passed, and they're trying to play it as if it's one continuous motion. Oh, he just wheeled into the parking garage, got out and walked out of the courtyard. Yeah, but what did he do for the other 55 minutes? What did he do? We have a 55-minute gap, sir. Was he playing words with friends? Was he looking up dirty images on his iPhone? What was he doing for 55 minutes in his car, allegedly in his car? I don't even know if he's in his car. We learned they will leave out key facts that undercut their narrative. They'll lie to you. It's a lie by omission, but it is a lie. Because whether or not there were 4 people in that Dodge Challenger that showed up at 12:47 p.m. in front of the Nest camera, in front of the Noble's house, whether or not there were 4 people, somebody said there were. The person who provided you the footage said there were 4 people. And you didn't tell us. You didn't tell us. You've never told us that. All these are search warrants you guys executed. You mentioned him and his car. You didn't mention 3 other people. You didn't mention a bald guy. We learned this guy was meeting with TPUSA people at the scene, and now we have a representative from Charlie Kirk's show who knows these TPUSA people, who was at the scene. We now know he can't account for his whereabouts while that meeting took place. Oh, did I mention he's a bald guy? Oh, and where did Blake Neff go after the event? Where did Blake Neff go after the event? You guys know where he went after the Charlie Kirk event, after the hospital?
Oh, no. Where'd he go?
I do.
Oh!
Or at least I know what he said last night in an X space.
Someone said I was bald. Someone said I'm bald. I could have been in the Charger. Listen. I would never drive a Charger. Okay? I would never drive a Charger. All right? I like big cars. All right? And I'm not compensating for anything. Believe you me. I just like big cars. All right?
Play it for you. Diligent Denizen asked a great question. After you left the hospital, where did you go? Did you go back to Phoenix? Did you spend the night?
Do you remember when you left like Orem or the Orem area that night? Did you leave on the 10th, like the evening of the 10th?
No, we left the following day.
And did you, like, how did you get back to Phoenix?
I went back on a jet that was made available to us.
Like a private jet or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, because those people don't fly coach.
On the 11th?
On the 11th.
So you were in Orem on the night of the 10th?
Yes, I was.
Interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, that is interesting. He went on to he stayed at a hotel. Doesn't quite remember if he left the hotel.
Yeah, if you listen to that space, someone just said he's so careful to answer. The same person who said a toe walker equals lip quiver, and I do agree with that as well. I 100% agree with that. We used to call those people twinkle toes back in my day. That's what we used to call those people. Walk with your heels, son. It's what the men would say to the boys. Anyway, he was so careful to answer. If you listen to that spaces, when he's comfortable or he's answering something that he doesn't really care about, or, he's kind of just like quick to answer. It's kind of like it's like he has that sass to him. When he's answering that question, that sass goes away and it becomes more like a closed off type of energy. If you go and listen to it, it's interesting. Thank you so much, Janet. And thank you, Rosie. You guys both gave me the timestamp. Rosie was a little quicker than you were. No, don't worry. It's her job. It's okay. But that is very interesting that he got really closed off in his energies. Anyway.
Everyone else from TPUSA went to Salt Lake City that night. Or went home. Not Blake. Blake, bald guy, noted bald man, stayed in Orem at a hotel.
Blake's going to get us all attacked. All of us bald guys are going to start getting attacked because of Blake. Blake, you got to, come on, man.
Flew back the next day on a private jet on the 11th. Setting aside the obvious profligate spending. Setting aside the fact that they flew a man who doesn't work for TPUSA, probably at TPUSA cost, I would guess. Maybe the Charlie Kirk show paid for it. I don't know. But on a $8, $10, $12, $15,000 flight, when he could have flown first class for like $1,000, maybe $2, one way from Salt Lake to Phoenix. I mean, rented a car, drove it for $150. I don't know. Putting all that aside, noted bald man Blake Neff cannot account for his whereabouts, does not remember where he was after he landed in Salt Lake City, and does not remember where he was, or he does know where he was the night of the 10th on into the 11th. He was in Orem while the rest of the team was in Salt Lake City. Are you saying Blake Neff 100% is the bald guy that Miss Nobles believes she saw driving the Challenger? No, I can't say that. Can't say that at all. But I think it's worth discussing. I think it's worth exploring. And if I'm the law enforcement and I'm investigating a homicide, and I know there's a bald man who was there who worked for TPUSA, and I know the alleged shooter met with representatives from TPUSA, and I know the bald man stayed in Orem that night where a bald man was seen.
Okay, I don't really like the way this guy's putting this emphasis on bald. You know what I mean? I don't really see why it's necessary. He's putting a lot of emphasis on the B and the A, and he's really driving it home. And I don't really know that you have to put that much emphasis on that word that many times. That's all I'm saying. It seems like he's going to keep on doing it. And listen, I'm no fan of Blake Neff, but I got to stand up for my people. You got to relax, sir. I don't know what's going on right now. I don't know what gave him the chutzpah. Okay. Start emphasizing that, all right? But you could go bald tomorrow, okay? You could end up at UVU, sir. And maybe a bunch of bald guys hold you down and shave your head. You don't know. How about that? These are bald threats.
Driving a Challenger back to the scene of the crime with 3 homies, I might be tempted to ask, where were you on the night of September 10th, Blake? Can I see your phone?
Oh, gosh.
You have that tool on Google Maps that tracks everywhere you go and you can look back at it?
Oh.
Can we get a better image from Miss Noble's camera than the blurry, chopped up image we were given? Yeah, blurry and chopped up and questionable. This seems to be a theme with TPUSA. Erica Kirk will do a good job. I appoint Erica Kirk. Cut.
Wow.
Why can't we just get evidence that Tyler Robinson solely planned and executed Charlie Kirk? Why do we have to have these jump cuts? Why do we have to have all these blurs? Why do we have all this discussion about hearsay testimony? Oh, I believe I was told he turned himself in at 9 p.m. I was told he turned himself in at 10 p.m. I was told he turned himself in at 10:26 p.m. This document says he was arrested at 10. This document says he was arrested at 2. This document says he was arrested at 4. This document says he checked in at 2 p.m. at 2 a.m. This document said he checked in at 8 a.m. Why all the madness? Why is there not a consistent story? And why is the sheriff who took him in not making the tapes available of when he turned himself in? The question in this case is not whether Tyler Robinson planned and executed Charlie Kirk. That's just part of the question. The actual question is, was this a multi-agency cover-up to remove Charlie Kirk from this planet? And if it is, it goes right to the top because you have the FBI involved, you have the Utah sheriff involved, you have the Utah county prosecutors involved, you have the Washington County sheriff involved, you have the State Bureau of Investigation involved. This doesn't look good, guys. Honestly, 3 days into this, if I'm Judge Graff and I'm looking at all this evidence, I say, are you serious right now? Because you know what they're going to present tomorrow? They're going to present Lance Twiggs' testimony. You know the only words you're going to hear out of his mouth? Yes. Uh-huh. That's right. Correct. That's all you're going to hear. What you're going to hear instead is a prosecutor or an investigator feeding him leading questions.
Yeah.
And then you did this, right? Yes. And then he did this, right? Yes. And then you said this, right? Yes. And then he said that, right? Yes. That's all you're going to hear. We're not going to.
Damn, Barron was on point. That's exactly what was happening. Wow. Look at this little Nostradamus little thing here going on.
Hear his statement from September 11th or 12th. We're not going to have him on the stand where he could be cross-examined. We're just going to get him saying, You know what else we're going to see?
What?
We're going to see pictures. We're going to see pictures of purported text messages. Text messages that could have been sent by anyone and could have said anything.
Man. Yeah, he's right. He's right. It's exactly what we saw. To a T. To a T. It's exactly what we saw. It's still happening. Yep. That's exactly what we're seeing. Crazy, man. Crazy. Even crazier if Blake was involved. Could you imagine? Can you imagine Blake was involved? I don't think he was. I mean, he is bald. I get it. But, yeah, I don't think he was. But it would be crazy. It'd be crazy if somebody had footage of him and he's just like, be like, what the hell? What? No. Then he would come out. He'd be like, what? No, I'm gay. That's all that is. No, I was going to get blown out by these 3 guys. That's all that was. I have an issue. I have a problem. I need help. No. I didn't have anything to do. I didn't have anything to do with what happened. That's it. I was just gonna make sure these 3 guys were with me, and I was gonna have them take me apart in a hotel room. That's what I do when I go from town to town. That's all that was. No, that was all we were doing. You could check. You swab me for DNA. You will find 3 different DNAs back there. I promise. There's a mountain of DNA. There's a mountain of DNA. Trust me. Come on now. I didn't have anything to do. Andrew will tell you. I made love to Andrew plenty of times. Hey, what do you mean hands behind my back? What's going on? Oh, come on now. You guys have never even seen me with a woman. Ask anybody here. They've never seen me with a woman. What's going on right now? Come on. Oh, man. That'd be his only way. Be the only way out, you know? Anyway. Come on, guys. Tell him what you guys did to me. Come on, Blake. It's over. Come on. Let's stop this. Come on, man. We all know what we did. Come on. Tell him what you guys. Come on, guys. Don't do this. Come on. Tell him what you did to me. Come on. Please. I hate you, Candace. I hate you. You know? Then he goes to prison and he's like, you know what? I actually like it in this place. This is actually a great place. I like Tyrone. I like my new cellmate. This is actually great. Tyrone, when do we get breakfast? Okay, be quiet. No problem. No problem. I'm sorry. I take it too far. So we're talking about the case, right? Preliminaries. I'm sorry to tangle up Baron's content with this type of stuff. I'm sorry, guys, you know. I do it like every time. I'm sorry. It's not planned. None of this is planned. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's see what else we have. Here. Okay, so there's just more stuff from day 3, more reactions. Like I said, I wanted to even it out a little bit with Baron. But I gotta listen, where is that scenario? I gotta make sure we just cut out that one scenario. What was that? It's 350. Let's just say 350, 354. We'll cut out that 1 to 350, 358. We'll say that. Okay. I'll just say Blake blown out. That's what I'll call it. I'll just call it that. That's right. I really have that written on a piece of paper. Hey, it's business. Okay. Just business. Anyway, someone said, I know bottom, Poppy. Oh, the worlds collide. Okay. I got other tabs. Hold on. I gotta close some tabs. We gotta open some tabs. Shout out to Baron, by the way, of course. That stream, that was the one that had like 40,000 plus people, man. Guy's doing incredible things. If he gets to where Candace is at, I think it's possible. I think it's a real possibility. You know, just has to stay away from guys like Andrew Wilson. I'm telling you, it's gross. Focus, coach. Focus. All right, I'm focused. Here we go. Look, I think we played this already though. He's like, I want to see Tyler die. Right.
Super chat from Raz. Thank you so much. This is the one that we ended up skipping on accident. What do you think the defense will be considering? He confessed to multiple people and turned himself in. I personally think that the defense is only trying to get him off of the death penalty. His defense team is being funded by the state. And so he does not have to foot the bill. So they have a specific budget that has been allotted to him to hire his own defense, and that's what they're doing. And I believe that they're going to exhaust all the money that's presented to them in order to defend him as much as they can in this probable cause hearing. This is the most consequential part of the trial at this point is probable cause. Because if the state cannot prove or demonstrate that there's sufficient probable cause to even take this to trial, there is no case. Tyler Robinson walks home and be with his boyfriend again. That's what's going to happen if there's no determination of probable cause to proceed to trial. And so that's why this is consequential. And I think they're going to pull out every stop that they can to avoid the judge determining probable cause. Because once they do that, with the amount of evidence that's being out there and presented, I think he has no chance at trial. And that's just my opinion.
We'll see. Man.
Super chat.
I don't know about that. Sometimes I do think, I mean, just an off thoughts aside from whatever nonsense he was just saying. And then he gonna walk home, and he gonna be with his boyfriend again. They gonna do like that. I seen it. Sometimes I think, and I made this video early, like 9 months ago, 8 months ago. And because classic Utah. Go look into Utah. I don't know if they're gonna, like, when I saw who his defender was, that blonde lady, I was like, and I looked into her. I'm like, she's kind of really in the Utah law system. And I just don't know if they are pushing for him the way that Officer Tatum thinks so. Like, they're going to defend him, make sure he doesn't get the death penalty. I really don't know if they're on his side to that degree, especially, and I brought this up before, especially when Elizabeth Lane is like, I have a high-priced lawyer who will do this for free. Mind you, for free. She's like, here he is. He's in New York, but he can practice law over there. Do you want him, do you want him to step in? Because I think he's really good and he's handled things like this before. And they were like, get out of our faces. Both sides, the defense and the prosecution, were like, get out of here. Get out of here. They were mad at her for saying that, for suggesting that. Do you know how weird that is? As soon as I saw that, I was like, maybe no one in that courtroom is on his side, truly. I don't know. Because if people are speculating that it goes high up, right? Barron was just talking about how high up it goes. Well, if it goes really that high up, then maybe it would extend to both sides. I don't know. But let's make sense of the world. Graham Allen. Oh, it's no clip from Graham Allen. Newly released surveillance video shows Tyler Robinson turning himself in. I will say this. As I watch Officer Tatum, Graham Allen, as I watch them do what they're doing, it almost makes me feel like, I know there's something about this. You can Google it. There's something around the lines of, if enough people believe something, it becomes real. And sometimes I feel like, because I don't just stay in this world of like, it's the case and this and that. I also know about the occult. I know about the weird thing that a lot of these people do. They disguise themselves as Christians and this and that. I know about all that. So I wonder sometimes when I see them, I'm like, are they like, is there like some kind of spell they're trying to cast by doing this all the time, by constantly being like, look, he turned himself in. Look, they have a video of the shot. Look, it's like, is there some part of this where they need the public, by the masses, by the millions, to believe what their narrative is in order for it to actually come to fruition? I really think about that sometimes. It seems like that's the case, that they need that. Because otherwise, you could just shut up and let it go down. You can just be quiet and just let it happen. But for some reason, they really push. And I know we always go, well, they're shills. And I'm like, well, do you really need shills at this point? Like, you got the kid. If you have all this evidence, you're pretty good where you're at. Like, it's a done deal. Why do you need the millions of people to believe this? Is it building up to some other event? Is it politics for Erica? I always say this, exactly what this person just said, Cynthia, they need consent. I talk about that because there's a karmic law of consent with these people. They really do believe in it. So they have to show us what they do in order to keep on doing it. So they need the consent, which is why the music industry is the way that it is right now, because they're putting it in your face. The movies, the TV shows, they're just putting it in your face over and over again. That's why they were like, oh, you'll own nothing and be happy. And like all of a sudden, all the articles they wrote about that disappeared. It was like, they just need you to see it. And if you don't do anything, then consent. And that's how that consent works. That consent works by you just go along with it, right? You don't do anything. You don't go against it, right? I don't know. It's weird. I think of that sometimes because I'm like, why is Officer Tatum too close to the phone talking about what he's seen, saying things that are clearly not true. Why is he doing that? What's the benefit of that? Like, he knows that makes him look terrible. He must know. And it can't just be money. There's too much of it going on for it just to be money. Like, oh, everyone's just super greedy. I don't think so. Anyway, we go on a roller coaster on this podcast, guys. We go on a roller coaster. More to come. Graham Allen. Shout out to him, I guess. Not really. Not particularly, but not particularly shout out to him, but if I have to shout him out, I will. Friend of the show. Fine. He can be a friend of the show. He's kind of not, though, Everybody else is. This guy definitely is. All right, let's get him off the screen. We have a Graham Allen recap. What's the recap? Let's see the recap. See, and this is where it becomes very special when you actually hear Barron talk about everything. You hear somebody with some common sense talk about everything, and then you see this. The recap. This is his day 3 recap. The defense is deadly afraid of Lance Twiggs' video getting out. It was still submitted into evidence and will lead to a probable cause ruling. Okay, that's your recap. That's your prediction, right? Like, you're just, again, recapping it, putting it out there as fact when really that's just something he feels is going to happen. Text, Discord chats, and more will be entered into evidence tomorrow. The video should have been allowed to be played either way. See, again, like, it's your opinion. It's not fully a recap. But, what do I know? I'm just a recap king over here. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You don't gotta respect it. It's completely fine. What does Megyn Kelly have to say? Megyn Kelly's kind of boring. Well, am I wrong? I don't know. Here, let's see what else I have here. That's more Baron Coleman talking about the height discrepancy. Buckley. What does Buckley have to say? Preserving and processing the crime scene. It's just what's done in all high-profile cases. Standard protocol. That's just him looking at that. Okay. That's Ian saying you got to watch Barron. Barron saying the number one question about Andrew. I will not forget. I'm not going to forget. Megyn Kelly's not really a fence sitter, but I don't know. She's very mainstream. Like Crystal Ball of Breaking Point. She came from mainstream news. So when she does her independent thing, it still feels mainstream. And that just feels kind of boring to me. I'm sure she's a nice lady, though. Let me just go here. There is this thing that is said about Candace Owens. Let me not forget. I told you guys I wouldn't forget. Deep in the bookmarks. Jeez. Oh. Just really quick. Just really quick. Is this real? Is this actual? Is this a parody account? Because they say Republican Party Chairman Matthew Riley was found passed out in his car with a crack pipe in his hand. Hey, what? With the door unlocked? Someone said, oh dear. This is crazy. Really? I was like, this can't be real. Somebody posted this. They're like, every masterpiece has its cheap copy. And it's a picture of not Doug Ford, Rob Ford. Rob Ford was the mayor? Was he the mayor of Toronto? And he was lighting up rocks and talking patois with people and getting drunk, rolling around the city, man. It was crazy. He was a crazy dude, man. Best politician Canada has ever seen, hands down. I don't care how many rocks he smoked. He was the best. Anyway, I'm off topic. Where is it? I saw this one story. I was like, what is this? It was such a weird story. Oh, I have to talk about this really quick. This Dana, what was this? Danae Loesch? Is that her name? Loesch? Ugh. Anyway, this lady has this to say about Candace. I found this hilarious.
Head about this, you could have been better at it. I'm so done with this nonsense. And I'm so dumb. I'm so done with the idiots that are buying into this.
I'm so dumb. Oh, I love it. I love it.
You could have been better at it. I'm so done with this nonsense. And I'm so dumb. I'm so done with the idiots that are buying into this. And I'm so done with this.
I didn't even catch that when I watched it at first. I'm so dumb. I am just so dumb. I'll tell you something, guys. I'm just so dumb. Here, let me just put Danae Lush. Danae Lushy. That's hilarious. I'm so dumb.
So done with this nonsense. And I'm so dumb. I'm so done with the idiots that are buying into this. And I'm so done with the spineless Fox News rejects who sit on their skinny asses and look into the camera and act like, no, you can come to us. We're going to bring you day-to-day stuff about the trial. STFU. No one wants to hear it because no one trusts you. No one believes you. You have no credit here.
You know who she sounds like? You know who she sounds like? If you've ever seen Real Housewives, I know a lot of people haven't seen Real Housewives. If you ever see Real Housewives Beverly Hills, she sounds just like Kim Richards. Kim Richards, Kyle Richards' sister, who was like a drunk and she was like on drugs and stuff. She sounds exactly like her. You just shut the F up. You don't have any who do you think you are? You're sitting there and you're sitting there. It's gross. How dare you?
Take that welfare card back. We don't want it. Making a mockery of someone's murder, someone that we knew. Because you want a fat wallet.
Just so drunk, you know?
You know,
allegedly. I mean, listen, sounds like it. Okay. Can't say she is drunk, but she sounds just like Kim Richards. It's crazy.
it's Gal Sharpton for a reason. No, this is the real story of this. Now, here's the real question. Why do these people want to help Charlie's murderer? Why are they hell-bent on trying to get his wife killed and trying to incite violence against his wife and children? Why are they so interested in a hostile takeover of an organization that they only were involved with for a split second when that organization made them who they are? And by the way, any of you fake ass hustlers, you are welcome to come on my show and have a conversation about it. It's not going to go well for you, but my door's open. I'm not going to run from you cowards like you run from everybody else. I'm not going to be like Tucker. You know, I invited Tucker to come on this show and he absolutely refused. He wanted to argue with me in text. And he's not the only one.
He's not the only one. There's more. There's more people, and I know them, and they know me because we text, and they won't come on my show. You know, you guys are fake. The widow. You guys just don't defend the widow enough. The infamous The Widow. So, man, if she's not drunk, I mean, God bless her, you know?
I'm almost at the point where I'm about to name and shame. I've been trying to be classy and I've been trying to be New Testament about it.
You've been what? Classy and New Testament through this? This has been 2 minutes of you not being classy or New Testament, whatever that means.
But y'all are testing me now. I'm done with this. So any of you rats, you want to come on, the door's wide open. It won't go well for you.
Wow. Just blew my mind how much she sounded like Kim Richards. I'm telling you, go look up a clip of Kim Richards, right? You know? Just go look it up. It's stunning how much they even kind of they look like they would be friends. They look like they could be friends. That they'd be hanging out Beverly Hills, you know, just on a patio, just getting wasted on a patio. No one has to know. We got Stanley Cups. Don't even worry about it. We got them in Stanley Cups. Cheers, girl. Ah, a Long Island iced tea. Give me another one. Give me another one. Pour it in my cup, you bastard. No, what's he saying? My cup is, this cup is what you make in 2 hours. You still dumb. Put it in here. I'm dumb. You're don't call me dumb. Is that what he just did? That's what they're doing all day. Box of wine. Just cheering boxes of wine with Kamala Harris. Here you go. Bang. Let's get this. Just doing wine box stands instead of cake stands. Oh my gosh. I just had to bring that up. It was just something that popped into my head. I was like, dang, she sounds like somebody I know. I'm like, who does she sound like that I know? Man. Kim Richards, man, apparently she was on all sorts of drugs. So I don't know. I'm not saying this lady's on drugs. I'm just saying she sounds like somebody that's on drugs. That's all I'm saying. You know, just keeping it classy, right? That's just that's just me keeping it classy. Anyway. Where was I? Wasn't I trying to find something? I was trying to find something. Let me find this thing. This is, I can't wait. There's so many different things I want to cover. You have no idea. Let me see. What is he wearing? Excuse me, sir?
Every single day, immediately. And it also represents.
Oh, he's very mad. Oh, here it is. Check this. Oh, actually, you know what? There might be. Yes, there's the better video. There is the better video. Check this out. Check out what this guy has to say about Candace. You know what this reminds me of? As you listen to this, it sounds exactly like what someone would do. You could only do 360p. What the heck? Okay. It sounds like what somebody would do as they were trying to pull someone in to not like kind of like a handler situation, right? Just listen to what he says he does with Candace. Okay. This is as Candace was very young and just getting into the game. Listen to this.
You know, I've known Candace for a long time, like since way before she was famous. And I first met her at a Turning Point event. She was literally sitting by herself. This shows you how unfamous she was. She was sitting by herself at breakfast. My wife and I went over to chat with her. And I have a habit of when I see young people coming up in politics, and especially if you see somebody who flips from the left to the right, everybody thinks it's cool. Like, oh, they're getting famous. They're on Fox News. They're on Daily Wire, Blaze, whatever. It's like so cool and they're so popular. It sucks to be them at that point. It's really hard. Everybody they know that they knew from their former life hates them, is attacking them. They're being, everybody's on them on the right. We love you. You're incredible. By the way, they're usually going broke at that point in their lives because every other way that they could make money in the past, all those people now hate them. Nobody's paying them. You go on Fox News, you're not getting paid to be on Fox News or whatever you're doing that's making you famous. And so I just tend to go up to him like, I just want him to know.
This guy, his name is Mark Meckler. Pretty rich guy, runs a nonprofit, kind of has the same feel as like somebody who's running. It's not a church organization, but has the kind of same nonprofit feel as like Rob McCoy, Frank Turk, even Charlie Kirk, things like that. This guy said famously that if you turn your back on Philadelphia, then you're turning your back on Western society. Just to give you a little, little tidbit of where he stands. Seems like one of these rich guys that's very affiliated with Philadelphia and is kind of like Ben Shapiro. Like, Ben Shapiro is like, he's American and it seems like he's in it for America. And then you watch him for a little while and you're like, oh, you're really not. You're really not at all. You're kind of a spokesperson for this other nation. And you just being American is the only reason you don't have to register as a foreign agent. Anyway, let's keep going.
Like if you need anything, I've been through this. It's ugly. I'm happy to help or whatever. And so I did that with Candace and it was fine. We had a nice conversation. And then about 6 weeks later, I just felt compelled to call and check on her. you said something which I think is so true. If you've spent any time with
Handler vibes. I felt compelled to come and check on her. Doesn't even know her.
Candace, you know she's extraordinary.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, she oozes charisma. She's articulate. She's intelligent. She's pretty. I mean, she's the full package as a broadcaster. And so I knew she was going to be really famous. So I called her up and just said, "Hey, how's it going?" And she was frank. And she said, not great." And I said, "What's going on?" And she was telling me, "It's just rough. I'm having a hard time making it." And I said, "Well, I have a kind of a litmus test question with up and comers. Like, what would happen if your car broke down tomorrow?" And Candace told me, "Oh, I'd be screwed. Like, I couldn't afford a car repair." And she said, "In fact, I have a tire that's flat right now. I can't repair it." So here she is. She's becoming famous. She's traveling around talking for TPUSA. She's making virtually no money. She can't fix her tire on her car. And so I offered to help her with that. And I started paying her. Like, this is a story I've never told publicly.
Wow.
And I just said, "Well, what do you need to survive?" And she said, "Well, I'm getting paid $1,600 a month. My rent is more than that. I'm watching my YouTube for monetization. How much do you need?" She said, "I need about $1,000 a month to survive." And I said, "Okay, well, I'll pay you $2,000. And she said, "Well, for what?" And I said, "Just do what you're doing." Because she was extraordinary. And
She was extraordinary. And when she was in her younger days, like when she was around Charlie Kirk, she was very pro what? She was very pro what? She's very pro Philadelphia back then. So just keep on doing what you're doing. That's it. Just keep on doing what you're doing. I'll pay you. You don't even have to work for me. That means something that she's doing currently in that state is benefiting him. It's not just conservative values. Now, that's just my opinion because this guy gives me serious handler vibes.
we could afford it out of our nonprofit. I put her on the budget. I started paying her. And she at some point said, "Oh, do you want me to endorse convention estates?" I said, "I mean, if you want to, but that's not what I'm not doing."
I'm going to bring it back a few seconds. He says he puts her on the payroll or puts her on the budget of his nonprofit. Just a little window into what nonprofits could be doing that you have no idea about. They could find someone that they just like, and they can just be like, put them on the budget, and just, that money that we're gathering because we're a nonprofit, they can just have some of that. We can throw that around. I like that this kid is defending Philadelphia. So, you know what? Put him on the payroll. Who's to say that hasn't happened with a bunch of these voices that we've seen, especially the young ones, where you look at them and they're not getting any traction. So it doesn't make sense. They can't be getting paid just from what they do online, but yet they still exist. That could easily be happening. Easily be happening. Paralyzed. Yeah, exactly. Gary, not saying that's happening with Gary, but from his YouTube, it looks like he makes $32 a week. Just saying. 33 on a good day, but they keep it at 32 just to keep him in check. Don't want him to get a bigger head than he already has. Anyway, let's keep going.
He said, "Well, for what?" And I said, "Just do what you're doing." Because she was extraordinary. And I just, we could afford it out of our nonprofit. I put her on the budget. I started paying her. And she at some point said, "Oh, do you want me to endorse convention estates?" I said, "I mean, if you want to, but that's not why I'm not doing this for that reason. I'm doing it because you're a talent. You're important. I think you're going to be famous and do really great things. I just want to help." So I paid her. I don't remember exactly whether it was a month or two. It was relatively short. And one day I got a text from her that was like the most vicious text I've ever received from anybody in my entire life. I mean, just cut me to the bone. Said something like, "I don't think you are who you say you are. I don't think you're genuine. Don't ever talk to me again." And I literally, the look on your face is the look on my face.
And then my jaw dropped to the floor because he's sitting across from Gary and Gary's in a suit. And that's when my jaw hit the floor. Okay. And I have kids. So now my jaw's hit the floor. There's crumbs all over my jaw because the kids are dropping everything everywhere. And I was like, whoa, hold on a second. Gary's in the room? And then I barely knew this guy. As soon as I saw Gary was in the room, I'm like, oh, this is his credibility. Is this your credit? I actually need these. I actually need those papers. I'm not gonna. This is your credibility? Oh, there it is. There you go. And I missed. Whatever. Who cares? I mean, it was so crazy when I saw Gary there. So we have Jeremy Boring. Okay. We have Mark Meckler. Hey, let me just pay you $2,000 a month for absolutely no reason. And we have Gary. And then we have someone who looks like a shaved Matt Walsh. Looks like Matt Walsh if he shaved his beard. What? Nightmare. Absolute nightmare blunt rotation. Terrible blunt rotation. Let me go back a little bit.
Cut me to the bone, said something like, I don't think who you are, who you say you are. I don't think you're genuine. Don't ever talk to me again. And I literally, the look on your face is the look on my face.
Like out of nowhere, just like what?
At zero, like out of nowhere.
0 to 100. Yeah.
Hadn't had a conversation. And I basically said, what the F are you talking about? And she said, was I not clear? I don't ever want to talk to you again. Lose my number. I said, you're batshit crazy. Like, I don't even know what this is. And that's the last time I ever talked to Candace, right? But it was my first evidence that she's psycho. And the follow-on to the story is many.
You know, and that's the thing. You can be like, I'm going to pay you out of nowhere. There's no reason for it. I just want to give you money. That's it. I just want to give you money. There's no strings attached. Just like the president when he took $300 million from those people. There's no strings attached. No. Not now. Maybe further down the line. Maybe I get you comfortable taking money from me. Maybe this person also wants to give you money. You know, then you get comfortable being siphoned money from these nonprofits. Now, all of a sudden, when you are in a situation where you can't live without it, now all of a sudden I say, you know what? If you could just, we actually heard what you said. If you could just, you know what? I knew you were making that point, and I saw that, and that's a smart point to make. But could you just? That's the situation she was getting in, and I think she realized that, which is why she said that to him. I think she did. Why else would she do that? Because Candace is crazy. She's crazy. She just woke up one day and she was like, where's my phone? She just started twitching and she just started yelling at people on her phone. Come on, man. You know there's something to that, right? If one of your friends even said to you, yo, this girl just, I don't know, I was seeing this girl for a while and then all of a sudden she messaged me and she was just said the craziest things to me and this and that. You'd be like, there's something my friend's not telling me. Like, he don't have to tell me nothing. I don't really care. He was dating this girl for a little while. I don't know. But he's clearly has something going on. You know? I don't know. Let me see. Oh, here, let's get rid of this person. Get out of here. Don't worry. You're out. You don't have to be here. Don't worry. I handle it. Some people, they feel like they have to be here. I know, because it's such a fun community. They feel like they have to be here, but they don't like it. So I let them leave, you know? It's okay. It's okay. Here, let's keep going.
Again, lose my number. And I said, you're batshit crazy. Like, I don't even know what this is. And that's the last time I ever talked to Candace, right? But it was my first evidence that she's psycho. And the follow-on to the story is many years later, I knew Charlie socially more than politically. We used to hunt together. And so we'd go pheasant hunting and fishing together. And so I was on a pheasant hunt with him. This is when Candace was having her explosion with Kanye. Remember, she said Kanye designed the logo for Blexit, and he said no. So this is all blowing up. Charlie has now made her his communications director. We're on this hunt. Charlie's there. He's on the phone constantly. He walks up to me and says this really weird thing. He goes, I think I owe you an apology. I'm not offended by anything you've done that I'm aware of. He goes, you don't know? Nope. Okay. Like, you don't owe me an apology. It's fine. And I asked him a little bit later. I'm like, I don't know what that was all about, but I do have one question. I got this super weird text from Candace. Like, it was just the meanest text I've ever gotten in my life. I was just trying to help her. And he pointed at his phone and he goes, some people never change. And that to me was the beginning of a through line, right? Like, I saw, okay, I don't know what's going on with her and Charlie, but it's bad and she's being vicious. She was bad and vicious to me. She then goes to PragerU. And I kind of tried to warn the PragerU folks, like, can't tell you exactly what's going to happen, but it's probably not going to be good. She leaves PragerU. I get told by folks at PragerU, pretty ugly. She ends up at Daily Wire. I'm like, oh my God, my friends at DW. This is so bad, obviously.
Oh, friends at PragerU, friends at DW. Okay. Okay. And then we see that other Marissa lady. She has handler vibes. She's telling Candace, listen, if you say certain things, I can't keep you safe. Also, PragerU, when Candace said that thing about the World War II bad guy, the guy of the head of the World War II bad guys, when it was misconstrued that she was saying she liked him or something like that, there was a cancellation on deck for her, coming for her. And I believe it was that Marissa person or someone at PragerU, Candace said, she didn't specify who. I think she said Marissa actually, took her to go see a holy man, right? A Philadelphian holy man. And she apologized to him, and then the cancellation went away. And then she started working for PragerU. And then she got those handler vibes. Oh, wow. And then we have Daily Wire. And then what do you think was happening at Daily Wire? Oh, was it really the same type of thing? But everywhere she goes, and this happens, and she pushes away from it, she's seen as crazy. She's the crazy person when that happens. It's interesting the way they do that. Really, really smart the way they pull that off. Really, really smart. You know, she becomes the one that's insane. Not them. Not them. Because they're just, well, I just wanted to give her money. Oh, well, I just wanted to keep her safe. She was saying such crazy things. Oh, well, we wanted to keep her around and we're all about free speech, but she was just saying things that were just too repulsive. Right, guys? Right, everybody? Right? Let's all turn around and salute this blue and white flag. Come on, guys. Come on. You know? Crazy. Crazy. And then the ending of that is, and this seems to be the new thing amongst these people, Charlie is an absolute liar and a fraud. That seems to be the thing. Charlie just keeps on, hey, Candace, love ya. Hey, man, we're going to smash Ben Shapiro. Hey, Candace, you're great. Hey, something happened to my wife. Oh, my gosh. And then when he's around other people, he just goes, some things never change. You know what I mean? Oh, man, she's nuts. Charlie was a straight up liar. Okay, cool. I don't know. Because now they're at the point where it's like, Charlie's gone. Who cares? Anything to discredit Candace. They don't care. Even if Charlie has to catch a few strays, right? Crazy. But yeah, I found that story so interesting. So yeah, exactly. Two-Faced Charlie again. Yeah, Two-Faced Charlie hits the scene again. And he's saying one thing to Candace, and he's saying another thing to make this Markle guy. And then on top of that, Charlie actually meeting with this guy. What do you think they were meeting about? Charlie was in the exact same situation as Candace, but he kept going along with it because he had his beliefs and he felt like he was concrete in them, and he never saw anything that made him want to deviate until we hit about 2023, 2024, and of course, 2025, right? He wanted to deviate. He wanted to move away from it. He started realizing, had all the same people around him, all the same people that, like, you know, quote unquote, loved him, or at least loved what he was doing, right? Because they loved Candace when she was doing the same thing. They loved Candace when she was going at the Black community and the woke community. They loved Charlie as long as he was doing the culture war stuff. But when he started touching on some real things, and he started questioning real things, and he started having town halls with younger people in university questioning these real things, the Middle East, that's when it became a problem. But I wonder what he was doing with him. Because if he wanted to pay Candace for no reason, maybe he wanted to give Charlie money for some. I don't know. I'm not saying that happened. But it's just very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. Here's $2,000 a month for no reason. That doesn't exist. That doesn't exist in creator world where you're talking and you're a political voice. That doesn't exist. That's like someone saying, I want to contribute to your campaign. No reason at all. I just think you're gonna be president. That's all. Get out of here. What are you, nuts? Anyway, And you're in a room with Gary. You're in a room with Gary on top of all that. Okay, we got to get to these supers, guys. All you guys that have hung with me until this time, thank you guys so much. So much. I really do appreciate it. It's amazing. So thank you guys so much. I swear I almost started crying when I was talking about God. I was like, oh God, I'm gonna start crying. I came close. I was like, oh my gosh, I gotta hold it. I was like, I might have to get up and just like act like I'm going to the washroom for a second. But holy man. But it's great. It's great. This is great. Thank you guys so much. We're trying to cap it off at 5 hours though. I mean, it's been long, boy. Let's get into these supers. First. Let's jump in. All praise to God. Thank God for all this. Thank God for you guys. Thank God for just all of this. It's just the best thing. You have no idea. Let's get into it. First person, Vivian. Coach Andrew just made a TikTok that's super strange. He has so many questions about the Charlie Kirk case. Why now? Something is very sketchy. Timing 10 months. He decides to publicly ask questions. Yeah. I mean, yeah, we went into it. You were the reason that we went into it first. Because I was like, you know what? I should probably talk about that. Because that's something. It's so weird. So weird. We'll see what other questions he has on TikTok. Hopefully he updates us more on the questions. Coach just tagged you in a tweet where the mountain of evidence is so clear you cannot deny it anymore. Officer Tatum calling out to Mama. Like, can you believe this video, Mama? Thank you very much. I'll check it out for sure. The Florida Rican. I haven't seen you in a while. What's going on? This case smells like high fiber. Hello, Fresh Ad. I can smell the fiber, Mama. I know exactly what that smell like. Andrew, limited hangout, Colvette. Andrew Croissant, Colvette. Either one is acceptable. He needs to ask those questions of his failed sleeve throwing signal bonus slime calling himself Security Flood. Yeah. Again, he has access to all the questions about security. He knows them all. If Candace was able to get through to most of these people and even get through to Andrew, imagine who Andrew could get through. Like, what are we talking about here? So silly. Emily, and he's already proven himself to be a liar. He has already gone on record saying, I will lie to people and act like I don't like people. I will act like I like them as friends as long as it helps me get ahead. He has verified this with what he said to Candace about what him and Charlie were doing with Candace. He's already verified it. I don't think he understands what he made himself look like when he said that. Because you're basically just saying, hey, man, like, even if we hate you, we're going to act like we like you, Candace. And we do it just to stay close to you and just to placate you. So what else? Who else will you do that with? Is it just Candace? Only Candace? No one else? Okay. I think what may be happening is Charlie Kirk's family may be getting ready to talk or are asking questions or asking these questions. Then he has to kind of make it seem like he's asking questions too. He has to make it seem like he has all these questions as well. Maybe. Is it just me or are all the Turning Point USA panel becoming rattled since a bald guy was driving the car came out in court? Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. I really, it seems like it. It seems weird. It seems very, very weird. The way that they've all gotten, it seems like they're trying to get ahead of things. It really does. Andrew will rob you and help you look for your wallet. Right? That's exactly what I'm talking about. It's that type of vibe. Andrew will rob you and then he'll be like, well, let's find it. I don't know, man. It's crazy. And then at the end of the night, reach into your wallet and pull out $10 and be like, hey, man, like, just in case, you might need a cab or something like that, a taxi, Uber, whatever. Go ahead, man. Don't even worry. Don't worry about paying me back. It's crazy, man. Andrew, honey, please sit down. The adults are talking. Yeah, that's what it needs to be. The Daisy, greatest researcher in America, from what I've heard. Kathy Scott, Andrew, douche of the show. Such a blessing to no one. Oh my gosh, that's a good title to have, I guess. Andrew realized Candace has more screenshots of their own conversations. Like, shoot, okay, let's ask a couple of questions to throw them off. They'll never guess we're behind it. Yeah, I don't know what's going on, especially with the screenshots and everything. It's like he knows he talked to Candace. Like at that point, you have to be nuts to know that you've said things to people and then come out saying that they're lying. They show the screenshots, you just ignore them and you just keep saying they're lying. You'd have to be nuts to do that. Just made move in court, demand transparency in court. Oh, Erica just made a move in court, demand transparency in court. She demanded transparency in court. That's good. Imagine she did, and then the judge is like, well, fine. Do you really have 2 degrees? She's like, what? What the? Huh? How dare you? You said transparency. What were you doing in Romania? I'm leaving. Just storms out of there. Trail of glitter behind her. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That's not how courts work, guys. Andrew Wilson is behind this new strategy, in my opinion. Yeah, it seems like it. By how Blake is sassy, Andrew has some sass to him at times because he's soft like a croissant. But it seems so snarky. It seems like Andrew Wilson level snarky. It's really weird what's going on. So yeah, I feel you on that. I can smell him from here in Oregon. Anyone else smell Andrew Wilson in the air? It's pungent. It's pungent. It's very thick. It's a very thick smell, It messes with the sinuses, right? It's like mold. All these amazing creators on this case have me looking like an iPad kid. You're hilarious. And I keep randomly cackling at here's a tissue. Mine are all dry from yesterday. Oh my gosh. That was a beautiful story that Erica gave us. Coach, thanks for the comical perspectives in presenting this depressing news items. Appreciations and gratitude towards all the proper investigative directors and reporters and truth seekers. Blessings. Thank you so much, Star Studios. Appreciate you. I'm not gonna lie, I totally thought Andrew's post was AI. He looked so weird. Maybe it was the angle. He's too close to the camera. That's what it was. Yeah. And I think he has a great skincare routine. Sometimes that throws you off. Someone's so close to the camera and you're like, where are your pores? What's going on? What is all this? Where are your blemishes? He didn't have any blemishes, He was like a Barbie doll, right? Like a Ken doll. I wonder how much Mr. Wachuka has increased his... Mr. Wachuka is trying to relieve the stress any way possible, Mr. Wachuka's like, has anybody started up a new island? Is there no new island? Huh. Did they... Albania? Did they start? Did they start? Hot dogs? Hot dogs? No, Mr. Wachuka. No, nothing yet. Maroon shirt color. LOL. Here you go. Wow, Cynthia. Thank you so much. Gift for your computer / equipment. Please replay Tucker speaking at the funeral. Have a blessed day. You want me to replay Tucker at the funeral? I feel obliged. I don't even know where to find that though. At the memorial? I don't know. Let me see here. Hold on. We're supposed to be at 5 hours here. I'm not saying why I feel obliged. I mean, it's just the kindness of my heart. That's all. It's just the kindness of my heart. That's all. That's all it is. Nothing else. Nothing else. Charlie Kirk Memorial. Let me see here. Can I just find that? Where is it played though? Oh, it's Tucker Carlson. Cool. Tucker Carlson might mess with me. Tucker Carlson's been messing with a lot of us creators. I've seen at least 7 different creators be like, for some reason his channel is like coming after them. And I don't understand why. Like, I don't get it. We all love Tucker. And for some reason, he's like coming down hard on a lot of us. Tried to do it to me, but I know how to fight these things pretty well. But he's been coming at a lot of people. Pretty crazy. I have to say, yeah, it's been really surprising to see because I don't know, it's all in fair use, but we'll do it anyway. Where did it go? I don't even remember where your thing was. I have no idea. What? I'm trying to. Let me see here. Let me see here. Let me see. All right, we got Tucker here. I have no idea. Anyway, let me see here. Someone said, aloha, coach. Coming at us how? By trying to claim parts of his video. Like, we're using them in fair use, and he's trying to claim the videos. He started using the same people who Joe Rogan and Sean Ryan use, and it's rather predatory, really predatory. I've had a lot of run-ins with them, but yeah, it's wild. It's really weird that he's now doing this to people, because he knows about fair use, and he talked about the only thing he has is his words to talk, and he just wants them amplified. So it's like, it's weird to also, take that stance and hire that company to do that, but a lot of times these guys don't know who they're hiring. They think it's just a normal company. It's really not. Anyway, let's get into it.
About this guy telling the truth about us. Stop.
This is the only part of Tucker at the memorial that I play. This is the only part. I love. This is the part.
About the people in power, and he starts doing the worst thing that you can. So it's about 2,000 years ago in Jerusalem, and Jesus shows up and he starts talking about the people in power, and he starts doing the worst thing that you can do, which is telling the truth about people, and they hate it, and they just go bonkers. They hate it, and they become obsessed with making him stop. This guy's got to stop talking. We've got to shut this guy up. And I can just sort of picture the scene in a lamplit room with a bunch of guys sitting around eating hummus, thinking about, what do we do about this guy telling the truth about us? We must make him stop talking. And there's always one guy with the bright idea, and I can just hear him say, I've got an idea. Why don't we just kill him? That'll shut him up. That'll fix the problem.
At a memorial. Hey, that's the one time you're not supposed to do that. What are you doing? Okay, Tucker.
It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. Everything is inverted, and the Beatitudes tell it, I think, the most crisply. Everything is sort of the opposite of what you think it's going to be. Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. That is true, and you can feel it here. The thing about Charlie's message, I've thought a lot about it, and I'm trying not to be emotional because in addition to everything else, he was a wonderful man and a decent man and one of those rare people you meet who you just groove with in conversation and have these very intense conversations that you don't stop thinking about, which is my experience with him. But the main thing about Charlie and his message, he was bringing the gospel to the country. He was doing the thing that the people in charge hate most, which is calling for them to repent.
Tucker's speech is very interesting because he's on stage amongst all the people in charge. It's very interesting. And he says like, oh! And then people were like, Tucker, you were talking about hummus eaters. How dare you? And he's like, what? I didn't say anything. They're like, you were saying things about Philadelphian people. And he was like, me? I didn't say anything. Hummus? I eat hummus every Friday. I always have done that. You can ask my brother Buckley. He brings his 7 dogs. I bring my 7 dogs. And we have a wonderful hummus platter. We do it every Friday in the middle of a forest. And then we go hunting for pheasants. Everyone knows that. I don't think hummus has a nationality or a religion for that matter. And they're like, Tucker, we know what you were saying. Okay. We know what you were trying to get across. We know what happened to Jesus. Me? I didn't say anything like that. I just meant the people in charge. Why? Who do you think the people in charge are? Do you think there's a link between the people in charge and the people that took out Jesus? This is the first I'm hearing about this. I didn't make that connection at all. And you're like, wait, hold on a second, buddy. Hold on a quick second here. You knew what you were saying. I was just talking about my friend, and I was just talking about what he meant to me. That's all. And they're like, we hate you, Tucker. And he's like, and now my next 50 podcasts are going to be all about Philadelphia and how they run America. And they're like, what? And he's like, bye-bye. Just a whole pack of dogs just take him away. He's just riding on a pack of dogs. Bye, everyone. Anyway, that's Tucker for you. Is that Uncle Tom? What's going on, Uncle Tom? I got to find that clip you were telling me about, Uncle Tom. I didn't find that clip yet. I don't know if that link worked. Uncle Tom is in the building. Thanks for the shout out the other day. DMs. Yeah, I'm going to look at the DMs. I saw what you sent me. I have to actually, I want to find the full thing. I don't know if what you sent me was the full thing. But yeah, man. Yeah, no problem for the shout out, man. Hey, listen, anybody who berates Gary like that, they get a shout out. I mean, they get a shout out. They get it was great. Telling Gary to shut the F up. I mean, you have no idea how many tens of thousands of people want to do that with Gary. And you did it. You did it for all of us. So we appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. I saw Ian followed you the other day too. Insight, full discourse on McCoy. It does. On McCoy, it does. You think so? Student. Mama. BB's thang only spit on me. No. Oh, no. Mm-mm. Oh my gosh. No. You can't say that. You can't say that. Get that off the screen. Good gosh. My goodness. Solve CJK's case and you'd solve all of the cases. True. I know what you mean. Don't forget Mark Meckler's story. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh yeah, we had the timestamp of Candace calling Baron, didn't we? Or did I mess that up? Did I forget that? I thought we had it. I completely forgot about that. Hold on, I'll look at that in a minute. I remember because Janet was the one shooting off the timestamp there. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. Let me see here. But thank you very much for reminding me. Appreciate it. I have what's your name? RJ? RG? RGS? Woohoo? I'm just gonna call you Woohoo. That's a good nickname, trust me. Andy has questions? Nope, not allowed. She's a grieving widow, you know. That's true. How dare he? I didn't even realize that. Someone should call him out on that. How dare you have questions? Someone's grieving. Andrew responded on TikTok, not X. Check TikTok. Yes. Oh, you think he's going to do all his responses over there? I wonder. Yeah, 10:35. I got it. I know the timestamp now. I just got to pull it up. But yeah, I wonder if he's going to start doing that. And if he does that, let me tell you something. If he starts doing that, that is the most shill type of thing because what he's trying to do is funnel people to his TikTok so he can monetize over there. Oh man, if he does that, oh man, just so funny. Hat sales weren't enough. Salem Media wasn't enough. Needs his own TikTok now too. All good, all good. Stream everything from there. Stop streaming it on Charlie's account. Okay, you have questions, but you are not allowed to research the answers. She's a grieving widow. Woohoo again. Yeah, it's true. It's true. You shouldn't be researching them. Not all of them, at least. Depends. If they have to do with Tyler Robinson, you can research them. Anything outside of that, you're crazy. Can't do that. Mr. Wachuka is blocking Andrew Colvette from seeing Candace Owens' post. That's why he's like, I'm literally just seeing your post now. Oh. Mr. Wachuka is just like, make sure he doesn't see it. I don't care. Hack into it. We don't care. He's a private citizen. Are you kidding me? He's basically intel. Hack into it now. Block all Candace. Just block all Candace from his feed. Ben's voice makes me want to poke my eyes. Yeah, well, you know. Time after time, people always tell me my voice makes them want to poke their eyes out. All the time, I keep on getting these messages from people time after time that they say to me, they want me to stop talking, stop making the videos. I want Charlie back. It's not what Ben Shapiro's saying, that's for sure. You know? Would have been a great president. The fake spy looks like Cruella cat meme. Look it up. The fake spy? Which fake spy? Cruella cat meme? Let me see here. Cruella cat meme. I'm looking it up on my phone because it might be something crazy. Cruella cat meme. What are you talking about? There's all these cat. Listen, if you say cat meme, there's too many things that come up. I don't even know what this is. Oh, I don't know. I saw one that looked like him. It's too many, man. Too many cat memes. I'll have to sort through, figure out which one is which. Heather, you make me laugh so hard sometimes. I mean, dying. A lot of it is specific lore that only 10 months of listening could get. That's true. That's true. You gotta, it's like chapters. You gotta really read the whole book. And that's why I love and appreciate you so much. Thank you so much, Heather. I do appreciate that. Thank you. I got 5 on it. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Dana Lush, I'm just going to call her Lush, said the exact same thing about the security thing. Could have been widespread. Got her talking point from Zesty Jelly Jeremy for show. Zesty Jelly Jeremy. Jeez. You think so? Cody, I know Graham, and if you look at his past, he has benefited from Midas touch. Really? The Gov gave him positions. It was not qualified, that he was not qualified to fill. Really? I did lots of research to prove this and wrote a book. Okay. Well, Cody, you know, like I said, if you make a video, I'm definitely see it. I would love to know how he benefited from Midas touch. That would be, yeah. Let me know. Sorry for the typo in my message. I promise I'm not illiterate. Hey, don't even worry about it. Don't you dare worry about it. I don't think you are. You said you wrote a book. I mean, how could you be, you know? Cody pops up once again. Keep your eyes out for my book soon about Graham. I just finished it last night. I'm checking it over so I don't get sued when I publish it. Feed it into ChatGPT. If you go to ChatGPT and you go to data, the data set, not the data set. It's called something data. You feed it in there. You just give it the specifications. Is there anything that can get me sued under XYZ, blah, 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 blah. It'll work it all out for you. Sam Brady Barron pointed out the differences in Tyler's car, but missed that Ty's car has fog lights and the parking garage car has none. Ah, interesting. I forget. I don't know if it was Baron or maybe I read Candace saying it. Someone said they thought there could be multiple Dodge Chargers as well. I forget who said it. I heard that just yesterday. Does Candace Owens say proximity bomb? Frank does a lot. No, I've never heard Candace say proximity bomb. Maybe though, maybe. I don't know. I love when mama shows up. Little baby ducks, thank you so much. Appreciate you. A Barnes, chat EBT. That deserves a $2 chat EBT. That's so crazy. That's such a crazy one. I love that. I love that. Tammy Clips became a member. Tammy Clips, thank you so much. You a clipper, Tammy? I need one. I need a clipper. I need a clipper to blow me up on TikTok. That way I can go live, talk to Andrew Colvette. That'd be great. That'd be great. Am I the only one who wonders if the mystery undercover cop that was there to take out the Patsy? Oh, who the mystery undercover cop was there to take out the Patsy? Which Patsy? Which one? Which one? Like there's the one that went with that officer who just plain clothes and had a badge, and he's like, oh, okay, I just go with this guy. There's that guy. Then there's the guys who took away George Zinn. Then there's the guys who took away the guy that was in the lab coat. I don't know if you guys remember that guy. There was a guy that was in a lab coat, and they took him away. It was a bunch of I think it was some plainclothes people. Yeah, which one? Which one would it be? There's so many in this one case. Left hand crossed dominant. It does match for cross dominant, and ambidextrous people will still step right foot though. You think so? I don't know. I don't know much about that. I'm all, because I'm left-handed, so I'm just like, I'm all over the place. I have no idea what I would do. I do whatever I have to do. I guess ambidextrous. I don't know. I'll read my phone like this. I'll do this. Like, I do everything. I do a lot of things with both hands. Be mature. Be mature. Be mature. Matt, member, thank you so much. Always be true, aka dissertations equal feed Grok with his nonsense, or Grok feeds him with his nonsense, or vice versa. Maybe it's like what was that movie called? Human Centipede. Demands transparency. Judge put her on the stand. Yeah, could you imagine? Put Erica on the stand out of nowhere? I don't think she'd like that. Then I think we see some real tears, honestly. Come to TrutherCon and meet others who just ask questions. TrutherCon? Is that a real thing? Are you making that up? I would love to come to something like that. Did you watch the Buckley interview? Thoughts? What do you mean? Was what Barron did with Liberty Lockdown an interview? I thought it was just them like all talking about their stuff. Get out of here. Come on, Zamet. Candace unleashed the truth. V. Get your V ready. There, I read it, but can't do that. Can't put that stuff on the screen. Come on, Zamet. Zamet, man. Come on, Zamet. We got to get to these coffees. I do want to see this call, though. I want to see this call really quick. What is this one?
Things that could have been edited, things that could have been manufactured. That every single observer, whether they believe Tyler Robinson solely planned and executed Charlie Kirk or not, every single one of those people should have been in awe yesterday and horrified, disgusted. And I didn't see enough of it. I saw people who were more concerned about outcome determinative justice, meaning as long as the outcome is what I think the outcome should be, I don't care how we get there. That's nonsense. I learned about outcome determinative justice by doing an internship with a Supreme Court Chief Justice. Hang on just a second. Hey, I'm on the air and will be for the next several hours. I'll call you back if you're down for the night. We'll talk tomorrow. All right. What? The principal.
Oh, they found something out. She found something out. That's what that was. She found something out. That's what that is. I don't care what anybody has to say. They found something out. Something. So I don't know what. I couldn't tell you. But they found something out for sure. For sure. Anyway. Yeah, I wanted to see that call. I knew it. They know something. Something we can't hear about. Exactly. We'll see. Yeah, I'm sure they'll tell us eventually. Like I said, when they're good and ready. Let us know. Officer Tater Tot was a Tucson officer. He quit to become a podcaster years ago. Then he moved to the greater Phoenix area. He's been in Arizona probably 10 years or more, or 10 or more years. He went to University of Arizona, Tucson, and played football there as well. He's originally from Texas. Oh, I always thought he was in Texas. I don't know why, because I know someone that knows him. Well, I follow a creator and they're friends, and they do stuff together. So I was like, oh, okay. Like I was like, oh, they're friends for sure they're friends, but I guess not. Or well, they're friends, but I guess he's not in Texas. I thought he was in Dallas. For sure, but that makes sense. And you got to be in a certain state for a certain amount of years before you can take certain political office. I'm telling you, that's what I think is going to happen with him. Brandy J, I'm afraid if Tyler Robinson is convicted, the powers that be can railroad whoever they want. It's true. I will have lost faith in this gov. It makes me afraid. Exactly what they wanted. Exactly. That's why it's important not to be. If you know that's what they want, you have to stand against that. Stand against that fear. Right? Hey, Coach, Tyler Robinson's father is also bald. Well, same with Charlie Kirk's, if you didn't know. And by the way, whoa. Oh, I thought you were making a joke. Tyler Robinson's father is also bald. Interesting. Wait, is he? I feel like when we first saw videos of him, I might be thinking of Austin Metcalf's father. I might be thinking of a different person. And by the way, I watch you regularly. However, I missed the first episode that you exposed your head and the alleged reason. Oh, I just didn't have my hat. And then I was like, whatever. Looks fine. I'm used to it. Plus, sometimes it gets hot. Sometimes it get cold. I don't know. I just did it. There's evolution of the channel. It just happens. I might find another hat where I'm like, this hat's fire. And then all of a sudden I'm wearing a hat again. You never know. I really appreciate you. Your lives help me keep up the good work. Coach Fan, thank you so much. I do appreciate that. Oh, here's Hilby. Hilby with the dissertation. Here she goes. Hilby. What's going on, Hilby? Hey, Coach, I'm behind on the lives, but I just heard you on comments talking about how people ask you how you are going to incorporate the Bible and God into your shows. But to be fair, you are consistently covering people breaking the 9th commandment all day long. You shall not bear fair witness. So boom. There you go. LOL. I just started my faith journey and also loved just getting to read Exodus 23:1 as well. You shall not circulate false report. Do not put your hand with the wicked to be an unrighteous witness. I think you are naturally incorporating the Bible into what you cover in your own way and building a community as you go. So hats off to you, sir. I'm absolutely just making it through the beginning of the Bible as well. Yeah, you said you were like in Genesis the last time we talked. So either the Turning Point USA crowd really has never read this book, or they are rusty as all get out. If you know, you know. Thanks for all you do. Thank you. I do appreciate that. Thank you for that as well. Bringing that little bit of scripture there. And no, I don't think they've read the book. I don't think any of them were not nearly as deep. Like I said about Officer Tatum, there's some people who feel it and get shifted by accepting Christ. And there's some people that don't. And there's some people that go through the motions, especially when you have it when you're young. If you, and it's, I don't want to say forced on you, but it's just always there. So you kind of don't like, it's not like a big thing, right? For some people it is. Like I know, our pastor at our church, he's been with the church since he was a kid, and he gave his life to Christ when he was like, I think he said like 16 or something like that. And he's been with them ever since. And now he's like the head pastor. And, there's some people who like really, they're on fire for it, but there's other people where it's just like, it's nothing. It's just always, and then they get caught up in money and life, and it just kind of falls by the wayside, and they know it's there, and they feel like it's always there, and they don't really, happens with everything. Always be true. The nickname game is on point. I gotta proofread what you're gonna say. What are you gonna say here? Okay. Andrew Croissant Colvette, also known as Fairy Tale Flight Colvette, courtesy of Nikki from the Cahoots, Zesty Blake, or Blake the Egg Neff, Erica Rain. What is this? Renee? Oh, Regine, Pinocchio Kirk, Kandahar Giant, Gary, or Gary Little Timmy, Melton, Little Timmy. What's Little Timmy? Officer Tatum has too many. Adding Graham, Grown Man Baby Allen. What? Grown Man Baby? I guess if you see him without his hat on. Yeah, you gotta see him without his hat on to know that one, because it just looks like odd. How babies, their heads look a little odd. They're gonna like grow into their face and everything. He looks like he never did. Nice, yeah, hey, great guy. Done a lot for himself. He's done a whole bunch for himself. You gotta understand. Yeah, I'm just saying. He's Pentagon, this, that, all the things he's doing. It's crazy. Yeah. It's hard for a short guy to do all of that. I mean, when you see Graham, it is an accurate description. I'll add mine, Zesty Jelly Jeremy the Bee, inspired by my coach, and Ben Shapiro, Small Horse Rider. We're having fun and they're crashing out. Truth will prevail. Yeah, they definitely are crashing out. Hey, coach, love you. That was me that mentioned imposter syndrome. I have that 100%, so I totally get it. But you are really starting to realize how awesome and gifted and hilarious you really are. Oh, I really have to start. Okay. You make such a difference in my day, and I know I'm not alone in that. I often listen while I drive and work cleaning for people, and it really keeps me going. So I say to you, keep going, coach. Lots of love and support, Lacey. P.S. How dare you? I honestly cannot stop saying that every chance I get in real life. Obviously, I think of you every time. Okay, bye. That's so funny. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Imposter syndrome, it's a real thing, especially for me. Like, you're in special education your whole life. It's the slow class. Drop out of high school. Don't have any degrees, Everything I learned, I had to learn from like reading books and, watching interviews and street smarts and learning things conversationally. So it makes you, so you feel like, you feel like you've never arrived. It's a weird thing. It's a weird thing. You feel like you've never arrived at that point, but it's good. It's been good. It keeps me going, man. It keeps me pushing. I push past a lot of people because of it. Candace to Ben, I'll get you my Benny and your little Zog too. I mean, such a pun. That's like a pun and a dad joke, but then you also have to know about Wizard of the Odd. Like that's a joke all your own. Very good. Thank you. Or sorry. Okay, I think it was yesterday. lawyer Jeremy Newman for the Kirk family came out and said it was their wish for all the evidence admitted into the court should be shown to the public. That if things get suppressed, it will create doubt and distrust in the judicial system. Is this Charlie's parents' side or Erica included in this side? I think when they say the Kirk family, I would guess that would be Erica and the parents, I guess, because they're all family, right? So hard to say. I mean, maybe the parents pushed for it the most out of anybody. Yeah, and maybe that's their last hurrah because they're like, we want to see who really did this. Who knows? Who knows? I personally think, what is this? The TLW Enya podcast. What is that? TLW. Things, I don't know. I feel like I know that thumbnail. I feel like I know that. Anyway, I personally think that that's why they had so many guys in maroon shirts in the hat combo was exactly this. So they could say, see, we have him on camera at all these different times and all these different places. I bet they all knew their marching orders to make sure they were caught on camera at these specific areas and times. Thanks, coach, for all you do. Go Max. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense, right? I think so. I think that would make a lot of sense. I wonder, but then is Tyler in on it? Or is he like just literally not in on it? And he's like, what's going on? You know, like how deep does it go? You know, I always say like, oh, classic Utah, and I'm always making a joke, but it's like, oh, that place is something else. They might have someone who is just willing, who's just like, whatever. Yeah. He said, what about who? The blue and white? Huh? Yeah, don't even worry about it. Put me on trial. However it goes, it goes. Don't worry about it. You had all the guys? Like, I don't know. It's so hard to tell how embedded in this he actually is. Hey, coach, one tab browser extension is a lifesaver for master tabbers. I have the same problem with research and slow pouty. What's cool is you can group the URLs into categories. Oh, that sounds good. And I think it works offline too. It opens links really quickly. No waiting for things to load because your RAM is spazzing out. Worth checking out. Mama! Just end it with that. That sounds really good, actually. That would be good to do because I have a crazy amount of tabs. Even now, there's still like 20 tabs open. Like, why are there 20 still? Like, did I use them all? Did I look at all these? Like, what are these? Get off the emails. Turn off the emails. Turn off the research. There we go. But thank you for that. What's it called? One tab browser extension. I'll look into that. Good morning. I am just thinking how Philadelphia is a mob type group and they are giving orders to EK, BN, AK, and the others. Maybe their lives are in danger. Yeah, I've talked about this twice. Blink twice if you need help, Andrew. Yeah, I was saying that about Andrew yesterday. Since the elites in Philadelphia are so out of touch with regular Americans, they think they can hoodwink us or at least sow a little doubt regarding the CK case. Yeah. No, yeah, I've been saying that. I've suggested that about Erica. I've suggested that about Andrew. Who knows? I mean, if Charlie just got offed, it's like, I don't know. It's hard to tell. I mean, anything's possible. Lance Twiggs was at UVU that day. Check IG DMs. Okay. All right. Here. I can literally just right click. I have it open. What's up, coach? What's up, coach? Thanks for making us laugh. All right, here we go. Who knows?
Whoop, whoop. Mama! That's it.
Is that the new one? Is that the new one I should do? Should I do that one instead? Mama! Whoop, whoop. Mama! Oh my gosh. If I like start a production company like produced by, you know how Dave Chappelle used to have, I'm rich, yeah. I would have doodle whoop whoop mama. Oh yeah, for sure. That's decided. Thank you so much. So that's perfect. Thank you so much. Hannah, inked by Hannah. Thank you very much. Someone bought a coffee. Thank you. I know there's dissertation, mommy, nuka. Thank you very much, Chris. I used to watch Myron and Nick every day. After Charlie Kirk, I could no longer listen to them, at least not when they're on this topic. I know exactly what you mean. Myron went with this official narrative and kept going on and on about the right versus the left, clearly trying to spark division. It was so tone deaf, my ears hurt. Nick with the rubber band neck theory. Yeah, that's a silly one as well. It's completely ridiculous. Myron was definitely trying to deflect questions being asked of Blake. I lost all respect for him and Nick. Yeah, a lot of people are starting to feel that way with Nick and the certain things that he says. More and more. And then his back and forth with Ian, his back and forth with I believe with Dan Balzerian, Jake as well. His back and forth with Candace, Tucker. I don't know, man. A lot of people are starting to lose respect because they can see, like, again, this is why I said it's like eventually they get tired of doing what they've been doing because it was the good thing before. But now they're at a point where they're like in their 30s and they're like, this can't keep going like this. Like they thought they were going to get their channels back when everybody was getting their channels back, and the platform's like, nope, not you guys. And it's like, Nick, no fly list. Like they can't handle it. You can only handle that stuff for so long before you're just like, okay, I will bend the knee. What's the official narrative? What are we doing? Left versus right? Fine. They can't handle it. It's hard. I would imagine that being very hard. Is there even any proof Lance into? Okay, so we reread this already. Let me just double check. We'll double check over here, see if anything new popped up. Officer Tater Tot. Sometimes they pop up. Oh, we got to go to the bank. Do we have to go to the bank? Why do we have to? Oh, yeah. Got to go to the bank. We got to go to the bank so the tax man can leave me prolapsed. That's what his plan is for me today, is to leave me prolapsed. That's what the tax man has in store for me today. Lucky me, huh? So I got to go do that. Yeah, I guess that's it. Let me check the supers. Man, you guys have been absolutely incredible. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for your words of encouragement in the face of imposter syndrome. Thank you so much. You guys have no idea how much it means to me. This is just such a great thing. And like I said before, episode 100, the community is made of you guys. You guys made it. I have no control over it. I mean, I can block all the, all the douches, but other than that, man, it's you guys putting it together. So when someone says they love the community, that's a direct shout out to you guys. So thank you guys so much. It is Thursday. We are off until Monday, but there will be, I'm gonna do what I got to do. Then I'm gonna come back, sit here. I'm gonna record a video. I think I'm gonna record another video and then record another video. So I'm gonna be recording until like 11 o'clock. And then that's it. And we will be back Monday, 100%. Candace will be back Monday. I'm pretty sure. Am I making that up? I think Candace is going to be back Monday. Baron will be back as well on Monday. It'll be a jam-packed day. And I'm sure there will be all sorts of crazy things that will be happening. Coach, these next 10 years are going to be generation changers. That is the hope, Mike Riley. That is the hope. That is what we strive for, to change the generations for the better and break the generational curses. Don't even get me started on those. We all need to break those as soon as possible. But thank you guys so much. Bless up. Bless up everything, Irie. I was at the preliminary hearing with Charlie father them, and you know, we was just sad and somber, you know what I mean? But it's like they don't have any idea that me and the BB them was behind this whole thing, you know what I mean? I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Who was I even imitating? You know, who's Jamaican? There's no one Jamaican in this whole thing. Anyway, guys. Get Miss Coach a pizza. I want a pizza too. I haven't eaten since yesterday. Yesterday I went for like 24 hours until I ate. Then I had to just work and then go to sleep. And I still haven't eaten anything. So I'm going on almost another 24 hours here. So I'm ready to eat. We can do pizza. I'm ready. Let's go. Pizza and computers. Pizza, computers, and taxes. Anyway, thank you guys so much. 5.5 hours. Thank you for everyone who stayed with me the whole time. To hold this many people for this long is just crazy. I never thought this would be possible. So thank you guys. Love you guys. Bye.